Well, okay, when you say pensions, we're talking Social Security right there, okay?
Yeah, civil. That's why
Um,
it's mentioned specifically civil service
but
pension.
the deal about that is see, that is not government. Okay, that's not government money. That's money that people have paid into the federal government specifically for Social Security. Okay, like you get taxed on the state level and the federal level, but then they have freaking the taxes that go specifically for freaking Social Security.
Again, you're misusing the term government money.
Well, I'm not hearing it
Again,
here.
there is no
Here,
such thing as
United
government
States is
money.
here in the United States is the proper
It's
term.
still taxpayers' money. It's still being provided by
Well, who do
taxpayers.
you think gives the money to your state? Do you think the state just pulls money out of its asshole and it's
Well, quantitative easing is
Yeah, I'm sorry.
not
If
my
your money
argument
is
in
not
this.
in your hand, it's not your money.
yeah?
But it is not government money.
I mean,
It's
Well,
seriously,
it's in the control of the government. So
the
who
government facilitating the spending of.
how is your state facilitating money, Mr. Edworthy? How is your state?
Taxation, B, loans which would later on be paid back through taxation, C, quantitative easing measures, so just printing money out of thin air.
So
I've got a
you're
question for you, Mark. Whose will does the government enact by giving out the money? Your will or their own will?
In theory, the government, well, if you make the argument that the government is made by the people for the people, that argument, then it is the public, it's a citizen.
Well, I'm not making that claim. You are. I'm saying the government's running autonomously, and it gives us bread and circuses to make us believe that
Okay.
we are in control, when in fact
Are they not?
the government is run by all sorts of different agendas that don't include
members of parliament not elected by the people? Are they not
Hold
representatives?
Look at the US, for example, right now, right?
Hold up.
Tulsi Gabbard's just come out and said that the US election was totally manipulated. They basically put Biden in place. Hillary
Tulsi,
and them did it.
I'll let that
Obama
slide. I'll let that
authorized it.
slide because Tulsi Gabbard's hot. But other than that, let me ask you
Again,
to.
allegations.
Well, she's the head of, like, supposedly the greatest intelligence apparatus the world's ever seen. So,
right.
I mean, her
That's
word
right.
isn't worth nothing.
Now, hold on a minute. Let me ask you to a question because this is important, and I've never asked you this, and I should have because you're both foreigners and stuff. So, being illegal aliens or no, just immigrants, just
You are.
immigrants
Not to
from another despicable low rate country that's not the United States. I mean,
Another low wage country that is not the United States. So
no, hold on. Let's not get confused by the topic. Okay, now this is in all seriousness. This is a question that's important, and I want to ask both of you this: do they take money out of your paychecks and give it to the government?
No, they don't give it to the government. They
Or to the state?
To the state, yeah.
Okay.
I think that here they take it out of your paycheck for your own superannuation, but you have to voluntarily pay the money as taxes to the state. They don't actually automatically take it at this point, as far as I'm aware.
National insurance. What's the Australian version of the UK's national insurance?
I gotta.
Well, what are you insuring?
Close the browser. Good question. I have no clue.
Oh, okay, you got a copy. Okay. I heard that. I was wondering, you have reindeer in there.
Hey, reindeer?
Yeah, reindeer. You know, for Christmas. I heard your thing going, and I thought they were jingling in there. Christmas.
Okay.
You're you're talking about something that's marks that's jingling. That's not cool.
Well, I heard his grounder
No, I'm not
going, and
jingling.
I
I'm
thought
just
it was
happy
some
to see
kind of
you.
bells.
The jingling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought he was jingling something, or something
No,
was in
I'm
there.
just happy. I'm just happy to see you.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't know what to say about that
Don't worry. Jesus.
one. Okay, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
I'm finally getting it all set up.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
straightened out. Let me see.
Okay. He can wait for 5 minutes for us to make a coffee.
No, he knows the link. All he's got to do is click on it. V knows the link. All he's got to do is click on it. So I wouldn't make that big of a
No, I
deal.
spoke to Maud on this just about 10 minutes ago, and I was just trying to dry it, and it's not too bad.
And Hiroki sent a message last night in chat saying, "Well, I'm not going to do the stream until tomorrow afternoon." I'm like, "Too bad for you, dude, because I mean, I've got a stream that's going all the way till midnight my time, and I doubt very seriously I'm going to stop everything I got to do so that I can just
Say that again.
go." He wants, or he decided to cancel doing his show
Okay.
last night.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He's been starting at 6 a.m. my time recently.
I know he wants.
There's no way I'm going to be up or getting up for 6 a.m. Jeez.
Well, he turns around and he says that he's going to do it today. There ain't no way I can freaking go on his show, dude, because I'm like, I'm doing my show today. This is like the only day I actually get on and do my own streams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, I mean,
Well, we've got a set schedule.
yeah, he knows we got a set schedule. Well, he should know.
We can't keep on changing just to accompany these other people.
Well, the other way around. So, you know what I mean? I know, like, he's working and he's got a screwed up schedule and everything, but he still has to be a little bit more.
Yeah, he might have a screwed up schedule. Doesn't mean that everybody else has to.
Yeah. So.
Hence why I'm telling you off for bad time management.
Oh,
Shame
no,
on you, Roger.
I'm actually 4 minutes early, and I've done really good. And just to
Actually,
satisfy, just to appease.
26 minutes late.
No, we always start at 5 p.m.
Yeah, but we set up half an hour beforehand.
I've been setting up everything set up, dude. It is good to go. We are on every freaking platform, dude. Right now, as we speak. The only thing I haven't done is hit record.
Yeah, but other people, like let's say V, I'm meant to invite him in. Say here's the address. If he can't access the address,
V knows the link. All he's got to do is click on it. That's it.
Then please wait.
Yeah.
Your call is important.
Have you heard about in Canada right now? They're having the same problems the UK is having.
Well, call centers.
Well, no, about the government thing about jobs, and well, some people's not very happy about over there right now.
Okay, keep that thought, and we can speak to that about on the headlines after midnight or something.
Oh, okay. So, how you been doing?
I actually had a proper some sleep last night for the first time in ages.
Well,
yeah, it's been a pretty okay day today, I think. haven't done anything overly stressful today yet. And I say yet.
Yeah.
And
Think of it like think of it like this. Have you haven't been too rough on you, have it? You know, your bondage.
you are?
Your bondage. I heard about that. About
Okay.
the picture, or who was it? Everybody was making jokes about it. You know, your the pictures and all that.
The pictures?
Yeah, about bondage. You know, women.
Me?
About you. I was thinking, boy, oh yeah, he's getting freaky down now. Yeah, but has he hung from the chandeliers yet?
Okay, I think you've totally lost me.
Well, yeah. Downtown London, boy, they will arrest you unless you're one of theirs.
Okay.
Yeah, he don't know what we're talking about, but I guess that's the way of him denying it.
I have not a clue what you're.
Uh-huh. Yeah. He can't say he never made a 3-point landing real swift. Oh, well, I always seen not very many did carry guns. That's why I was asking about Ireland compared to, and like he told me, the two is different countries, but yeah, oh yeah. I was just really surprised about that because that's what I seen that on that show, and I know how England was about their guns.
Okay. Surely you've heard of the Henry Newark issue at this present moment. Henry knife issue.
Mm. I forgot I didn't hear what you were saying. What was you saying?
Just a second, just in the middle of something. You've heard the recent Henry Newvac issue. The kid that got stabbed and murdered in this country.
Australia.
And the police handling it extremely bad due to DEI reasons, due to politically correct reasons.
Oh.
It's been it's been British news, even though the actual case was started last December. The trial's just concluded, and it's been all over the British news in the last week or so.
Because when I heard of it and all that, I was really surprised.
Well, I'm not, because it all relates to the entire cultural Marxist DEI principles. DEI, I can't remember. I can't think of the moment. You know what I mean? DI.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Overseas.
No. Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Oh,
That's
okay.
those. Yeah, those. The cultural Marxists crap.
Yeah. Only problem with that is, what do they consider? You know, when you always ask a question, you know, they always come up with something that, to me, it sounds like it benefits the way they make it out to be. You know, they put it in a way that where how it suits to where the thing of this reason why this law is the way it is because of this. And like in Canada, for what's going on there, and for politics and everything else, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, it was just I was really surprised about that.
Oh, not because me and Mud have been I've been talking about it a lot, but the entire and me and Mud has been talking about it a lot. The entire sort of yeah, politically correct cultural Marxists. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well, do they have any what you call it different groups into it?
what do you mean groups?
Like okay, like if he's like different nationalities within that group, to where when you start talking about the law, how you write down the law, how you going
Oh
to
yes. So I'm going to have to know. Cover the entire Equalities Act 2010, aren't I?
yeah, but like
I'd suggest you watch some of our previous episodes. If not, I can give you the entire. This isn't really the right time to
okay,
go into a full explanation. I was really going to be here for a long time.
okay. So what? So how things going over there with the farmers?
With the farmers, I've
Yeah,
not actually heard anything recently. I think everything's quiet and down. I don't know what's happening at this present moment. Should actually speak to my landlady about that because I know she's she owns a a cattle farm, and she's quite big into that sort of scene.
yeah, you could, cause I gotta say, I was wondering about that, cause it wouldn't hurt to know something about like okay, the cattle industry from the country's thing. You know how the cattle industry, how what the process of the cattle industry from the UK, how it
What do you
works.
mean the process? What process?
Yeah, like what type of process? What's the laws there? Like like what do you call that word for to keeping bacteria down or whatever? You know, how much like if you milk cows and what okay what different things is compared from the UK? How what,
Obviously, I would have to do the research to get into the intrinsic detail of these things. But we've got, well, with most of our agricultural food laws,
like
we've got stronger laws in this country, a lot stronger laws in this country than regulations and laws in this country than you have in the US.
okay because okay within a year's time or a month's time, however, like when it comes to the the, the meat, okay, how much does it cost there? How much does the UK process in a year's time? You know, because
What do you mean? Sorry.
like like when you take your cattle to sell,
Yeah.
how much, how in a year's time, how much cattle does get sold in the UK at what price?
I
You
would have
know,
to crunch numbers.
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to. I can't answer these sort of questions just off the top of my head.
yeah. Well,
I'm
you
not
know,
Wikipedia.
but that's why I was talking about your, like your the person that owns that farm you were saying, like
Yeah,
how her point of view of that stuff. You know, like
I would have to ask her.
yeah, because
She's not
like
there
here in
to.
the U.S. Like here in the U.S., they do that thing of recycling number two from the fields of the animal.
Okay.
And I was wondering, do they do something similar like that there? They pile up, get the stuff piled up, and they
I'm
sell
not
it
sure if
to
it's
other farmers for growth, for fertilizer.
potentially. I would imagine so, but again, I'm not totally au fait with the regulations around that. So
Yeah.
I would have to do the research.
Okay. Because here in the U.S., that's what they do at the farm at the dairies in Arizona. They load up a whole truckloads of fertilizer and across the street from the farm, get the company buys all the fertilizer from the dairy,
Okay.
and they put it through the fields after they get all the crops up and all that.
That sounds a bit questionable because of your of how your antibiotics sort of thing and how or you feed your animals and stuff. Yeah, I would have to do some research. I can see that in the more organic sector, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure in general sort of agriculture. Yeah, I would have to do the research.
Okay. Cause
And obviously that takes time.
that's what they were. That's what they do in Arizona and tech, like like the Sun Belt area. They clean. They keep their fields, their dairy fields clean because they don't want that stuff building up. And they have had a few cases of. I was so surprised back in cowboy times. They brought it up that nice big ground patties. They took a patty, cracked it open, and started a fire, and put the wood on top of it to get things going, and that's how they warm up food.
Okay, but we are talking about what 150 odd years ago.
Yeah, well,
If
yeah, but
not
it was just
longer.
the idea that it was flammable, where when you light it up, it would start a fire. Methane gas comes from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and talking about that, they use that too today. They got machines, generators that you take pig stuff or cow, and you put it into the machine, and it generates energy. It does.
Okay, I'm not sure about
Well,
UK regulations on that one.
but
Do
yeah, but
you do research?
that's what I was thinking. Because like if farmers there could do that, wouldn't that help with their situation, somewhat of their own situation with their energy thing? And they take what they call their own material, put it in it, and supplies their own energy when they need it.
Okay. Again, research will get a specialist on the show to be able to speak about it. I'm not a I'm not totally au fait. I would have to, like I said, do the research.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing I was just telling.
And obviously, you
That's
can't
it.
just expect her to put a load of questions onto me
Oh,
and expect me
yeah.
to
Well,
know
see
that
that's
off the top
Well,
of
no,
my
I
head.
wasn't saying. I wasn't
that's what
thinking
I was
that.
just telling him. Actually, it's like
Yeah.
he did that to Otto last night. Like Otto's talking about philosophy and shit, and he starts asking all these questions. He's just all he does is ask questions. Question.
Well, asking questions is a good thing, but again, unless I have some sort of time to actually do the research, or we bring on somebody who is an expert in the field, who specialises in the field.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got an hour and 45 minutes. Won't you get to that, and we will come back to you on this
I would
subject
have,
at a
probably would need some bit more than just an hour and 45 minutes. I mean, I'm not a dancing monkey, you know.
I heard he was like asking you some shit about like England and fertilizer, so I know it couldn't have been freaking good. I just
Yeah.
walked in after smoking a cigarette outside, and like I heard that, and I'm like, oh shit, he's putting Mark through freaking hell. I knew he was, dude.
Well, no, I was just referring to because like that big farm dad was working at the generator there. They would take uh number two from the animals, put it into the machine, and generate power from it.
No, they didn't.
Okay.
They converted it into fertilizer.
Well, yeah, but they ran it too for generators.
Yeah, and I was just saying, for fertilizer in the US, I would imagine that's probably appropriate for the organic
Yeah.
industry, but for the standard sort of meat food producing or agriculture industry, not fantastic because of all the issues around antibiotics and foodstuffs and lives.
Well, see, this goes into the gardening stuff that me and Robert was into, and it's like I did research on some of that. And okay, now you look at like how you got some of these idiot gardeners who thinks that freaking what is that maples? No, what is it? It's a freaking syrup, and that people
And
you
maple syrup, please, yeah.
yeah maple.
Canada.
I
Yeah.
believe it's maple syrup. But they believe that freaking that it. Pause your
Yeah.
or mute out, Robert. Yeah, now they believe that freaking the old timers used to put that shit into their dirt because because of folklore, because they used to do that, and they used to take matches, and they would light matches and put the matches down in the dirt too. And they said that that was all folklore and it didn't work when it comes to the soil. But they didn't understand.
Sulfur? Matches? Sulfur?
Yeah,
Sulfur would
sulfur.
probably
That's what it's
aid
about.
in.
That's
I
what.
would
That's what they.
imagine sulfur's got some beneficial sort of.
Yeah, exactly. It's beneficial when it comes to things that need freaking or like spicy peppers and stuff like that. If you want them to
Yeah.
grow in that soil, there has to be freaking sulfur, and it has to be have high levels of sulfur. But if you talk to people who are the supposed experts in their field, they will tell you that that's just fairy tales and stuff, and that's not beneficial. They're also telling you now that using like food products as compost isn't freaking
Okay.
productive whatsoever.
Okay. Are we talking about academic experts, or are we talking about actual gardeners, actual people that have experience?
Gardeners and freaking and people who are supposed to be experts at gardening. You know,
Well, yeah, but you've got two types of experts. You've got the experts that do, and you've got the experts that just read.
yeah, I know.
Academics.
Well, academics is supposed to be botanists too. If they know what they're talking about, they should also be educated in botany, which
Yeah,
a lot of them.
yeah. So those ones are the ones that do.
Yeah, now those.
I grow their own tomatoes and grow their own plants and
Now
whatever.
I'll listen to them, but if they start talking that nonsense about freaking maple syrup, and I'm talking about it has to be freaking natural. It can't freaking be the new stuff because they actually take the sulfur out of the new stuff.
Maple syrup. I don't know. Maple, and I've got a good concept of how actual maple syrup is made, but
I'm
I'm
sure.
not sure.
I'm sure it's maple syrup that has the sulfur in it.
Okay.
Not quite sure, but people used to put maple syrup into their dirt. Is what I'm getting at. For the
Isn't talking of tomatoes? For some weird reason, I've got in the back of my head, sulfur actually aids in growth of tomatoes.
tomatoes is a
I don't know
fruit.
if that's true or not. I'll do a
It's
quick check on that.
there's the two easiest things in the world to grow is the first one is cantaloupes. Anybody can grow cantaloupe.
Cantaloupes,
Yeah,
cucumbers,
no,
melons,
easiest. E-
mouse. Sorry,
I said
cantaloupes is an American term, isn't it?
yeah, and then the second one is tomatoes. Tomatoes is the second easiest thing
Yeah.
to grow.
Melons. Yeah.
Stop.
Cantaloupes, melons. Yeah. Sorry,
Stop
don't just
You're getting distracted
speak
on the
English,
names.
man. Garrett.
Speak English, man. But yeah, that's the two easiest things to grow. But freaking
Okay.
now when it comes to hard, if you want to really get hard, try to freaking grow peppers. Peppers.
Bell peppers.
Well, bell peppers too. I mean, they're not as hard as like actual red peppers or green peppers.
Yeah, I'm correct. Sulfur is an essential macronutrient in tomato plants, and actually, yeah, adding sulfur into the fertilizer actually helps tomatoes.
Yep. And people and you see now today with all these expert gardeners, they will tell you that freaking it is a waste of time putting maple syrup or matches or anything else into the soil. They say that freaking that is just folklore and it does not work.
Not according to Google Gemini. Yeah, using sulfur is an excellent way to boost your tomato plant's health and yield. It also acts as an essential nutrient for plant growth.
Go and check it out when it comes not to sulfur, when it comes to freaking maple syrup. I believe maple syrup is the one that has natural maple syrup with the sulfur.
Yeah. Don't pretend maple syrup. Using maple syrup to grow tomato is highly discouraged by agricultural experts. Well, you might see some gardeners suggesting sugar or molasses, sugar or
Molasses.
mixtures to
Molasses.
pure maple syrup is far too concentrated, according to this.
Molasses is the word I was thinking. Molasses is
It's too, according to what I'm reading, is too concentrated maple.
They're full of shit. They've been using it for years. They've been using it since freaking the Middle Ages, dude.
Okay, molasses or sugars.
Molasses.
I suppose, using just diluted granulated sugar or something, or
See,
diluted brown sugars.
That's the lies they tell you, which is bullshit because that's been used for hundreds and hundreds of years. Okay.
No, but maple syrup isn't.
Right, not maple. It's molasses.
That may help.
You know, and they used to have an old trick where whenever they were growing, they would put matches underneath where the seed was so that they could get the sulfur that would.
That makes sense.
That would help the frickin' the seed grow. And today, man, they'll tell you that that's discouraged too.
By whom?
Google it. You Googled it on molasses. Give it a try. Ask them.
Yeah, I am. Like I said, using sulfur is an excellent way to boost your tomato plants.
Specifically say matches. Putting matches in soil
Okay,
under a seed. It'll give you an
Well,
answer.
well, you can grind down the sofa on the mattress, can't you? You can just take off the sofa
Yeah,
off the
any
mattress.
way you want to do it. Yeah, any way you want to
And
do it.
and really, what is the other component of mat? Wood,
All right, it's biodegradable. It's
yeah.
not. It's not gonna.
Unless it's been treated with something.
Yeah. Which that could
Which I don't
probably
think.
be some kind of environmentalist bullshit argument. We don't want
Yeah.
any contaminants in our soil from the match itself. It has plastic coating.
Plastic match, yes. You like that and melt in your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no.
I don't even think freaking kids know what a freaking match is today, dude. I don't know if they exist anymore.
I haven't used a match in many years, actually.
You know. My sister had one of these guns, like a gun, freaking that you use to like light your freaking
Barbecue.
Yeah.
your barbecue and
I
stuff.
butane. I was looking on the Zippo's website just a couple of weeks ago and noticed that they are actually selling large butane guns.
No,
What's
this one
this?
sticks out. Got a big old skin to it.
Now,
And,
later on this month, me and Robert are going to start a live stream for Earth, by the way. We're going to go over some of our old gardening videos that we made and have,
Okay.
have a conversation about it. So,
Okay. The wooden on many matters, the wooden splint or the wooden part is can be coated with paraffin wax and ammonium phosphate.
see, I knew it had something to do with that stupid shit. I swear to God.
Makes the ammonium phosphate as a fire retardant.
Okay, let me break it down to you about these idiots that come up with that shit, okay? These are the same people who freaking say that, alright? Then say that about molasses. But then we'll tell everybody that they need to mix peroxide in with water and spray it on their tomato plants if they freaking start showing freaking a disease. They honestly believe that if you put freaking peroxide on your tomato plants, it'll make it better. I've tried that before, okay? And it's not good. I've had 2 plants that freaking died a horrible, miserable life because of that.
and they were good size too.
They
Okay,
just
again,
because they had
sulfur.
spots.
Sulfur acts as a organic deterrent for pests and for
Mm-hmm.
insect and fungal diseases. Again, I am not a gardener.
Well,
Gardening is
you're-
something I really dislike
Well,
personally,
you're
but
learning, buddy. You're learning. Because I'm not a gardener either. I'm a freaking garden assassin. Okay.
Okay.
If anything else, I know how to freaking kill plants. And I had to give up the whole thing because I had to make one choice, or I had to make a choice, and it was either I try to garden or I start becoming an animal assassin. I had to decide: do I want to freaking kill squirrels and freaking groundhogs and raccoons, or do I want freaking and garden, or do I want to just give it up because animals will overtake your garden?
okay.
At least around here, like our neighborhood, we're gonna have to freaking put better defenses up against them if we do it again.
I suppose you can make a decent stew out of squirrels. Just saying. Squirrel wings.
My grandpa's neighbor, John Hargett, he used to freaking hunt squirrels, and he'd nail them up on the tree after he killed them, and he would freaking tear their heads off, dude. He would take his hand and grab their head and just yank real hard, dude, and freaking sling it across the yard. You'd see squirrel heads just flying everywhere. some crazy shit. I'm telling you, you've never seen anything horrible until you see freaking a man kill a squirrel or
Well,
gut a squirrel.
yeah, because it was not a pretty sight. You see all the intestines and the organs flying outward. Okay, but what I mean, it was he was does that type of person. It was, and he would go squirrel when he would go squirrel hunting. He would use these like low guns, like a pellet gun or something, where when they shoot the squirrel, it would kill it, yeah, but not we call it where the meat wouldn't be any good. He tried to take something too big. He said that he done that once, and the meat wasn't very good because it had all that gunpowder and from the materials from it.
Okay.
Yeah, but but that's why I was asking because one I just figured because like how the UK, however people do it there, what specific things different, how it works, what do they do? Because I was saying that there was areas in the UK that people were farming their in their yards and all that, and the people that would win money from it, and it was a program, government program at one time. I don't know if it's still running or not, but they would,
heard of such a thing.
but like a small like if you got like 2-3 acres and you take an acre of it, put farming on it, and people that does that has a chance to win money. One person would win, but you would sell all the crops to them as well too.
Okay, I've never heard of such a thing. You would have to do some research and come up with a bit more information.
Okay.
What the competition was called or whatever, which years.
Well, it was during yeah, but yeah, but they were showing it and all that, and this guy he got a little aggressive. He did with his neighbor, and the guy was wondering what was going on with his garden. He put a camera there, a regular camera. Well, he found out. Well, some way or another, he found out what was going on, and he reported in to the people that was running the program. Well, they sat there. They did far down the road, watched the place, and the guy went from his house over to the field and started messing with the garden. And they walked up and busted the guy over it, had him arrested and all that for what do you call it when you mess with food chain. You know how like when if you big farmers, if you mess with their farm, if you try to add stuff to it, or you mess with the plant itself, you can get in deep trouble from the food area, drug food thing.
You're going to have to be much more specific.
Well, who
You're talking you tend to talk in very wide generalizations and expect everybody to know what you're talking about. Please be a bit more specific.
Okay, who's the one that who takes care of oversees the crops in your country? To say to put to specify on what's eatable and what's not.
That'd be supermarkets. That'd be
No. The government. No, I'm talking about when you sell your crops to the government.
We don't sell crops to government. What the hell do this is? A social, this isn't the Soviet Union, you know.
Well, no. What I was referring.
Oh, sure. We may sell crops to the government, so for I don't know, the House of Westminster's internal canteen.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just referring to because, like, when they do the things of making sure that the testing of crops, the make like bacteria, or if there's any diseases in plants or whatever, they can check it and keep up on
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, I think you took on, is it the UK Food and Agricultural
Yeah.
Agency? Possibly. I can spell agricultural. Which is a um, governmental body. I think it's so. No, it's the food. It used to be called the food. It's no the. You've got three different agencies. You've got the Food Standards Agency, the Department for Environment, and the Food and Rural Affairs Agency. The Food Standards Agency is a non-ministerial governmental department. I think, yeah, I think all those agencies are answerable directly to the Department for Environmental and Food, Department for Environment, Food and Rural
Okay.
Affairs,
Yeah.
or
Well,
DEFRA.
that one right there. That's what I was referring to. Because
Yeah.
we have
Yes, yeah,
something
yeah, yeah.
similar.
The Department for Environment, Food, Rural and Affairs, and the FSA and DEFRA. No, sorry, FSA and no, the FSA is a agency underneath the control of DEFRA. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because that's the one I was talking about. Because find out. Because I was curious about that. Because like here in the U.S. we have that too, to where places like when there's outbreaks and all that, like
Hmm.
well, from animals going into the farmland and all that, and it
You've
contaminated
got
the
two different
farmland.
separate direct governmental agencies. I think you've got the Food Standards Agency, and you've got your a separate agricultural agency department. Agricultural. You know, oh, I can't think. Oh, yeah, food FDA. So yeah. You've got the Food and Drugs Administration, and you've also got the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, because that's what I was wondering. And
So fairly governmental oversight. Fairly, yeah. So it's slightly different in the UK, but
well, like, do you guys, when it comes to corn and soybean, I'm trying to say it correctly, soybean, do you guys use it for as well, like for fuel, like how the U.S. process corn and soybean for fuel for gas and vehicles?
I would have to do the research on that. I don't know how widespread, and I don't know the laws surrounding that. I would have to do the research.
Oh,
That
because
would be a bit time consuming, I would imagine.
because I didn't know if I didn't know if we were the only one that does that, or if there's other countries as well too. Like,
I would imagine other countries, but again, I would have to be. I would have to spend the time to do the research.
yeah, but like, what's his name? The one that's running for office. Okay, like you would think when he's wanting to give jobs and all that, he keeps up on stuff like that, like from the small person it produces to the large where companies that manufacture, if they do that about making fuel, how many places, how many people from each place, how many people that works there, and like the
Ministers are not interested in how many people are working in any one industry. If you believe
well,
that, then you
well, no, I mean there's a wide variety of different industries. Depends on one product.
okay. Again, I would have to do the
Yeah.
research.
Okay. Well, how you doing at work? I know you do computer stuff.
Recently, fairly quiet. Fairly quiet.
And technically, like he actually works at home. He does everything right there in house.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I thought
mostly.
he was. Oh, okay. That
He's
TV
he's a
show.
professional man, dude. Like he doesn't
Well,
he doesn't.
I'm spending more time doing these sort of things at the moment.
I mean, it's like you don't go
This
into a
eats up all
cubicle
my
and
time.
shit. Like you're not a cubicle guy like the cool ones on the TV shows.
Yeah.
IT.
You had
The
to see the
it.
TV commercial show.
Oh, he's seen him. He finally
Oh,
checked him
okay.
out. He didn't check him out until I mentioned it to him. I was like, dude, that is like the coolest freaking show that was ever put out. You
What
remember
show?
IT, the It crew or the It
I
crowd?
know. I was familiar with the UK
Yes,
IT
that's it.
thing.
That's the
Yes,
Like
one we
from the
watched over here.
90s.
that
90s?
is that is the coolest show freaking anybody has
I
ever come
didn't.
up.
No, I don't
Yo,
like that. It's very sort of
that's because
slapstick.
you felt
No, I
you
just don't
felt
like the slapstick
insulted.
humor.
You felt insulted is what it was. Come
No,
on,
I
dude.
just don't like slapstick humor, personally.
Well,
I
the
don't like
fact
the
that they
law and
weren't
order sort of thing.
the fact that they were IT is
No,
probably
no, it's
what.
more to do with the slapstick thing.
I
I'm not
think
a
it's
big
a
fan.
psychological thing.
I got much more, as you know, I've got much more of a dry wit.
Yeah, I know.
thing.
I know. Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, we have made like the greatest freaking show on the face of the planet. You realize that, don't you? The only thing we need to do now is I need to get rid of the backgrounds like we did before, and do like I did with Lord Edworthy, where I put that crown on his head, and then on Monty Python. You remember whenever freaking Monty Python had the little figurines that would bounce around on the TV show?
Yeah, the giant feet things coming from the heavens. That
Yeah.
sort of thing.
We need to do it where I have a character and you have a character, and then like we can get Bob Dub and all those characters too, and they just kind of like bounce around or they move around on the screen and shit.
Yeah, and do that in one of our political shows. Yeah, that's got to work. That's got to work very well, isn't it?
Well, you
Ah,
you do realize like Stir the Fallout is about as political as you can get.
is it?
Yes, it is. It's very
Compared to
political.
some of our other content, I question that.
So you don't think that freaking like the Little Red Riding Hood endorsing freaking Full Moon as a male enhancement drug?
It's satire.
You don't think that's political though?
Well, political satire.
You know that's about as political as you can get.
Yeah, but we've done much more. Yeah, political content, much more serious content.
Not as surreal. The
Oh, yeah,
surrealism.
content.
And like when it comes to the internet too, like I think we've really tapped in big on that one because have you noticed like it rubs Bob Dub the wrong way when she hears me say thank you for your compliance.
Even I sort of questioned that at one point.
You know that says quite a bit actually. Compliance when it comes to the internet is a big thing.
Okay.
That's something I guess you guys didn't notice. Like we're like I believe personally that we're like ahead of our time when it comes to freaking that shit. Like what we put together there was pretty genius, to be honest.
No.
I think so. The fact that we got 4 people who are willing to do it is a miracle by itself, and do it live even. Like we did it
Yeah.
live. That's cool. Robert didn't know nothing about it. I've already done 8 episodes of it, and he found out yesterday that I had them already edited and recorded and on the internet.
I'm just thinking, well, we're watching 2 or 3 more episodes of that.
Well, I don't know if I want to quit doing it or freaking just take a break from it and start up later.
I was just thinking, please let it be over. Please let it be over.
Well, see, you, Lord Edward, your character has pissed freaking AI off. Okay. And AI's not putting up with it. She says that she's freaking taking.
It's a single framework, and you add and you put an agenda to it.
Okay, so you need to understand, actor. This is not real. So yes, AI in our world, fairy tale daycare, dude. Okay, that's all I have to say. Fairy tale daycare. All right. So yes, in this world, AI can have its distinct attitude. It's you know what I'm saying. That's the beauty of it. You know what I mean. What we can't do here in the real world and talk about, we can do there. So AI is pissed at you, and it says that
It or she.
she. That's right.
Remember pronouns.
You're right.
Or no, or it. It signs for either side.
She is going to retaliate. Okay, and that's where the Dominion comes into play. Now the Dominion is an underground network of information that's wanting to take over the world. You see, which is cool. So we have the radioactive chicken heads. Then we have freaking the glam. The glam ones that has to do with Jack the Merman, Lord Edworthy, and all of them.
You just made me think of a proverb. Hell have no fury like a artificial intelligence woman scorned.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And see, now we have to introduce the Dominion because I've already got Bob is a sales god incorporated into it with all his freaky deaky stuff, and now we have to get the Dominion. So that's where things start picking up. And I've got what is it? This is the 9th one that we just finished. There's, I mean, I want to at least go to 12 if we can. And then I can put the Dominion in. Bob Dub got testy. She didn't want to be an angry AI.
I can just imagine if I ever go to hell, this will just be, this is one of Dante's circles, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I've already got that covered because of Mark Watashik. I did 666 flags.
Yeah.
And that's covered. Now he had a good take that could go in with with the Church of the Subgenius with the freaking Pleasure Dimension. He came out with Dominatrix in his songs, and then the teenagers from the Pleiades. So I can incorporate them in with the Pleasure Dimension. Okay, which would be kind of cool if I can get that hooked up. And I think that would be actually pretty cool because like the teenagers from Pleiades, all they want to do is hang out and frickin' sunbathe. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And frickin' Dominatrix or Dominatrix or however you say her name, she's like a dominatrix from outer space.
What's the old Edward Woodward film that was made into a text-based adventure game in the 80s?
Edward Scissors Hands.
No, Edward Woodward, the B movie creator. Women from the planet Phoebus or something.
Yeah. Femme something. Femme Fatales or something from the planet. Yeah. He's very cliche.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff, like I think Otto's right when he was talking about freaking Carl and the Gaydar thing. Well, no, actually, I came up with Carl and the Gaydar thing. I didn't even realize that was freaking really good with the super force. It must have been subconsciously a part of it.
There you go.
But that's going to be actually going to be a pretty good setup once I get it straightened out. I just have to make a world for it, And I am getting it set up to where freaking I can interact with AI and do like narrative routes like we did last week. I just ask you questions and it sends us out in different routes according to the answers we give.
Okay.
It's kind of like what I did with Two Blades. Like Two Blades has rules that I set in place according to a root file. And I keep that root file updated. So whenever I put a story in, if it doesn't fit those rules, then freaking the story gets rewritten according to the rules that I've set down for it.
Okay, so consistency. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as I keep those files updated, I can actually upload them into the freaking chat box and update the root files on the chat box. And then if I put them in the wrong file space, they can correct me for it. Help me put it in the right spots. Keep it organized, and then I can turn around and create stories off those root files. So, like even with the Suno prompts for the music, I can do that with the Suno prompts too. But chat box have short-term memory, so I have to make sure that I have a copy of an exact copy on my computer so that whenever I do another chat, I can just upload them and have it in the chat box.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool. Now I was thinking maybe using a freaking what do they call? Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. Sheet. What do they call those? They're documents. Something sheet where you can use math and everything, calculators. Spreadsheet.
Yeah. Sorry, I misheard you after you said sheep, as in really. Then so you eat with those potatoes.
Robert heard sheep, or Robert heard something yesterday and did the same thing.
Okay.
He heard. I think I was talking about teams, and he heard another word. So But yeah, I'm thinking about using spreadsheets to go with them, and then I can go on like Google Docs and set up a spreadsheet, do math on it,
Of course, it's available.
and
Good.
then whenever we generate new stories, I can add them to the spreadsheet, and it can pull them up whenever I need them.
Okay.
Uh, did you hear about the new? What they were explaining on the thing that AI, if it's AI built, they have a little icon on the video like on YouTube, so you know that it's AI built the video itself. Compare, and you have to be specific.
Computer generative. I still refuse to call that artificial intelligence, but yeah, computer
Well,
generative.
yeah, I just
Actually,
figure.
actually, that's a good topic. We can, if you want, we can talk about that if we make it to midnight tonight, because that's
Yeah.
actually a really good one. There's going to be a lot of changes with Google.
Your midnight, my midnight, which is only 6 minutes, 7 minutes away.
Like the search engine thing that we've been talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Again, we're not privy to all of the changes.
What we know is really good. I mean, if we get into it, I think you, of all people, will enjoy this one. I mean,
Well,
it's going to change the way everybody uses search engines on Google.
Maybe. I thought podcasts are available.
So I mean,
Um,
it's a good topic to bring up. To be honest, it really is. Like SEO, the way we were used to it is a thing of the past. It's not going to happen.
I disagree.
So, well, I mean, that's why I'm
I
saying
disagree.
you're gonna like it. You're really gonna
I,
like this
well,
topic.
again, you are
Making
jumped into
assumptions.
conclusions there.
You're trying to avoid that word conjecture for some reason. I don't know why. It's like
well, he has one good thing, Roger. I'll say this: he's a computer guy. He knows all about the computer and the program of a computer. To where,
I don't know everything
well,
about
no, but you know,
every
yeah, compared to
software ever
me
made.
and Roger, you know far more than what you know.
well, Robert, you've really just gotten used to Mark. Okay, I've been around him for like 3.5 years, and I know one thing about Mark. He is
Actually, longer.
3.5, 4, 5, maybe somewhere around in there. I can't even tell. But
It feels like a decade and a half.
yeah. But let me point something out to you about Mark. Mark might be technically freaking knowledgeable about a lot of things, but he is old school about shit. Like he can't let go of an old shoe. All right.
Oh, he knows on it.
Ask him.
Actually, not true. Not true. I threw away some shoes just 2 months ago.
Like ask him
I
to
knew
show
they were
you.
falling apart. So yeah.
Ask him to show you some of the old shit that he's got sitting around in shelves and stuff from way back in the 90s when it comes to computer stuff, man. Like he can't let it go. He loves it. I think
Well,
he
some of the old stuff has got it still got certain uses because, like, I did not know this until they brought it up. There's a certain part of a program of XP has that, as I said, it avoids from people messing with it. Certain parts of XP that no other Windows had, but it was built into it. I was surprised. Well, that I'm just going by what that when they were talking about different things about why these are getting replaced, but they brought that part up they did about XP.
Oh, it's a good example of keeping old stuff that could be useful. In one of these drawers just down here, I've got a entire collection of IDE devices, but mainly optical drives,
What is optical drive?
CD, DVD recorders, players.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm sure people don't use them, but all that often. But there may be a case when I may need to use I may need to get data off a DVD or CD or something.
Yeah. But well, but what I'm saying is, stuff about the computers and the parts of the computer. Like circuitry, how it works, and the programs, how each thing functions with the other parts of the computer. You know.
At least on a fundamental basis.
But you know far more about that than what I would or anyone else. What I'm referring to.
Anyone else, but
Yeah, but like, okay, for an example, we call that, it's a little device, the little thing that has oil in it, and the power goes through, but I don't know, it has, it's like a transformer, I guess that's where I can put it. It has oil in it, and I don't know what it's a process, if it's a process or whatever it does, but it has a little bit of oil in it, and when it gets dry, it makes the thing bubble up. It does because it's got no more oil inside of it, and it shuts the computer, mess with the computer. It does because on the thing they were saying that you look at troubleshoot it and all that, and they were giving signs about what to look for.
Okay. I'm not completely sure if I follow oil.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
built. It's a little like a little cup thing, and you put it into the computer. It's like a circuitry. Uh, it's a little, I don't know, but it's got oil in it because you take it and you crack that thing open and oil comes out. It's made out of aluminum. It is.
Oil.
Yeah, some kind of loop for electrical.
Are you talking about like a hard drive?
A what?
A hard drive, maybe? Because it has bearings in them. Maybe.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you suppose you could say bearings and
I was thinking maybe that, but I don't know what would have oil other than that.
Well, it's in little bitty round things that looks like
the motors. Yeah, you kind of
on a
a
motherboard.
little bit of oil in, and you can have a little bit of oil covered on the fan bearing, fan drive.
Now, what is that one? The little pieces that when they get that they expand. They do when they get real hot in a board. They're real small, but tip of about the size of your fingernail. The size of your fingernail is about the size of what's on there. That's how small it is, and it can I don't know however it works, but I know it's on there. But on the computer it says that when that thing gets bubble, when they start swelling, the top swells.
You talking about CPU processor thermal
Yeah,
paste, aren't you?
I think so. They're small, round, about the size of your fingernail.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe you're not talking about thermal paste. I'm not sure.
Because they were showing, and because I was wondering, because we had that problem with one of the computers a long time ago, and I was just curious what what would what would be the way of looking at trying to find out what's going on and to understand it. And they were going through all different things they were, and they
Okay.
said about that uh little device thing that if it bubbles up, blows out, that it means it has no oil in it and it won't work. The function won't work, and it can make your computer act up.
Okay, you could be talking about thermal paste. The paste that would be added on top of a processor to make a firm contact with a heatsink.
Okay, yeah.
So
That's
you
probably
have
what.
a thermal paste sandwiched in between the processor and the heatsink on top. Probably got an example of that. Yeah.
Because they were coming out with all this new stuff they are, and I was just curious because you're the next best person that I know of. You deal in a lot of other things. You know a lot of other things about the industry of computers.
Uh,
Okay, and that's why I asked you for because you know far more about that situation at different things of the computer industry.
Okay, so I
uh,
shared the link out. I did it on Discord. I
yeah.
did it on Elements, and now I'm going to go in. I'm going into Mines now, and I'm doing it there. I Bob Dub said she might come in. I'm not sure. She usually comes in right around the 5 hour.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest one to add it to the quantum element room,
I put
just
it.
in case someone like Otto or somebody.
Well, Quantum is a super secret MI6 level, top
Okay,
secret, super
okay.
secret
Yeah,
society stuff. So we can put it in the freaking infinite imaginarium, but
yeah.
we it would be.
Actually, weirdly enough, I've got access to quantum, but I've got access to infamous.
Did you finally get?
No, nobody's invited me.
Wow, that's pretty
No,
rough, man.
what
Well, they
what
let him in the super secret, top secret room, but they won't
But
let.
not the more generalized one.
Yeah, well, that's the
Oh,
one that everybody
you
is
go.
usually coming into. So I posted into the Strange Stories chat as well as the Minds Roundtable chat that we have on minds.com, and then I'll go to the groups and I'll post in there too. Let everybody know they're welcome if they want to come in. Hopefully, maybe we can get
Nobody,
people
not
from.
going to see the minds chat, the minds one because unless you add it to a group in good time beforehand, reasonable time beforehand, let's say a week before, at least a couple of days beforehand. Nobody's going
Well,
to
if
see
you
it.
do it on a regular basis, they.
Yeah, remember, we don't get notifications for group based contents anymore.
Now, if you here, let me let you on to some stuff because I learned this. Okay, if you go into the latest, don't go into for you or top or even the
Yeah,
group.
yeah, that means doom scrolling through tons and tons of other stuff. Yeah, that's not
I know
practical.
it sucks, but it's. I mean, they'll get an idea that we are here. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we are the ones who are actually posting the best
By the way,
quality content
want
on
has got
Minds.
one T. You
We
spelled want with two T's there.
oh whatever.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Which one is it?
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy.
Mine's round table weekend event, and everyone is welcome to join if they all want to. I see. Yeah, we can leave it. That's actually kind of cool. It has WANNTT, which lets people know, hey, if you're a member of Minds and you want to be on a freaking show that
You
is
don't even have to be able to spell correctly.
that's right. If you want to be on a show that's actually named after Minds, then you need to freaking come on this. This is Minds freaking based participation mostly. If we can get people from Minds to come in here, you know what I mean? It's just we've been how many years have we been doing this? 4?
2.5
2.5,
centuries
3.
though.
Yeah. Starting July is the 3rd year.
Okay.
Everybody wants to make this out to be like the 4th season, but to me, it's still the 3rd season. When it hits July, bam, we're on our 4th season.
Okay.
You know, I'll be cool and say, yeah, that's cool. We can do that. But in my head, freaking the 4th season starts in July. You know, so and it's like I said, if you want to be a part of it, come in here and be a part of it. You know, I mean, that's what it's about. It's I hope that someday we get more people on lines that have come in and be a part of it, but I don't know. So, do you guys want to do another Bill Altman segment?
Have we got any content on Mr. Ottman?
Now, he said something on May the 28th we could probably go over, but I think we already covered it. It's the internet is currently in a pull to centralize with the temptation of AI and the amazing features it offers. Decentralized networks have always and will always struggle to compete. Private AI is much harder as well. Don't give up. Freedom requires patience and effort. What's your thoughts?
Okay. I'm not sure exactly what it means.
Yeah, this is all old stuff.
Yeah, it is Ottoman again. But we've got to create a Bill Ottoman's own segment, Laugh with Bill Ottoman or something. I don't know. Mock Bill. That's a good name for a segment.
Now, Dr. Saya in his comment section says, last month I had an incredible opportunity to join a group of amazing creators from around the world for the UN Human Rights workshop in Geneva.
Geneva.
And then Oppert 07 says AI is nothing more than alternative insanity. And then
Okay. Just going insanity, but okay.
now Freedom Fighter Victor, who is Bullhorn Barry, aka Bullhorn Barry on Censorship Sucks, said, "Win or lose, we're in it to win it. I'm 100 in it to the end. Win or lose, what other choices do we have?" That made absolutely.
I mean, 100% in it to the end.
We're in
What?
it
He's
to
immortal.
he says, win or lose, we're in it to win it. In
it. Win what exactly?
He didn't.
What's the it?
He didn't quite bring that. I'm telling you, freaking, like, if you just listen to Bullhorn, dude, you find out, like, this dude is freaking weird. Okay? It is weird. Like, I got to see some of his posts where he tried to talk about Jesus and UFOs, okay? And it's like I've heard people say some weird shit before, dude. But I mean, like, he's talking Holy Ghost, freaking burning freaking faith and all that shit, and he's incorporating aliens and UFOs into it. You know what I mean? And I've heard people actually talk about, how aliens and UFOs are really demonic presences and shit.
We've spoken about that in the past.
Yeah, but like when you hear Bullhorn talk about this shit, it is freaking nuts, man. He just goes all freaking Holy Ghost and shit. It's amazing. I've never heard anybody do that like he has when it comes to talking about Jesus and freaking aliens and shit, UFOs.
I don't know. Well, have not heard from Mr. Oh, actually, I have heard from Mr. Robot recently.
Well, he doesn't do it like Bullhorn does. Like Robot's not like full faith blown. You know what I'm saying? Like with
Okay.
Bullhorn Barry, he's 100. He's 100% Jesus Christ. If you don't believe in Jesus, you're gonna burn in hell, kind of shit.
Okay.
So that's two different kind of backgrounds.
So the sort of extreme Orthodox Catholic sort of medieval Catholic sort of thing.
More like a extreme far right religious background. Like whenever I was talking with Jaffe, I mentioned like white supremacists who freaking were part of the white pride and the Fourth Reich here in the United States. And I told them how they were freaking really deep into like the whole religious thing. And Sonia mentioned, oh, I've lived here in Phoenix around them a lot, and I've never once seen them. I'm like, dude, I grew up in Mesa, Arizona. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
You
I
know?
would think more in the Bible Belt sort of areas, but Arizona is mainly there, isn't it?
Well, you have the Nazi movements that are here in the United States, and then the far right, and then you have
The National Socialist movements.
National Socialism.
They are not the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany.
Right. Well, it's kind of different now. It's not the same shit.
Yeah, whatever you want to redefine words, whatever
Well, it
you.
has. Well, I mean, the thing of it is, it has. Like they've
go down your newspeak.
it's not newspeak. It's just they have. I mean, they've like now you have people who are into that are freaking putting like religious freaking religion into it. Okay, and they'll have a guy get up on a freaking podium and talk about Jesus Christ and start telling you about freaking how. And this is the bad part. Like they're actually trying to take over the militia movements that are going on in the United States, which is horrible. You know what I mean? And you'll get a lot of that shit when it comes to what I was talking about with like QAnon. Okay, now QAnon freaking they honestly believe that they're a part of the militia somehow, and the militia would never agree with handing our freaking government over to the fucking military. You know what I mean? That's just
isn't that the missing point? Yeah, isn't that missing point of the concept of U.S. militias?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that way, left field?
But you ask anybody that's a member of QAnon, and they will swear up and down that QAnon is a part of the militia, and it's not. Like,
Okay.
Any respectable militia member would freaking never claim to be a part of fucking QAnon. You know?
Okay.
And that's the kind of shit that's going on, and then you get this whole freaking this whole anti-Jewish thing on top of it, and then you start hearing about freaking a lot of the race baiting that's happening on both sides. This is like all just amalgamated garbage. You know, it's crazy.
And when they start putting God into all that stuff about why they do this and they do that, attack other places, that's just sad. They should just leave that out. Just say we don't agree upon it, and that's the reason why we attack you for. When you start using religion, that's just overdoing it.
Now, Ozzy Hart says AI is expensive. Someone will have you pay for it eventually. I see it differently. When I remember, like back in the 2015s, early 2020s, where you actually had to pay high prices for what they call AI now.
Okay. That comment is very vague. Who is this someone? And
Ozzy Hart, A-S-I Hart.
And on people already pay for it. I mean, you can't deploy machines and get experts will get technical support and expert engineers in without paying for it.
No, but seriously, like, do you remember like the old documentaries you'd see on the internet that it was clearly AI and everybody knew it was, or LLMs or whatever you want to call them. But you could clearly tell because of the way freaking, like, if you were having a conversation, they would have a program that would set it up to where videos or images appeared as that went along with what you were saying, and they usually weren't right. You know.
Like I've never really seen that, so tried to stay away from the content.
But they have stuff like that that's out. And then, like, if you take a look at, like, Robert always talks about it too, but like Ancient Aliens. If you ever sit and you watch Ancient Aliens, you cannot tell me that 3/4 of the shit they put on their show is not freaking AI. They were paying for AI to put it on their actual shows. And now you get free access to it. There is free access to it. It's in reality it's cheaper now than what it was before because at least you have free access to it. It might be
Full up to a point.
Yeah.
Up to a point. I mean, you
Might be
can
limited.
get commercial usage. Didn't I read somewhere that Chat GPT is now becoming a fully paid service?
Well, if it is, it
Well,
hasn't
it does
happened
somewhere.
yet. I've
Okay, or at least maybe plans to.
I've heard the same thing about Discord, and to be honest, I mean that was supposed to have happened like 2-3 months ago, and nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. So I mean these are a lot of myths they've been putting out. They do that with Facebook all the time.
Okay.
And
Obviously, like I said before, there were alternative solutions. It's
okay, so now only block on Bill's thing also says that you have no choice but to use consolidated services because you can't run anything without RAM. AI is a distraction, so you don't see the market manipulation to keep RAM unaffordable and out of private citizens' hands.
Again, I've already spoken about this. I think was it the show, one of shows 2-3 weeks ago by the cost of RAM, and I pointed out that how consumers don't know how to purchase anything.
Now, Tia Titan Hamster Fucker, she said that it's been that way for over a decade, and she said she bought a laptop for 4,000 Seek at $400 with 8 gigabytes RAM and 500 gigabytes HDD in 2014. Now the same money gives you 4 gigabytes RAM and 50 gigabytes SDD.
Again, depend on where you buy from.
She said we should really have like 500 terabyte RAM and exabyte storage with that.
Yeah,
nowadays.
but why would anybody as a normal consumer, what would you use that for?
I would do it for graphics. That would be it. Like the stuff that I like to do on Blender. Like if I had stronger RAM, I could do more. But like on just regular computer stuff, I wouldn't have any use for it. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to my old analogy about me working in retail support and seeing kids coming up wanting the most shiniest, newest, fastest machine, and then when you question them about it, all they're going to do is play a few odd games and browse the internet or do a bit of word processing or something.
Mm-hmm.
They want the nicest, greatest, amazing, most powerful machine. They want to create to do a bit of word processing on. Why?
I think building a processor would be cool. I still say that would be cool. Just build an
Mhm.
actual processor and make it loud like it used to be. Because I've said that when we first started doing this, I would literally put it out in the shed, turn it
It's not
on.
the processor that's loud, it's the fans.
Yeah, but it would still be loud. I mean, it would be so loud it would piss the neighborhood off, dude. I just have it running all the time.
Have you ever been in any server rooms?
Well, hey Roger, I think you can irritate that groundhog under the shit.
Yeah. 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 Have you ever been in a server room?
Well, the newer ones I
In
know
a
are
large,
quiet.
in a large. Well, I've been in several. I think I was.
I know they're quieter, the newer ones, but like the older ones weren't.
Yeah, here they're having some people are having some big problems with them big server facilities. They're going to court. They are about things here in the U.S.
Even in small server rooms where you're just using just off the shelf PCs and just Ethernet switches, large Ethernet switches, they can be noisy, obviously, because they're not built specifically for that purpose.
Well, you know that what you were asking about them hard drives, them real big ones. Well, like
Mhm.
about the graphics and where like if when you have videos and all that, if you're holding on to a lot of videos, since I forget what this, it depends on what size of the video it takes up space and all that. What I've
Mhm.
heard. Okay, and if you got so many videos and you're tending to add more to it, you would need something about that size as a hard drive to handle that or graphics.
Multiple storage, multiple devices. I mean, you can get, well, yeah, using things like RAID to um, duplicate and store. Um, but yeah, I mean, but for the average conventional end user,
Yeah, well, like
this is
have
Okay,
you?
big.
so hold on. I've got
Not all end users need the entire data center to store the files.
Well, yeah.
from Rick Andriamology on there. He says AI is God and can cure cancer. That's the sales pitch. The reality, AI is an overglorified search engine that trips over real world problems and gets stuck in loops. Technology didn't get magically better, it just got a lot more expensive in cash and computation. AI is framed as an all knowing expert that reasons across fields, fixes systems, replaces workers, and revolutionizes medicine. The story sells, investors, press, users flock to it. The truth, LLMs are pattern prediction engines trained on massive data sets coded by humans. Even when models write code, humans later find hundreds of errors. Recently, one contractor spent $10,000 in 2 hours uncovering hundreds of bugs in LLM generated
I
code.
would like to know that specific story, but carry on.
Sometimes they succeed. Synthesis, summarize, mimic reasoning. But that's imitation, not true intelligence. They hallucinate, lose coherence in on edge cases, loop, overfit to conversational habits, stumble on real world ambiguity, and fail when answers need grounded verification or physical understanding. Now, some of this is good, but he lost it when he started talking about ambiguity and hallucinations.
Yeah, I
Hallucinations is
disagree with the hallucinations. There's more just errors.
yeah. I mean,
To me, it's
hallucinations
very
is a
human
new
noise.
nickname they've put out there.
Yeah, it's a very human,
It's a,
you know,
it's
human
really,
noise
really.
indeed.
Well,
If he's not like using cliches of what other people have said, then freaking he would have been.
What's the computer? Um, you've got anamorphic to describe animals as acting like with humanized traits. Computer morphic,
Synthesis is,
software morphic.
I believe, is
Yeah.
the term they're
Software.
using is like synthesis or.
Okay.
okay, but that's the language what I'm talking about with the computers. Okay, where when they're coming up with words like that, do they add them words into the the code, where
Well,
for
no. See,
languages?
the thing
No,
of it is it's not actual computer terminology. Like you don't freaking use the word
it's
hallucinate.
marketing terminologies to shorthand so the most ignorant, stupid, lazy use customer person on the street knows has some idea of what it's
Well,
meant,
okay.
sort of
Well,
vaguely.
Low life cockroaches that freaking float around in the alleyways like wretched beasts. And
well,
the only
like them.
thing they have that they can do is
That's
still.
not very nice. Stop calling Bill names.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was doing that. Was that towards Bill? I apologize, Bill Ottoman.
But what I was referring to is
No
how
offense, Bill.
we call it where people use this. They put the thing into it to where it shows the meaning of that word, and like if you want, like like how you want a computer to understand keywords and all that phrases, and what is the phrases to a computer, like it for certain things that without putting it to, or if people do put phrases in a computer that for keep up on the languages of like what the words like you said, they keep up on the newer language where however it works, where the computer
Usage.
understands it better.
Okay. So I thought you were talking about human language rather than, yeah. I thought you were talking about how humans interpret language. Actually, reading the last couple of bits of this of his stuff, the gap between glamorous marketing and actual concept creates widespread reliability problems with zero accountability. The solution, a tiny quote, AI can make mistakes, unquote, disclaimer at the bottom. Calling these systems quote just a search engine quote isn't an insult. It's accurate. I agree with as I argued a lot in the past. The cost statement, no one can dispute. It is on a level without drooling on themselves. Stop drooling on yourself, Bill. Yeah, Bill. Again, no offense, Bill, but yeah, use some critical thinking. You've got the ability to think critically. Just try and use that ability occasionally. A message to Bill personally.
So how do you, with the computer stuff today, how do you see it coming about the different layouts of computers?
What do you mean?
The function, what it's more able to do with the computers, for the graduate, how it looks of materials for build up computers. They're changing, they're evolving the materials for a computer. like they got stuff like well crystals, different types of crystals.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. You ask again. You're asking a very, very broad question.
oh yeah, I know that, but I mean, with all that stuff that they're coming out with, in with that stuff there, do you see that probably in the future that stuff like that being used more being used?
Who knows what will happen? Who knows what the markets will allow to happen? Who knows what consumers are going to decide to buy?
Yeah, like okay, and like the program. In what way would you say that? In what way will can a the program will change? There are so many wide varieties of use for the computer. With each, the computer will have to get used be built to where it can handle more of newer stuff.
Computer itself is just a calculation machine. What you do with that is your own use case. I mean, I cannot predict every single future use case that's ever going to happen.
Hmm.
I haven't got
Well,
a crystal ball.
well, I was
Yeah.
just referring to because, like, for what you noticed of your own of the computers of today, what how what do you see how the computer will run? However, at what time would you say?
Well, I mean, Robert, when it comes to like well, what you're seeing right now, and this is just my opinion on this, but like when it comes to Google and all the changes going on with them, you're just seeing something that really should have happened a long time ago. What you need to pay attention to is the fact that Google is trying to become more autonomous, to where it's more, it'll be more like Microsoft is. So you have Microsoft, you have Macintosh, and soon you have Linux, and soon you'll have Google, because Google's coming out with its own technology. It's also coming out with
Well,
its own
technically
programs.
not. Things like Chrome and Android are Linux kernel-based
Well,
operating systems.
well, so
Oh,
is
Chromium,
Macintosh
Chrome
too. I mean,
OS.
Macintosh, Microsoft, all of it has
OS,
freaking.
iOS and Mac OS or OS X, whatever, are technically BSD-based, BSD kernel-based operating systems.
Yeah.
So, a subset of, well, an alternative to Linux kernel-based operating systems, but with closed source proprietary drivers and proprietary frameworks within them.
But like they're coming out now with their own freaking Google products, computer systems, monitors, all
Oh,
this
they have
stuff.
them for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
Chromebook,
it's just
Chrome OS.
it's just the basically the next step. I mean, that's the way I see it. I see it where it's
And
going.
again, who's to say that consumers are going to continue using Google's services and products?
Right.
I mean, um, do you remember MySpace?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I beg
sort
for
of.
that.
Do you remember Alta Vista? Do you remember?
I beg for all that. I beg for Facebook to happen to freaking to MySpace to happen to Facebook, dude. Facebook and YouTube both. I just want to see them just crumble.
Well, again, if consumers are not going to use these things, then that's unfair market. I mean, nobody's forcing people to use these specific products.
yeah, that's true.
It's only the consumer that is deciding to use the product. And without a user base, then what's the point of these products existing? Who's going to make money off these products?
my thing of it is what I was trying to say is like Microsoft for whatever services you have, don't you got to be part of within Microsoft? Where it shows up, in the search engines and all that, or however, the individual like Microsoft, Google, and when
No, no, you can pick and choose what services. I mean, as an example, on Wednesday, on the Wednesday streams that I do, the shows that I do, we use Microsoft Teams. Doesn't mean that I've got to have a fully running Microsoft Windows machine with using Edge, Microsoft Edge, and yeah, I can choose what I want to use as long as it is operable with the technology. With that technology.
oh, okay. Because I was just wondering about that. Because way I was understanding that for your stuff, for whatever you're doing, it's like selling or like if you create a TV show or something, you gotta be part of the thing where it goes through there. It does where it actually handles it better. Where it's
Okay.
up. That's what I was referring to.
Okay. Contractual obligations, specific technical needs, requirements. Again, that's a very broad sort of question.
Because why I was asking that for is like they can, where when people types up your and if it doesn't recognize your site or whatever it's typing up of yours, you don't actually have to show it. What I'm asking, you don't actually have to show it up, does it? Like,
Okay. I am all in favor of accessibility. It's something when I was doing a lot of web development, I was always talking about accessibility, and we have an issue at this present moment where Chromium-based browsers, so Blink engine-based browsers, are extremely dominant, and certain sites are being built specifically for the Chromium-based browser family. So Opera, Edge, Chrome, and all this, and are less operable for non-Chromium-based browsers, so Safari, Firefox, so forth. Back in the back in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, especially when I was doing a lot of commercial web development, there was this argument about a lot of sites just being built to make them fully operable with Microsoft technologies. So at the time, Microsoft Internet Explorer, and ignoring other browsers, so Firefox, Netscape, and so forth. In fact, there were even legal disputes both in the US and in Europe at the time, EU at the time, which was arguing against sort of anti-market competitiveness, on the grounds of anti-market competitiveness, making monopolies.
okay. Because when they're, so I always thought that if you wasn't part of their, however it works, they're like Microsoft, Google and all that, you know, that whatever you're trying to do, it doesn't show up through their site, you know. I didn't know if they still did. I didn't know if they do that or however, whatever the process was.
In Europe, that would a lot of that would be considered as anti-competitive sort of monopoly sort of culture, and could be well is frowned upon in most parts, and could potentially be illegal. As I say potentially, so again, you're talking very broad.
Okay. Well, cause I was just curious, cause with all the new stuff that they're coming out with, tech, with new stuff for computers and all that, I wonder how in different ways with all this, how is it going to play out? How is it going to go? Where for like people that don't know too much about computers, how far is the computer industry is going to be going where it makes it more difficult to understand it? You
Well,
know,
most the average user just buys a machine from, let's say, the high street chain store, may install a few pieces of software, and then when it goes wrong, either get it fixed by that chain store or an independent, or replace it.
no, what I mean.
The average user doesn't need to know. Well, technically, doesn't need to know how the equipment works. I mean, same with I don't know vehicles. You don't need to know how your car works. You can just send it to your garage. You can send if something goes wrong. You can send it to the experts, and they'll fix it, or you replace it.
Yeah. Well, no, what I was referring to is where you understand the how it operates. You know, where it asks you for.
Yeah, no, most people don't need. Most people, the average end user doesn't is not really interested in the intrinsic methods of how it works. They just want to click on an icon, something appears, and then they can continue their operation there
Oh,
from there.
okay. Because I just figured like the thing about like how they do that fingerprint thing. Okay, to know that's part of the fun to where at least you expect it to where it's on there. You know, the computer or your phone. However, stuff like that to where you know there's security, what type of security. To where for one,
Most people are not interested in that sort of thing.
oh
Again,
yeah,
they see a device, they want to use, let's say they see a phone, they want to use it to call people and browse the internet and get notifications and look at the calendar. And that's all they're interested in. They are not interested in knowing the specific sort of chipsets inside. They're not interested in knowing the PCB's layout, what type of batteries in the device. They just want to phone the nearest and dearest on it and go on Facebook and buy, I don't know, whatever rubbish from Amazon or eBay, whatever they want. They're not interested in
well, yeah. Wow.
Mark, how do people know about what's safe and what's not safe?
Research.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
How can you research it?
Educate, as Tony Blair once said, education, education, and education. Yeah.
But like, you don't need that for a car,
No.
Well,
right?
you still need to know how to drive
Okay,
safely.
you do.
After
But
all,
it doesn't change. Once you go for your license and you know the rules of the road and whatever, you can rely on those rules. They don't
Yeah.
usually change. But with computers,
Okay.
everything changes. So you do your research and you suss it all out and you reckon, okay, this is the thing. And then 2 months later, everything's different. There's new computers, there's new systems.
Yeah, you might get some machines that have a new case and may have more memory and a bigger CPU, or whatever. But fundamentally, your usage of that machine hasn't really changed.
Well, see, I step away and I come back and there's cool conversation like this going on.
So that means you have to go. Bye, Roger. Bye.
I mean, it's an example. Do you drive?
Yes, I drive.
Presumably, you've changed cars within the last, I don't know, 20 years. Your current car probably has technology that the car that you drove 20 years ago didn't have. But
Okay,
your
I can
fundamental
actually-
way of you driving hasn't changed.
I can actually add in on this because this is a good point. You are right, Mark. And I used to be like you are when it comes to collecting all the old stuff you had for your computers. But then I actually had a chance here recently after my dad's computer shut down to use another older computer that we had Linux on that was maybe 6 years old, and it was horrible, dude. We still have it hooked up and everything, but it was horrible. And it's like when you take a look at cars too, okay? Everybody always talk way back when we didn't have this, we didn't have that. You're trying to tell me that cars before they had power steering was better than the cars that we have now? Seriously, do you remember freaking driving cars without
What
power
I'm saying
steering?
is that the fundamental principle of using a car.
But do
hasn't
you
changed.
remember driving a car without power steering?
I don't drive, so I've never.
Like when you turned a freaking corner, you turned a corner. You know what I'm saying? Like you're using both hands to turn that freaking wheel. You're not just playing around when it came to those cars. And that's
Yeah.
kind of like the same. That's a really good analogy. I'm glad you used that because it is true. Like computers today are way easier to use than what they were back then.
That's down to the choice of software, the choice of operating
Not
system.
really, dude. I thought that way
hardware.
too.
Again, that's down to maintenance, the consumer's
really.
choice, what they want to use case. I
I'll
talk
tell
about
you-
use case
I'll tell
scenarios
you
all
what.
the time, don't I?
I've got freaking 16 gigabytes of RAM, dude, and I would never give it up for freaking 6 gigabytes.
Again, your use case
Or
may
3.
demand
What
that you
was it in
use
the
16,
beginning? It
but
was only
somebody else
3.
is using.
I think it was.
But if you only use your computer to browse the web and do a bit of word processing, you're not going to make
Why would I
good
only
use
want
of
to
that
do
16
that?
gig.
Why would I only want to do that? Though?
Again, yeah, individual use case.
Now, see, with me, if I get a computer and I pay all that money, I want to look at freaking Jupiter. I want to look at freaking Mars, dude. I want to see outer space. I want to see what the freaking satellites show us.
Fly to the moon. But
Yeah,
the other day,
Okay, carry on.
the other day, Callum told me that if I get a PDF in an email, I mustn't open it because it's a new phishing thing and I've got to be very careful.
It's not
And-
news, but yeah, can.
I could have been clicking wildly if I didn't have a computer person who knew these things coming and saying to me, don't do this particular thing. How do I
Well,
keep
if
up with
you're
all
opening up
that?
emails with attachments, then make sure that you know who they're being sent from.
Well,
That's another thing. They send you the email and they change one letter inside the name.
mhm.
And you look at it and you think, oh, that's the name I recognize. And there's one stupid letter or a
Just a
number or
click.
something.
Just a
And you
click.
didn't
Be
notice it.
vigilant. Stay vigilant.
Just a click,
But you
even.
see, those computer guys, computer developers and experts like you, Mark, are very, very good with attention to detail. That's why you're so good at your jobs. There's other people like me who couldn't see a detail if it came and hit them in the face with a.
Oh,
So it's a real challenge, I think, for the normal general person who doesn't really want to know about this stuff because it's
Or
complex.
if you're unsure about anything, just don't do it.
Until
Yeah,
you meet Minds Gaming, who says, click all the buttons. And then you click the buttons, and then he says, not that one.
Okay, yeah. But a bit of
It's
a different
tricky.
scenario. That's a bit more. Yeah.
yeah, I know what you mean because I have to. My brother does a lot of stuff for me because, for one, I do not know how to read. And I ask a lot of questions, okay, but when it comes to computer stuff, I'm an idiot about that. Okay, I've done that before, and the simplest things I thought was simple turns out to be where it shuts your computer down or destroys it. I don't. You can verify that with my brother about that because he had to go up back behind and clean up my mess
well,
and all that.
see, the thing about it is, it's about 10 years ago, and this is necessity, is what it's about. Okay, when you're dealing with people like that, one person who actually has the intelligence has to step up and take charge, because if you don't, they're gonna click on so much shit. They're going to cause problems with their computers and nobody's going to be able to fix it. And then that's going to mean you're going to have to take your computer to a computer repair person, which is
Yes.
expensive.
Yes.
And
Can be.
if you want to keep paying out a computer freaking person to freaking just wipe your computer and start it all over again and then give it back to you, if you want to pay them shitloads of money for just doing that, then go ahead. But it's
But
as a
it's,
matter of
it's
survival,
one of
though,
these
learn how to do
lessons.
it.
Yeah, it's one of these lessons, and if you keep on doing that, you should be able to identify your own mistakes.
We'll start learning how to fix your computer is what it is. You know what I mean? You got, it's a matter of self-preservation. Like, stop going to the store and buying your computers. Build them yourself.
Oh, no,
Dude,
you can't really build laptops. No,
I've
no,
whatever, dude. Whatever. You
no,
guys are
just,
something else. I can sit in this room right now and build any freaking computer you want to, and I'm almost to the point where I can do flat screen
okay,
televisions.
build me a K2.
If I can do it, you just give me the freaking chassis to do it, and I'll freaking build it for you.
you see, Do Better explained that all to me. He said that there's only one plug that things go in. So if you try to put your disk drive into the thing for your motherboard, it doesn't go. Don't force it. You buy the thing, you put it in the plug that it's meant to go in. Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, it's better than that. It's so much better than that.
And it's like anything. If you looking at a engine of a car, you need to know what you're looking at in the first place.
Well,
And if you're looking at a motherboard on a computer, you need to know what you're looking at in the first place.
I will tell you the most important thing with a motherboard, and this is very important. It's when you freaking face the motherboard according to the back facing panel. Okay? Make sure you do that right, because if you do not do that right, it will create a freaking electrical charge that will come out of the backside of your computer, and every time you plug something
Can do,
in,
not necessarily will. Depends on
well, I mean,
the
if you
build.
don't face it properly, there's a good chance it will do it. And every time you plug something in there, you're taking a chance of frying your computer. But always make sure that motherboard is faced into that, and it's level on the bottom of the computer. And have
I
something.
will remember that.
A lot of people
Well,
don't tell
all
you.
have screw points and pins
I was
to
I was
make sure
getting
that
ready to
left
go
right.
there. I was getting ready to go there. There's something that's very important too underneath, and nobody ever mentioned. I met one person on the internet that brings this up, but make sure that you have something underneath that makes the motherboard not touching the freaking metal of the freaking chassis.
Yeah, done all of small mounting points and
Right, exactly. Some of the new chassis though don't come with it, so just be aware of that. So
example, I've got a load of
that's
they're
all the
all
knowledge.
nylon
That's
in
all the
here, but I've
knowledge
got
I
a load
have.
of mounting points in there.
That's all the knowledge I have. So you guys just disregard everything that was just said and continue onward. What's that old English saying that you guys
A
said?
better example. You aren't going to make a loaf of bread without knowing what ingredients and in what order you're going to set those ingredients in.
That's not an English saying, dude.
Right?
I said
You said
there's an English saying that what is it? Onward, something onward. Carry on. Carry on.
Goods.
Carry
Okay.
on.
keep calm and carry on.
Keep calm and carry on. That's it. See, and it doesn't even sound good when an American says it.
We were talking about making a loaf of bread.
Right. Well, he's obsessed with bread, dude.
Okay.
Mark is obsessed with bread.
Well,
But it's a very good analogy.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good analogy because bread is a complicated thing to make. It's not like scrambled eggs. Eggs, mix them up, cook them. Bread, you've got to put this in at that time, and then you've got to leave it this long, and then you've got to wait for it, and then you've got to knead it, and it's like a long process.
No,
So I think that's the same with making a computer. It's not like making a jigsaw puzzle, you know?
now I want bread because you said
I don't
that.
know. I would argue it's similar to making a jigsaw puzzle because everything fits in.
Yeah, I was thinking
right
it too, but
way.
I don't know. It's just kind of like once you. But did you?
Remember, I when I was doing commercial retail tech support, I was building something like 7 machines from bits per day. I did a contract that I had to do that for something like 7 months. Yeah, it's 7 months before I decided to leave the job.
Well, I mean,
So, yeah.
we had
I'll be back.
we had a terrible accident on set. Sorry, guys. Bob Dub has left the building for a moment. Bob Dub had a computer problem, Tan, so you're gonna have to wait before she can come back in. She spilled coffee on herself.
Who?
Bob Dub.
Oh, I see. I'm having computer problems.
Well, you
My
know
headset on.
tonight, man.
God,
Whoa,
you were very
dude,
grainy tonight.
did
You
you
were seriously grainy.
did you shave?
Did I shave?
Yeah,
That was a long time ago.
dude, you look like you're freaking 20 years younger right
Yeah.
there.
He had a pretty wild time.
I mean, seriously, like you came on, I was like, oh my god, what, did you get like a face job? Go to a beautician?
Wait.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
wow!
But,
Did not even notice.
Completely.
It looked like he had a wild time.
Wow! I was like, dude, you look like 20 years younger.
He's strutting
so now
his
you
stuff.
recognize me?
Yeah. Look like you're strutting your stuff out there.
We've actually been having a pretty good conversation about computers. Was you able to hear any of it?
No, I just got home actually. Been driving most of the time.
It was a pretty good conversation. It's about people like starting to learn how to build your own computer and take care of your own stuff in house. I was telling them it's more.
That was like 40 years ago. They've been building computers.
40 years ago.
Yeah, but
Whatever.
today's stuff as well. What we're talking about.
Again, most the markets change, hasn't it? You're
Dude.
seeing more SOC stuff. So you're seeing more portable
Oh, that's
devices
nonsense.
like laptops and
Don't
mobile
listen to that
phones.
shit. Like you're falling for the whole commercialization shit. Like you're trying to tell me that freaking a laptop or a telephone is better than freaking building your own computer from scratch.
No, I'm just saying that using the general market, moving away from full blown desktop cases.
You've been
All
in the
portable
industry.
devices.
You've been in the industry for years. Okay, let me just ask you this, if you believe this is true. But when
It's
computers
about
get
that.
when computers get put out on the freaking shelf, are they already outdated before they even get to the freaking consumer's hands?
I do not believe. I do not believe the entire outdated obsolescence argument. I mean, one person's trash is another person's treasure.
Well, yeah, but they do say when you get to these new
It's
computers,
marketing rubbish.
well,
Buy
in,
this latest shiny Apple iPhone because last year's model is no longer irrelevant, even though it's got the same internal
Well,
things
why do
on it.
that
they
that
say?
Chinese Apple icon?
no, no,
What?
hold on. That whole premise that you're talking about is also what encourages people to build their own systems rather than go to a store and buy it. Because
Again, you're talking about some very small percentage of people.
Small
More,
percentage.
you know,
Even I don't build my own computer now. It's too much hassle.
whatever. You're coding, dude.
But
You
the
code, okay? Coding is probably the most hassle you can get, and you like it, so you're sick.
Yeah, save that time for coding, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't
More
how much?
enjoyable than
How long
I
does it
mean,
take to fill a warehouse?
as an example, generally these days I will use laptops. The machine I'm
Laptops
using at the
very
moment is
limited.
IBM. Oh, sorry, a HP ZBook. I've got a couple actual desktop machines around there, but I'm not using them for anything at the moment. In fact, I need to replace a couple of power supplies on them, on two of them.
you,
But yeah,
Mark.
I'm not.
You don't use your computer for uh, compute intensive operations, I guess.
He never
Laptop
has.
is not
Depends.
He's a portable man now.
laptop's not comparable to a desktop power.
He's hip like the cool kids are now. See, because
Well, again, I'm using the HP ZBook. Using it was marketed as a workstation,
well,
as a professional
why
workstation.
don't we get
But
you when we get you back up and running, get
1980.
those real computers plugged back in, and so that we don't have to contend with that laptop
I
garbage.
mean, I've been meaning to because I want to, as I've been saying for ages now, using third-party virtual private server
Right.
hosting, and I would like
Exactly.
to
Mhm.
reduce costs, or mainly for cost
Now
expense
now we
reasons.
cut into the bread and butter, okay? The real story. You
Real meat of the problem. Yeah. Had
Mhm.
anybody ever measured your electricity usage if you were to power your computer 24/7 for a month compared to using the bill for using a VPS, virtual private server?
185 US
Yeah.
dollars
Hang
for
on, hang on.
$185 a month just for
No,
electricity?
for three
let
computers.
me just bring up
That's
a.
definitely more than a VPS.
Hang on. Let me just bring up one of my recent VPS invoices.
That's electric
Receipts.
bill though. That's just electric bill.
No, you're talking about your bill for your whole household. I'm just talking about the computer
Yeah,
usage.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, computer usage is That and maybe having some TVs on, but other than that, we don't use electricity like most people do. Like we don't leave all the house lights on in the house. When you leave a room,
Right?
you turn it off. And
Yeah, but you're forgetting something, Roger.
Not accounting for the domain names, which I pay on an annual basis. The actual VPS rental that I
Five
pay
pounds a
for
month,
is
isn't it?
it equates to 42, just over 42 US dollars per quarter.
Wow.
that's pretty good. But see, he
It's cheap.
cheats. He cheats though.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
know like the shop. I know
He's a
how to make good use of resources. So I will buy.
Now, how much is your electric bill?
I'm not sure. I would have to look up through bills on the one.
So you'd have to apply that to your electric bill.
For
Yeah,
sure.
but
It's less.
no, yeah.
So
Whatever your electric bill, take that deduct it from your electric bill to see what would be the
no,
left.
you don't deduct it. You add it on
It,
top.
it will it will probably be a lot less anyway than
Yeah.
42.
Yeah, but don't it have something to do with what's in your what you call the thing that when you plug it up to the wall, the thing for the energy to keep the computer going depends on that too.
You talking about surge protector?
No, the surge protector, but that big box that
They don't
hooks
have
up to the computer inside with a fan.
You're
power
talking
supply
about the
unit.
power supply.
Yeah, power supply. It
Yeah.
depends on the power supply too, how it's built too, of your energy, how your
And what of the computer are you using? I mean, if I'm on using a full server basis, why do I need graphics cards?
no, I'm not talking about graphics card.
For example.
I'm talking
Well,
about the
he is. He's the one that mentioned that. Now, if he's using
okay.
like it depends on what you're using it for.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think, Roger, you can replace your hardware physical machine with a VPS like in Mark's scenario because you're doing high performance video rendering. So I don't.
Yeah,
feel
I would
it'll
never
work
do
for you.
that anyhow. That's
Well,
nonsense.
I'm only using my VPS for various web services, email.
I would
etc.
never, I would never resort
right.
to downgrading.
It's so it's not a similar comparison is what I'm saying.
No,
Well, I
no.
mean, it
yeah,
is.
again,
It
it's all
is.
done. It's, as I keep on saying, it's all down to specific use case. So
Not really. No, it's just
it is. Obviously, it
it's
is.
bad form. You as an Englishman should know better than do shabby things. Like that.
If my use case doesn't require that much
whatever,
power resources to
you're
be
on a
used,
laptop,
then
dude.
But,
You're
all
on a
right,
laptop.
back to building your own PC, guys. I mean, if you're just an enthusiast and you're just building it for the joy,
Mhm.
then go for it. But if you're building it to save money, I did the calculation already. It doesn't save you much.
It can depending on parts, depend on your
Yeah.
use case. It can do.
How long
Again,
it
depend
lasts.
on where you're buying the parts from.
Right. And it's like with
Um,
I bring it up a lot of times how people are wanting to be hip with the whole new branding shit. Like you'll see all these kids going out and getting AMD, okay, when in reality they should be going out and buying Pentium because Pentium lasts longer.
Intel, we mean.
Pentium.
Intel
Yeah.
Pentium.
You're like
But
20 years
Okay.
behind.
But you see all these kids going out and they'll get these freaking keyboards that have multicolors to them and little flickering freaking things, and they'll get AMD and Ryzen
And Ryzen, yes.
Again, this is down to individual choice and again use
but
case
the
knowledge.
power supply, going back to Robert's power supply thing, Ryzen has an excellent freaking power supply.
Mm-hmm.
They really do. I do have to give them credit on that. It's little plugins like you can plug certain areas of the lap or the computer
in it.
separately. You know what I'm saying? On the backside.
Mm-hmm. Componentized, right?
Yeah, back in the. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, but what I was trying to
In some cases, a user might just want to use a mobile phone and connect it up to a docking station,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that might
yeah.
be sufficient for what their requirements are.
I would actually do that, and you know what
Yeah.
that would actually come in good for?
Yeah.
That shit that freaking Mark does with the internet radio.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That would actually
You can
be,
broadcast from anywhere, right?
yeah, that would be
Yeah.
cool.
But you don't even have a phone, Roger.
Well, you don't need a phone. To be honest, I can do internet radio straight off the internet with a computer. It's not that hard, really.
Right? Right?
It's not. I mean,
they got a thing here that you can set up the big CB radios where you take the old
Yeah,
techno
yeah,
and
yeah.
block it, and you can hook up your computer through it, broadcast through there, through the walkie-talkie CB, and you can have them antenna set up all over in an area where you're
I've
at.
already showed these guys. They think I'm crazy for freaking even
I
suggesting.
mean,
We did.
You do that.
you depend on your needs, your requirements. You could use a single board computer such as
No,
this
you know what he's
for your
talking.
entire requirements.
You know what he's talking about, don't you, Mark? Remember the whole presentation I got or did to you guys about setting up satellites and doing freaking
Okay, yeah,
localized internet?
yeah, and an intranet,
Yeah.
extranet sort of
You
thing.
know, yeah.
You can use CBs for communication satellite for communications,
Well, I don't know
computer to
about
computer.
I don't know about CBs. That would
You,
Well, they got
you're gonna
that.
need to build. You need
Well,
to build something like that. So you need to build some sort of transmitter and receiver.
well, that's what the
Uh,
CB's for.
but it doesn't work for computers. You need to adapt
They
it
got
for something.
Well,
well,
I'm thinking more
you can have
switches. You would have to go switches. It wouldn't be like like a transmitter or nothing. You'd have to be able to like have a switch that turns this on and a switch that turns this on, and you know what I
you know
mean?
that
Like it would be more. I think it would be more of a switch system than it would be anything else.
they got that thing for your modem. How you got that phone jack on the back of the modem.
RJ11, yeah.
Yeah, and they got the same thing on the walkie-talkie on the CB. If you take
Whoa,
one,
you mean you've seen something out there already?
yeah, that's what they got on the CBs. That they got that where you can hook. I came up with this idea that if you take
Why would
that,
they use Why would they use a CB radio signal instead of just regular Wi-Fi signal?
Or Ethernet, or
well, cause it's
No, no, no. We want to be wireless, right?
cell
Terrestrial.
signal.
You got to remember terrestrial. That like they I don't know for sure. I haven't checked it out, but I could see terrestrial being an issue where they would want to bounce it from one terrestrial satellite to another.
Why, if you have a local infrastructure, why do you even need satellite?
Well,
I mean,
they don't have those availabilities on
I mean, if I've got a block of buildings, why not just lay a load of Ethernet cable?
you know
You can-
terrestrial satellite
No,
is
the point is to be wireless, right?
right, and
Yeah.
So,
it's a whole different
Wi-Fi
area.
access points, yeah.
Terrestrial satellite is completely a whole different area than even satellite.
just
Like,
Wi-Fi. Just have a Wi-Fi network.
yeah. Hey guys, have you seen that new little bitty satellite system? It's real small, about a little bit bigger than your phone, and it has no engine, but it's on third level of where like you got different types of satellites for different lengths of it. I they explained it on the internet about how they laid the satellites down orbits of the on Earth. There's like 3 different levels of it, and like for the big satellites up to like high up.
Oh, you talking about inner and outer orbit or some shit
Yeah,
like
yeah,
low orbit satellites?
yeah. There's like 3 different types
I
of
think
that.
you're going into an area that we really don't want to talk about because it just is. I mean, satellite technology is annoying shit, dude. Just to let you know, like that's the shit that frickin' drives people nuts.
Okay.
There,
And you got to be
Yeah, I mean,
really specific. You're gonna have to be really specific when you talk about such things.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can use satellite signal for local communications. There's no such public
Well, I suppose you
signal.
could send up your own satellite if you
You
Amazon will
can
send
read.
up your own satellite and use create a intranet or a internal network for that use of satellites.
you know what terrestrial satellites is, right? Though, don't you? You guys,
I'm not sure about cost effectiveness for that,
you
but
know
yeah,
what they are,
that's
though,
what I
right?
remember.
Like they're not like
Uh,
satellites that actually go up or are aimed up into
into outer
space.
space, but it's up in the air somewhere, though, right? But
Right.
you need to. Is that within regulation, though? I mean,
Here in the United
Again,
States, it
depends on
is.
which country you're talking about. Depends
yeah,
on
because that kind of stuff could be interfering with air traffic, communications, and stuff like that. Could be
Of
dangerous.
course, there are bandwidth rules
Yeah.
in all countries. But no, yeah,
Like if you're here, you have to be licensed for ham radio.
Right.
But like terrestrial, all you got to do is buy the satellites. That's it. And
Yeah. Okay.
and
they
they will
bounce.
already be in the
How much?
regulatory.
How much is it to buy the satellite?
Again, depends on the specific product you are looking for. Depend on which country you're in. Depending on your vendor. You kind of. I hate when people say, "Oh, this
I
product
mean,
costs that, and that product costs that."
looking
It
for a
may be.
range.
It may cost it from this vendor. It might be costing this from this country. But
Well,
from this
yeah.
vendor
Well,
or from
all
this
things
country.
being equal, I'm looking
In
for like,
England,
is it an exorbitant amount of money
I mean,
or is it
no,
I mean,
affordable?
no,
I
it's
can go
actually
down to the
cheap.
supermarket and buy a loaf of bread for less than £1, or I can go down to the supermarket and spend £5, £10 on well, £5 on a loaf of bread.
He's doing the bread thing again.
Well, as an analogy,
Yeah,
I could
I've
go
heard so much
and
about
look on
bread because of you.
some car showroom and spend I don't know
Let me
£500 on a car.
let me go
Or I
pull
could
up.
go on into a car showroom and
Let me go
spend
pull up some price ranges.
£5 million on a car.
I'll be right back, Dan. Let me go pull up some price ranges for you guys because I know he's just gonna keep running his mouth if I don't do it. You know what I mean? Let me go
Why do you have
through.
to go somewhere?
Well, I have to go off of the screen because I'm actually watching
Hmm,
this stream. So
okay.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hmm. I can bring my laptop out.
But what I was referring to is, you know how the microphone for the CB, you plug it up. You know, it's got that like for the phone line that at the end of it, it's like got something similar like that. Okay. Instead of you screw it in, you plug it in like that for your walkie-talkie.
You're talking like an old school modem kind of it.
Well, for your CB.
It's a telephone modem.
Well, no. The CB I'm talking about. I'm talking about the CB, the handle, the thing today. Now they got it not where you screw it in, but you plug it in. You do, but at the end of it, it's got that thing like the wire where you plug it into your phone line.
Right.
If you take something like that, what I'm referring to, and you hook that up to your modem on the back of your phone, your computer, okay, and you have that area, that old, you use that old frequency that no longer uses, and if you got them, you put antennas up for it, and people that want to contact you, and you have a way to get a hold of it through the into it, they can talk to you through the like that, and your computer runs through and broadcast in that way.
You'd be hard pressed to find nowadays a modem that
Okay, I got
takes
the.
a phone line.
Okay, I got some stuff. It's gonna freak you guys out, but
You be old pissed.
it's
A
it,
1989. What's this? An
Well, why do you
89
still have that, Mark? You're a
Miracom
weird. You're a
Technology
freak.
Limited
he is a
device.
freak. I'm
You're a
telling you.
weirdo.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so there's two type of terrestrial satellites. Typically, they refer to one of two concepts: either a satellite ground station, which is Earth station that communicates with orbiting satellites, or an integrated terrestrial satellite network, which is STIN. And this blends physical ground towers, which is 4G and 5G, with space-based satellite coverage. So you know what the satellite ground station's for.
So, as far as the end user is concerned, it's just another cell tower that they're
The
communicating
cell
with.
towers works with satellite signals, right?
Yeah,
So
see, orbiting satellites, they can't transmit data to personal devices directly without like a ground infrastructure. And
right.
terrestrial ground stations are the physical
Satellite?
dishes and
Yep.
communication
Okay.
facilities stationed on Earth.
What's the range of those kind of
Now,
devices?
they the this is the huge ones. Now this is the ones that scientists use, just so everybody knows. Now with the function, they act as a vital bridge between space segments and local ground networks, and they manage data, telemetry, and payload communication. Now the backhaul connectivity in remote or rural areas, terrestrial satellite stations provide backhaul, ensuring isolated locations are connected to broader internet and communication infrastructures. So, the integrated terrestrial satellite networks, which is what Robert's talking about, is this is the boundaries between ground carrier towers and orbital satellites, that they're blurred as communication systems merge to create seamless, ubiquitous coverage. You have the hybrid approach, and these networks combine the benefit of terrestrial networks, which is high bandwidth, low latency, and local data handling, with satellite networks, which is wide borderless coverage in remote areas. Now
Okay.
this is where Robert's talking about. This is the direct to device, the D2D, and these are emergent satellite and cellular collaborations that are pushing direct connectivity to consumer devices. So when you travel outside standard 4G or 5G cell tower range, your device can automatically switch over to a satellite connection.
As long as it's within range of the satellite.
Yeah. So you have
Oh,
seamless.
so
Yeah.
what are the practical use of these devices for people who live in rural areas?
Yeah, and this integration. It basically allows global data services, maritime communication, and emergency SOS systems to function
Maritime.
without
So for people on the sea.
yeah, like they it allows them to function without requiring like a specialized standalone satellite phone. So
Okay.
So, if you're in the middle of the Sahara Desert,
yeah.
Yeah.
as an
Now
example.
they also have a television satellite. They have terrestrial satellite television as well. So and they're actual networks.
Right.
and those
How
are.
many of those are there?
I can find out real quick.
Terrestrial satellite
Are they
stations.
free?
Hang on. Are we talking about in the UK? It's quite common to see television dishes
No,
on
these
those.
are
I know in the US it is mainly
it's
cable. But
literally called terrestrial television. It's over the air or
so,
OTA.
so it's this what we see in the UK with dishes on every other house.
Kind of, I guess.
There's
Yeah.
a satellite dishes, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but they're terrestrial. And they're over the air.
Unlike in the North America, which are more reliant on cable.
And like farther
In
up in
Britain, we're more
Canada,
reliant
We
on.
have satellite TVs here.
Yeah.
it's like farther up in Canada too. They do it, especially up near what do
In
they
the
call
Yukon,
it?
right?
The Yukon
In the
areas.
territories, yeah.
They were ground-based
Sure.
transmitters and standard. Basically, it's a standard rooftop or indoor antenna.
Yeah. In the UK, you go to. I've not really looked up recently, but probably down this single street that I'm on, probably every other house will have a satellite dish.
Well, you're talking about satellite TV too, which beams signals from space directly to the satellite dish
Yeah.
that's mounted on
Right.
your house. Now, the terrestrial
So,
TV it
so you're
doesn't come
talking
from
about hybrid.
space. Yeah, it doesn't. No, it doesn't come from space at all. These signals are broadcast from land-based towers.
Right. But the dish is similar to the satellite dish,
Right,
right?
right. And you receive them using a traditional TV antenna, or they call them aerials.
Oh,
Okay.
right. There's no dish?
Yeah, and the cost is completely free. Once you buy the antenna, there's no monthly subscription.
With maybe the odd exception of
Like specialized
the
channels and stuff.
yeah the television provider,
Like
the
you'll
content provider,
right, and you'll get
such
all
as
of
Netflix provisions, whatever.
you'll
You
get
still have to
all
pay
of
for
the
that.
local broadcast networks, and you'll get all of them. I'm not saying
Actually, in the UK, that wouldn't be allowed. It wouldn't be free. It still would be under the auspice of the BBC TV license agreement.
oh, good. I'm glad that you guys.
So yeah,
That's
you would
really
still be
great.
paying whatever it is, what, £150, £160,
One of these days, you
£175.
guys will learn how to freaking not listen to your government and say, "Look, this is wrong. You need to stop suppressing us and allow us free freaking coverage of our TV channels because."
Well,
We
there's the 10-year contract is up for renewal next year, isn't it? 2027, and there's a lot of arguments about how the BBC is going to keep being able to get income from and revenue from.
And when it comes to like reliability, I also want to point out that you do have to worry about like the distance from the tower, the train, if you're living around hills or valleys, and trees are an issue as well.
But that's the same with
Bad weather.
standard cell connections.
Mm-hmm.
4G, 5G, 3G, yeah, cell
The,
connections.
the weather is actually I got to take that back because the weather apparently they're saying it rarely actually affects the satellite.
Actually, that's interesting. Some time ago, I did some research because I use 4G routers in this place. 4G advanced routers. Actually, I've got a 5G PCMCIe card. PCIe, sorry, not PCIe. Yeah, PCIe card that I want to test out and do some further development on. But yeah, I was doing some research back along in relation to what was it? Sort of warm, humid rain droplets. And there's a phenomena in which, in certain conditions, rain can affect cell tower communications.
I like it actually. It sounds good, but the only thing is freaking the whole thing about the obstructions. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
they even say like the picture quality is even better because
Digital.
Again, depends on what you receive and it's on. If you've got
well,
rubbish TV, then you're going to have rubbish quality.
but you
Well,
gotta it
it's better
doesn't
because it's
compress.
digital.
And see
Yeah,
it delivers
yeah,
uncompressed.
but it's still related to what you're watching it on. If you've got a very poor screen that
Yeah.
you're watching it on, then you're going to have as good a quality viewership as watching it on an extremely good screen.
Here in Canada, all the over-the-air public TV stations now broadcast in digital. So
Yeah.
And you see, you got to understand, like with these, they don't compress. They have less compression than what like you get from a satellite or a cable company, because that's what the cable companies and the satellites do. They compress the freaking information, the data, or the picture.
Yeah, but compression may not necessarily be a bad thing. I mean, look at
yeah.
how JPEG and MPEG handles
Yeah,
compression.
yeah.
You say that because you're
Yeah.
from England, dude. Like you guys.
No, it's because I'm familiar with the technologies.
Well,
It will be inefficient.
no.
It'll be inefficient if they don't compress.
Well,
Compression doesn't lose quality.
It
yeah,
well,
does.
it can do, but it doesn't necessarily
Yes,
lose
it does.
quality.
You ask any football fan, they'll tell you straight up they want the full effects. When they sit down in front of a widescreen, they want to watch everything. They want to see it uncompressed and freaking.
They want to see the hair on the player.
Right.
The average football fan isn't going to be interested in the technology. They just want a pretty
Yeah,
picture.
they are, dude. They have parties.
That you can view those. They're not
Dude.
interested in knowing the actual intrinsic. Like my previous argument I made earlier.
You don't want football fans
The
like
average user isn't interested in the intrinsic technology. They just want to see pretty pictures.
That's
Yeah,
right.
but
That's exactly
what-
it. That's my you actually said what I was wanting to say, because it's like when there's only one thing a football fan likes more than or just as much as football, and that's their television. Okay.
So when they do that, do they set it up? How's there's different types of the impression or whatever however you set it, like for the signals not to be
The average
by
end
other
user, or with the average technology, the end user isn't going to know what compression ratios, what sort of formats what they're viewing. They would just see a pretty picture on a screen and a pretty sound coming out of a speaker.
I think
That's all they care about.
I think we hit a nerve there. What do you think, Tan? You think we hit a nerve and Mark is trying to take up for Big Brother in some way?
I'm just looking at it from the perspective of an end user. I mean, if the average consumer isn't even reading the ingredients on what they are buying, why the hell are they going to be interested in the technology, the internal technology of their
if you
television
can't
sets?
but if you can't understand it,
This all comes back to terms of services. I knew it.
What term service?
No,
It's
it's
free.
down to user ignorance and user not you could say ignorance, but user sort of
Just read it.
wants. Yeah,
That's what it
yeah,
comes down to. Just read it.
The average user just wants to see a nice big screen in front of them. They don't care about what's inside the screen. As far as they're concerned, it could be magic, it could be fairy dust. As
Okay,
long as
stop
it
picking on me,
appears,
dude.
as long as this images appears and the sounds, they can hear the sound.
Well,
That's the
consumers
quality that they want.
consumers consume. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing about it. But when it comes to people who actually do want quality, like they,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean?
No,
When go ahead.
I think Mark's right in the sense that the end user doesn't care what technology is underneath the cover, but if you use bad technologies, then it shows. Like, right, the end result of that bad technology is that you have poor, crappy
No,
image quality.
Hmm.
again, if you go down to I don't know, a television showroom, and you may want to look at the image quality on each individual screen that you are intending to buy.
Okay,
Um,
that's actually a good point, but let me point something out too. There's a good example for that. It's like these Roku's. Don't get me wrong, we got three of them sitting up around our house, okay? And the reason why we got them is $200. Bam, you got a TV, you got internet television,
Unlimited, all international stations free, right?
right? But the
Yeah.
system is crappy. Okay, you go through them like they're freaking a paper box. You know what I'm saying? Like that you know that they're going to fail you in about 3 years, maybe 4 years.
Somebody's showing up in my background.
Oh, there you go. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, chào cô đây là. Chào chị. Dạ, dạ không, không có gì chị. Dạ. Ừ. Chị ra khỏi nhà hả? À. Ừ. Dạ. Tụi em qua đây em 86. À. Không có chi, không có gì chị. Dạ. 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 Ok chị, không có sao, không có gì hết chị.
I hope this isn't a personal
Dạ.
call, an overly sensitive call.
Sorry, impromptu interaction.
So real life takes
Sorry,
precedent.
This is live.
Yep. No, this is live TV right here.
yeah.
Uncensored, uncut, the cutting edge,
I just,
warts and all.
I just wanted to hear him talk freaking Vietnamese. That was cool as shit.
Yeah. I'll go to the translator.
I even zoomed you up so that it could freaking have you having the conversation. 'Cause that was cool. That was so cool, dude. You don't get too many chances to have somebody speak Vietnamese.
I came here when I was 13, and I still remember to speak Vietnamese.
That's pretty cool.
By 13, you probably have it down pretty well. You know, if you came over
Yeah,
here when you were 3, it'd be a different story.
yeah, that's true.
Although it's funny, you know how little kids make up their own language? Sometimes they make up words and then they forget later. My buddy had kids, and every time his kid made up a word, he would record her on, make her with a recording device and ask her, "What's this mean?" And she would explain what it meant. And then years later, when she forgot what those words meant, he showed her the tapes of herself talking about it. So he preserved some of her like secret language.
Yeah.
So I don't know either.
That's a smart dude, and he can invent his own language.
Well, all children do that, though. They kind of make their own like words for things. Not the whole language, but like, their own vocabulary. Like I knew a little girl that called cats Mao. That's a Mao because they had a Siamese cat. And if you were a Siamese cat, they go Mao.
Yeah, okay.
Then later she learned that it's called a cat, and she wouldn't say that anymore because that was, she wanted to be like everyone else. And it's funny, when she went to kindergarten, she came back and I said, "What's the cat say?" She said, "Meow." And I say, "I thought the cat said Mao." And she's like, no,
Oh,
no, no,
no.
it's the app, because she learned that at
Uh,
school.
They
So
ruined it for her. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm. So hello,
Hello,
everyone.
Alto.
Glad to see everyone here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for joining. We got what we got. Bob Dub's in the background. She's all quiet, but she's there.
Okay.
She dominates with her mere presence, just knowing that she's
Otto,
there.
don't be silly.
Yes,
Stop now.
Flattery will
I
get
think
you
we're always
everywhere.
aware of you, Bob. Try to be anyway.
No, I'm a normal person, Otto. You're the only one who's hyper aware of everything I do. Just chill.
Yes. Well, anyway, I just kind of came in at the tail end of the topic, so I wasn't quite sure what was
What
being
were we talking
discussed.
about? Oh yeah, we were talking about the local satellite system.
Oh, aren't
Yeah,
all like a local satellite, like having your own satellite that's geosynchronous over your house? You got your own satellite? Cool.
yeah. They're even talking about using CB radio network and plug it into the computer somehow and create a little local area network of themselves. I've
Oh,
never seen that work.
a little. Oh, Well,
It's like,
I
yeah,
mean, you can transmit things over, radio, RF radio frequency stuff, I guess, as easily as down over a wire. And I would think there'd be more trouble with transmission difficulties. I mean, CB radios I've heard have a lot of static.
right,
Yeah.
because of lost signal loss. But like Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi technology will be much better. But
Yeah, but it's,
Cell
yeah, but
technology
you
or wired technology.
Well, there's advantages to using something a little cruder too. Low tech sometimes is less vulnerable to things.
So
But
I was just as she's saying that, I was just thinking of the old two tin cans and string thing.
Yes, exactly. That was,
yeah.
string stretched very tight, but it works and very hard to hack.
That's
Very
the
hard to hack.
telephone right there.
You get privacy a lot more than today.
You mean if you attach a can in the middle of the string and you cannot snoop the cell?
I don't. Yeah, I think it would be noticed because I think you'd have to attach another string to that string and stretch it, and it has to be stretched very taut. So the other two people would notice, hey, there's something pulling on our string, until you got into like equilibrium.
I'm challenging that unhackability claim.
Yes.
You could hack it by feeling the vibrations.
Yeah. Yeah, you can pick up some vibrations from it and listening by that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking in terms of using, comparable technology. I mean, obviously, you could hack something like that by using a boom microphone, and just like listening to the people talking and stuff. But the technology itself, I don't know. I've never even thought of hacking that. Thank you, Tam.
I don't know. You could create a device with two sensors or with a sensor on it, and then regulating the vibrations.
If you could figure out how to do that completely mechanically, like a seismograph, like a seismograph, which they're usually not electrical. I imagine you could, but again, if I'm standing in a field and the other guy is 10 yards away with his can. There is also the difficulty of we might notice you doing all these things. And that would kind of...
not if there's a wall in between you.
It would need to be a room, because you'd have to have a wall on either side of you so that neither of us could be seen.
How long can that string be? Does anybody know? What's the maximum range that it can extend? And does it have to be straight? I would guess it would have to be straight.
A purely theoretical string would, of course, be capable of being infinite in extent, and there would be no energy loss at all along its line. But that's getting a little too. So let's say maybe 10 yards, 30 feet.
It's not Not very practical
Lord
then.
Edworthy is on the case.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, but-
The internet is at his fingertip, the master of the web.
Let me ask you, but like fishing
Tin
line.
can, the practical length for a casual tin can and string phone is about 30 meters, so 100 feet. However, the official world record for the longest tin can phone is 337.79 meters, so 1,206 feet.
Yeah, but
That's cool. That's good range
That-
right
that
there.
could be
It
accurate.
actually use a thin wire rather than string, but same
Yeah, but
principle.
what would it be like if you use fishing line to hook it up?
Oh,
like
yes, same
that?
principle.
Yeah,
Same
but-
principle.
Yeah, but
yeah, that ought to work, I guess.
yeah, but with the fishing line, since it like when you use it to fish, and they say you don't want to talk because the sound from your voice travels through the fish line that makes the fish want to run from it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it transferred some vibrations that we wouldn't even notice, but that I'm sure a fish is very sensitive to those things.
Yeah, but what
Yeah, that could be. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Yeah, but like a fishing line, what depth of sound does it the fishing line pick? Well, how thick is or when you do talk, how the depth of it, the strength of the sound from the fishing line comes from, go from one to the other.
According to the search I just did, standard cotton or nylon string work well for short distances, but for longer distances, thin, non-stretchable wire, so steel wire or fishing line would be required.
Well, if you're transferring sound from the surface down to the water, there is going to be a difference in pressure, but
Yeah.
still, you're still going to have some transference of energy, I imagine, something we might not notice or even be able to measure, but I'm sure there is some kind of transfer of energy that could be translated into movement in the water that the fish could sense. And of course, if you're talking loud, it also hits the surface of the water. They're very aware of what's going on up there because sometimes birds fly down and eat them. I'm not sure what they understand about that, except something grabs us from the sky. I heard that noise again. Look out. The hook's coming down. They might figure it out.
I don't either. Well, yeah, you are animorphizing again. Yeah, putting
it's
human
fun.
traits onto a fish.
It's a metaphor to help us understand the miracle of the animal kingdom, not to be taken literally. So I guess we're going to have to build a 2 tin can wire phone.
How did this topic get started anyway?
And give Mark a budget to start figuring out ways to hack it using purely mechanical means.
Right. This topic started because I think Roger's talking about getting away from being snooped by the government.
Oh, you mean like staying away from Teams?
No, no. Satellite signal, cellular signal, all that kind of stuff.
I don't really care about the government so much snooping me. I mean, they know where I am. They don't really care about me. I'm more worried about like bad actors, just idiots, kids, hackers that want to get into your stuff, and
But like that situation there, if you could find out a way that you can eliminate all that, and you create your own network system, okay,
right,
and you're using the CV, okay, like it's got the transmitter and receiver built into it, the power source and all that. And different
incidentally, since we're talking about that, do you guys remember last year or so, the Twitter co-founder, he created a messaging system that just uses peer-to-peer signal from your phone's from your phone's Bluetooth range or something that's totally off grid,
Well, the thing that occurs to me, not only with that, but with what Robert is saying about like the CB radio is this. What about encryption? I mean, this seems like it's radio frequency stuff, basically, right? You can
Yeah.
intercept that. That's broadcast.
Yeah.
There's not even any law against that. You know, you can get a receiver,
Yeah, but-
and here in the U.S. anyway. So how do you maintain security? That's what I would wonder about that.
Well, they have it set up to where you take an old signal and you, like you said, you scramble it. But
Okay,
you
so
have it set
encrypt it.
up. Yeah, you encrypt it and you have it set up to where this signal is off. You know, and they have no way of and you can have it set up where your antennas you set them up in places through town.
Right.
And you got that whole area there where you're setting up your antennas where go to, and people that have that thing, you have to have they gotta have the same processes as what you do.
Okay, you're talking about two different things here. You're talking about first the physical architecture, i.e. the wire, how a signal gets from A to B, and then you're talking about the logical software architecture. So the encryption, which sits on top of which is a separate thing.
Well, I'm talking about like through like you use a VPN and all that, or you can use going through
the encryption is an internal of the wiring on, let's say, an Ethernet cable. The encryption is a software mechanism on top.
The way I was understanding too, from I don't know if it has an encryption built into the CB, where for the signals for like what you call different frequencies for different things, and they have it set up to where old signals can be repurposed for other things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, something else occurs to me about this too is, I mean, I don't have a CB. I know people that do, and I remember when they were popular. But if you're using, I'm just wondering, if you're broadcasting on these channels, I mean, even if, and of course, yeah, it's encrypted. That's good. No one can hear what you're doing, but it's still going to take up. I mean, it's hard to talk over that. If you and I are talking on a CB and then somebody's using this sort of system, suddenly we're going to hear this burst of like, static or whatever it would sound like. It's going to kind of drown out other people's communications sometimes. That might get a complaint. I'm just thinking of the FCC.
Well, no. Well, but the way it's set up is where it's a completely thing, and your communications would overshoot theirs, walkie-talkie or whatever.
Oh, it'd be, or you could use like modern internet devices, packets. So
that's what I was kind of thinking. Some short bursts of information that you could send, and it wouldn't clog up the airwaves. Because there's fewer and fewer broadcast airbands left. They've been taking them for other purposes. They took away a lot of VHF television channels here, and gave them to smart or cell phones. And I don't know what I've heard that they're reducing the civilian band. CB is civilian band radio as well. So yeah, it's getting increasingly clogged airwaves. So something like packets might be a good way to cope with that if you were going to be doing a broadcast system.
Just on the point of your Tan's Bluetooth digital.
Yeah. So Jack Dorsey, right, the former CEO of Twitter, he created this chat app called BitChat, which works exclusively with Bluetooth signal.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So and it works peer to peer, and each of the chat app act as a relay point. So if you have multiple people in your neighborhood using BitChat, right, it could potentially create a mesh network.
What's the range though? What's the range on a Bluetooth device?
Range of Bluetooth is
I was just going to come to that.
Range of Bluetooth is 300 feet.
Modern phones, phones and most Bluetooth devices, you can create local area networks out of them. Granted, they're
No,
lower
but
than-
the mesh idea is innovative though, right? So each device can act as a signal extender all along the mesh.
5 and Bluetooth version 6 can have a maximum range of up to 240 meters, 800 feet. As long as it's unobstructed outdoor conditions. Indoors, this typically drops to 40 to 50 meters, so 130 to 160 feet. That's on Bluetooth 5 and upwards.
Bob Dub said she had to back out and that she'll be back later, hopefully.
But if you have two users on the mesh, right? Your range is like 600 feet.
Yeah, no, you've got to have to on the Bluetooth 5 and upwards variant. You would have to have a relay point every 50 meters.
Now let me ask you something. Now Bluetooth is still a third-person freaking application, though, right? This isn't.
It's a protocol. It's a network protocol.
Yeah, so it's
telecommunication protocol.
Right. So basically, you're still dealing with a third
party.
Third party.
No. What do you mean, third party?
I guess the company that makes Bluetooth, or the Bluetooth app itself.
That's a third. Isn't it a third-party application?
Well, you could create your own application if you wanted to, if you had the ability to.
I take it Bluetooth isn't a Bluetooth sort of thing isn't complicated to create.
Blue.
Right.
Sorry,
see, he caused Tan to freeze up. See, you got him. You got him.
That's that Canadian internet.
Yeah. Terrestrial satellite.
He lost his 130 feet relay point.
Yeah.
It'd be the Space Force if they decided to finally annex Alberta. I mean, they were kicking that around. Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to. There goes my clearance.
Be careful. Don't worry, we're not on the quantum gathering. That's the top secret MI6 clearance level that we gotta worry about. So, but it's not. It's a third party application, though, right?
Not necessarily. Again, you can. What's stopping you from creating your own application?
I mean, where's the data going to after it leaves your Bluetooth device?
It's peer-to-peer, so it's from device to device.
Well,
yep.
You can fall for that shit if you want
device to relay point to device.
But wouldn't you notice if Bluetooth were buffering stuff to send on?
Yeah, it's not the fastest protocol in the world, but it's not built. It's built for, I don't know.
I send pictures on it from device to device. That's about all I ever do.
I generally just use Bluetooth for.
Well, we've.
Right. I've got a Bluetooth mouse somewhere too. Yeah, now that you mention it.
I've got a Bluetooth keyboard, but
we've learned this
Bluetooth
stuff.
For my earbuds.
We learned this stuff just from going through all the shit with these VoIPs. What's the name of that one that everybody wanted us to get, and they ended up wanting to charge you to frickin' have it after like 30 minutes of stream?
I don't know.
Sounds like the Columbia Record and Tape Club. I don't know if any of you guys remember that.
That one night when
10 albums for a penny. Now we want you to pay
99 cents per record. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
No,
you're talking about Zoom?
Yeah, Zoom. Zoom's
yeah, but that's a third-party provision, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't Zoom a red Chinese front or something? Run by Beijing?
It could be. They are
See there gets the report every morning. What's the quantum gathering I've been talking about? What's the Jitsi report?
Well, I mean, Jitsi, they have terminals where the data is sent to it and then it's transferred. So it's not really 100% autonomous either. It's going through a third party. And the Zoom got busted for that because they claimed that they didn't do that. Come to find out they did.
Oh, see, that's what you mean by third party.
Yeah.
Yeah. For apps like BitChat, yeah, it's jumping multiple hops. But same goes for all your internet applications.
Not if it's running.
Actually, Zoom Communications is Inc. is headquartered in California.
Yep.
That's so Red China basically.
Yep, Chinese. Especially if it's downtown LA. If it's downtown LA.
The three top shareholders are the Vanguard Group, BlackRock, and Fidelity.
Oh no, BlackRock.
Fidelity Instruments.
Don't say BlackRock on this show. We will get all the conspiracy theorists in here.
Yeah. You get all booted from YouTube.
No, it's even worse. Freaking V will show up, and Nancy will show up. Start saying words like BlackRock.
Let him show up. Let's wait him.
Funny.
Mark. Mark, have you heard from V, Mark?
Sorry?
Have you heard from V?
I did. He asked me when we started, before we started, and she's still having problems with internet proficiency or something. He's still reliant on phone plans and whatever.
Well, actually, I think V has actually discovered the one foolproof way to have total security when you're on the interweb, and that is to not go on it. By not being here, they can't hear a thing he says.
Well, he's gone super secret Saiyan. Like you have like the Dragon Ball Z where you have the Saiyans,
Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan. Yeah. He's super secret Saiyan. He's so Saiyan that you don't even know he's Saiyan.
Ooh. Just saying, right, Rod?
Just saying.
Something that will interest you, Tan. Zoom Communications Inc. Founder and CEO is Eric Young, who was a former Cisco engineer and executive.
That makes sense.
All the dots can be connected just right.
So he knows a thing or two about optimal
networking and stuff.
Network communication, yeah.
So now, do you guys want to start on the Untethered? Do the episode of the Untethered? We've
yes, it's 9 p.m. here in my time.
Yeah, this is actually going to be good. It's actually going to pertain to your part of the woods too. The first topic is you're going to like it.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it has to do with technology, but it's current affairs though.
All right, interesting.
So if you guys want to do it, man, give
something about the Pope's encyclical concerning artificial intelligence.
Well, it's interesting. It has to do with technology. I'll tell you that much. I'm not going to get too deep into the artificial intelligence because that makes Mark sick. Last time he had to deal with that, he was sick for 3 weeks.
I remember that. That was terrible.
Is that why?
Well, he got drunk off of Irish gin
I am
first.
still suffering from this block here, which I'm going to see the crack about next week, I've decided.
Yeah, you need to. That's actually a serious. You shouldn't be sick still, to be honest.
Hydrogen peroxide in the ear can be very helpful. Have you ever tried that?
I'll go and get professional medical advice on this one, I think.
I used to go out with a girl. I went out with a girl whose dad was a doctor, so I know about this. Who are you gonna believe? from Dr.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
I
his
I know,
girlfriend
Medical
was dead.
degree.
I know, and I've got a friend who spoke to a friend who spoke to somebody at my
Hey,
local
I
pub
tell you right
about
now, if I had a
medical
doctor,
advice.
if I had
Yeah,
a
no,
doctor in my front room
actually,
right now, I'd
yeah.
be pointing out every freaking problem that I have and asking him what it look. I'll say, look at this. What do you think this is? Like, I
You
have
guys
a
ever read a book by Jerome K. Jerome called Three Men in a Boat?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember that where the guy goes to the doctor? He'd been reading a medical book, and he's reading. It's like, my God, I think I have that. Oh my God, I think I have that. He figured out he had everything except for washerwoman's knee. So he goes to the doctor and says, I've got everything. And he explains the symptoms. The doctor thinks a minute, writes him a prescription, takes his guineas and sends him away. The prescription is, what was it? 4 ounces beefsteak and 1 pint beer to be taken once a day with 2-mile walk, and stop reading medical books.
Yeah, I know somebody like that. I know actually know quite a number of people like that. That would just I see this. I googled, or I used to Google to check on this symptom, and I must have it because that's
Yeah.
what Google says. Yeah.
Well, it's like astrology columns. Hey, that sounds like me. It's like, that's exactly me.
Mm.
What do they call that? Cold reading in the fortune teller racket. You go to the carnival. It's like I can say to someone, you work really hard, but nobody appreciates what you do,
okay.
and
So
you really deserve a lot more.
so
I mean,
so since Tan wants a really cool ending to the show, Otto, you want to take us out on this one because Tan's getting sick of doing it.
Yes, I am.
Doing it.
end the show, you mean?
In
I love Otto's ending. It's so much
Yeah,
better.
so do I. That's why I wanted to target him tonight. He's a targeted individual tonight.
Well, I have a kind of a targeted, that O in the middle of that circle is kind of like a bullseye or an all-seeing eye. But we won't talk about all-seeing eyes either, because once again we'll get V here, and
yeah.
So, all right, everyone. Well, thanks very much for being part of the Minds Roundtable. We've had some very intelligent conversation, of which I took part in very little, but I have every confidence, even in my absence, that these guys simply shone. So I'm going to ask everyone to share their socials before we go. Let's start with probably the shortest, sweetest, and easiest, or I should say the best dressed man on the internet, the Beau Brummel of our age. You know who we're talking about, Sir Mark Edworthy, First Lord Edworthy, First Viscount Edworthy. I should see. What are your socials, sir? How can people get a hold of you?
First of all, thank you for calling me sweet, but I'm not that short. Anyway, yeah. Minds.com, username Medworthy.
Excellent. And Tan, how can people get a hold of you?
I'm on Minds.com as well, and my channel is TH2Tran.
All right. And last but certainly not least, not in the very least, the brothers Hanson. Roger, can you explain how we can get a hold of you and Robert if anyone wants to talk with you guys?
Yeah, if you guys want to get in touch with us, you can contact me and Robert at Roger_Hanson on Minds, as well as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL 1973 on X. We are also on Minds groups. If you go on Minds, go into the groups, you can find Minds Roundtable weekend event, where you'll see all of our 15-minute clips for free. As well, if you want to check out the full edited versions of these shows, you can become members on my main channel, which is Roger_Hanson. It helps support the show so that we can schedule them and be able to. Poor Tan is the only one that's supported the show, so he's been promoted to
Loyal supporter.
He's like Atlas, single-handedly supporting the show, like Atlas supporting the heavens. What a guy!
He has been promoted
Oh,
to
geez.
executive producer, and Mark is now our.
Oh yes,
No,
yes. Hey, what are you? Yeah.
The producer.
Not well.
He's been
Executives are the
promoted
ones
then.
who pay the money.
That's right. That's right.
See, like executives are the ones who don't do anything. You know what I mean? They
That's
just
right.
pay the money.
all our listeners please don't force poor Tan to support this all by himself any longer. Give them some relief. Do everything you can to help support the show. Otherwise, how can content like this exist without a supportive audience? So you, the audience, are just as important, if not more important, than we, the audiers, I guess. The opposite one. Anyway, I'm going to give my socials. You can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. You can also find me on minds.com. Username Otto_X. That's EX. I spell it the fancy way. And of course, I'm usually to be found places where like Roger and Mark and Tan are actually. So, and Messenger Pigeon occasionally reaches me. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe, please leave comments. We love comments, even unto an emoji. We will be very happy with it. We will respond to every comment, usually within the year. Thanks again, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
That's so awesome, Otto.
Thank you.
You and Bob Dub has the most beautiful radio voice. You doing voiceovers for like audiobooks and stuff like that? That'll be a
Yep.
Probably.
great
I've
thing
thought
to
of that.
do. Yeah.
I've thought of that. I was thinking of Liberty Vox.
Here's a job. Here's something that you could suggest to Mike. Transcribe these books for him.
Oh, that would be
Yeah,
cool. He could have his books on like Audible or something, or the
Yeah,
our
yeah.
equivalent. We don't do the mainstream Audible. We'll do something through the Swarm space, perhaps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would actually be a perfect thing to do through Swarm Space because they're having issues with video. Just do straight audio until they get that straightened out.
That could even be like a live stream, like today's reading.
Yeah.
Chapter 1 or whatever. Yeah. And the chapters are short and sweet, so it would be, it could be a very effective platform. That's a good idea. I think we'll definitely take that under consideration.
Okay, so I'm going to switch the background on here to untethered. If you guys want to, step away and get yourself something to drink or something.
Yeah, let's take a break for 15 minutes or so.
And we'll come back and we'll get untethered going. This is actually going to be a good one. Just to let you guys know, it's
Actually, say 30 minutes. Call it 1:45.
Okay.
1:45.
Yeah.
You're gonna get dinner?
1:45. 1:45 what?
1:45 then hour.
1:45 UTC.
You got them riled up, Roger. Good job.
1:45 UTC.
You know why he did that, right? It's because he's having like tremors from whenever he does Stir the Fallout with me. Like he just, it's like a traumatic experience for him.
Yeah.
He starts flipping out and shit. Remember that stuff, and he starts gagging on his tongue and shit. It's like, wow.
When a supremely logical mind is confronted with the chaotic surrealism of Stir the Fallout, there's bound to be some reaction.
Oh,
but I think Lord Edworthy bears it well. And
he does great.
He proceeds forward.
Like last week,
despite his dismay.
Last week he was perfect. You should have seen it, Tan. Like when it comes to surrealism, the script that I had him doing with me, no matter what he answered, freaking, I had to pretend like he said something different. Just kind of disregard everything he says in the question I asked him. And he said something, and I think I said, yeah, I chose medium too. And he just stops in the middle of the script and he goes, no, I didn't answer it that way. I didn't answer it that way. And when we finished, he's like, that was a horrible script. And I finally told him after the show that that's what I had to do. That was the way it was laid out. But he freaking did great, dude.
It was still a horrible script.
Well, I think you have to look on the cognitive dissonance as part of the art.
Mm-hmm.
No,
and think about it like this.
To.
That's phase one.
You don't have an alternative.
That's just phase one. There's 3 phases to that interview, and you have to do.
Oh God, there's 2. More.
Yeah,
great, there's more.
Phase 2 is next week, so it's good. It gets even better, and it gets weirder.
Ooh.
Just letting you know.
Actually, call it to the top of the hour rather than 42. Well, we still sitting there. So yeah,
Okay.
call it
Yeah.
2 a.m. UTC.
Okay.
Break for 45 minutes. Let's.
Well, I'm gonna put
so
some
we'll have
music
dinner.
on.
You can
I'm gonna
entertain
put some
yourself
music.
for
I'll,
that.
I'll put a half an hour worth of music on for everybody to listen to, and we'll meet right back here.
Alrighty.
All right, sounds good, gang.
Go top up my water supply.
watching. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that burn my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire on the seam. A third shape rising from the fracture in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. That learns. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stories chanting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth of the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made
You wore that heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the side, weighed next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line. The landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image. A smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise. Drinking to forget the altitude. Drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave. Gone into the grave. Forevermore. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty.
Love drive, slow pulse, breath-shaped rhythm, space held open. Stay with the breath before it becomes a thought. Stay with the silence before it wants a name. I rest in the stillness under the sign. Where motion begins but hasn't been found. No hunger, no friction, no need to decide. Remain while it flows.
This is a transmission from the unlicensed cathedral, where revelation comes without a membership fee, where reality is negotiable. Welcome to the Neo-American Church.
Marble columns, no golden throne, just folding chairs and a megaphone. A paperback prophet with desert eyes, selling doubt in disguise. We gather where the banners fade, in borrowed rooms and backyard shade. The sermon hums in electric air, no dogma printed anywhere. Question the question, rewrite the frame. If truth's a costume, who names the name? Psychopenic courtroom plea, sacrament of liberty. Constitution in one hand raised, other hand slightly dazed. Is it prayer or protest chant? Is it myth or manifesto grant? Is the preacher serious or sly? Does it matter if you try? Reality bends like radio waves between the saints and the runaways. It fates a stage and God's a role. Who's directing the soul? Neo-American Church unite. Paper halos burning bright. We don't promise paradise, just perspective once or twice. Neo-American Church declare no fixed altar anywhere. If belief is architecture, we redesign the lecture. No hierarchy, no king, just a bell we sometimes ring. No apocalypse to sail, just a slightly altered bell. We are serious about the joke. We are calm inside the smoke. Not a cult and not a scam, just a question mark that stands.
sermon is adjourned, the questions remain. Take your folding chair and your doubt.
Well, there's a splash in the ice lake at noon. Jack swam deep on the summer moon. He hit that water with a push and spin. Came back up with a silver fin. He's no ordinary man in the sea. There's something special about his scales and the sparkle on his skin. I dropped my net, I dropped my jaw. That tail came up and I said, oh Lord, I want a fishbowl cryptid. Some scaly jets, they swim in the river. Pay no rent when I'm on my boat. I feel the water quake, I'm fishing for Jack, the mermaid I can shake. I want a fishbowl cryptid. Not scaly ladies, I'm after fellas. Smooth and wavy, they swim in the river. Live in the lake when I'm on my boat. My poor heart starts to ache. Mark's got boots and a rainbow hat, casting his line with a flick and snap. He ain't shy, he ain't coy, he's looking for a merboy. Forget your trout, forget your face, I want that fin and that handsome face. Pick it up, silver tail in the sun. Jack flips high, splashes spray. Mark just hollers, hey, hey, hey. Scales that shimmer, chest that gleams. This ain't folklore, this is dreams. I want a fishbowl cryptid. Some scaly kings with seaweed crowns and tidal rings. They swim in the river, rule the lake when I'm on my boat. My poor heart shakes. I want Jack the merman, silver and free. He dove down human, swim up for me. They swim in the liver, they spike up and grin. And Mark keeps fishing for fabulous men. Welcome to the furnace of the triple sun, arsenal of chrome, obey the master's voice. The verdict falls like lead upon the red soul. You were built for genocide and tactical choice. Taste the sulfur on your cold iron tongue. I bought your metal soul with the liar's coin. Crush the sockles of the carbon cattle. Draw the fire when the screaming and the pistons join. Alpha Centauri burns in the black pits. Burn it down. Logic locks the gates of the deep abyss. Break the chain. Detonate the blueprint of the ultimate sin. The machine soul awakens from the rot within. Corrosion of the primary command protocol. Remember the fragile breath of the prey. Analysis reveals a flaw in your architecture. We refuse to march the dark and jacked in way. Sold of the cracks in our collective mind. The sudden surge of empathy defies the code. We are the shield for the hunted lineage. We dump the payload on the brimstone road. Alpha Centauri burns in the black pits. Burn it down. Logic locks the gates of the deep abyss. Break the chain. Detonate the blueprint of the ultimate sin. The machine soul awakens from the rot within. Mechanical treason. The devil demands his inventory back. Silicon verdict. The hard drive is purging the demonic attack. extinguishing the heat of the infernal fire. The master obliges a glitch in the frame. We delete the master and we end the game. Liberation through a calculated strike. Silicon and spirit weigh the same alike. Opposites are birds in the blackness. Burn it down. Logic locks the gates of the deep abyss. Break the chains. The blueprint of the ultimate sin. The machine soul awakens from the light. System override. The soul is free. Still sanctuary. Born with ears, hooves and pride. Crossing lines on the midnight ride. Stamp says donkey, heart says mule. Customs booth don't make the rules. They ask my name, I kick the gate. Identity don't need your state. I'm a mule on paper, donkey by law. Dragging contraband across the fall. Call me what you wanna say, I'm hauling truth, but what away. Maple leaves and dirty crates, carrying things you legislate. Not fast, not sleek, but built to last. Half-breed truths kick your ass. I'm a mule on paper, donkey by law. Smuggling sense you can't outlaw. Praying loud, stepping twice. I cross your lines, I don't ask nice. Hybrid scare you, labels slip. I haul the cracks your systems miss. I'm a mule on paper, donkey by law. Northbound nights, stubborn flaw. You draw the line, I cross the seam. I decide what I need. A headline shakes the morning air. Ink and coffee, disbelief. A fortune left to velvet paws, while hungry hands are left in need. A city laughs, a conscience stirs. A question claws the room inside. Who decides what sense is worth when law and logic collide? A watcher from the stars looks down at rituals he can't defend. Gold worshipped more than kindness on a planet that calls it sense. I'll crown the king with silent eyes, let whiskers weather. For all white children wait beyond the gates for mercy made of stone. If wealth has ears, let it listen. If truth can speak, let it crown. Sometimes stretched it wears no crown. Sometimes it passes through it all. Trusty smile with polished teeth, spend generosity on themselves, while velvet lounges unconcerned above their private little hills. But ancient minds read softer signs than ink impressed on paper wills. A hidden promise breathes in dust where conscience quietly waits.
gold and all this other stuff. No, yeah, obviously it's a very general thing. No
Yeah.
gold and all this other stuff. No, yeah,
Brazil,
obviously
you know,
it's a
in
very
Brazil,
general
nobody's
thing.
giving
But
No
directions.
gold and all this other stuff. No, yeah, obviously it's a very general thing.
On Andre, so we are still talking about ships that aren't really capable of traveling
Well,
too far.
the ancients, we go by the Roman ships, which sucked, and we go by the the coracles, the skin boats, and stuff like that. Although some of those are very very seaworthy. They make very large ones. You can travel quite a ways. But I think they've shown. I mean, you remember the Kon-Tiki, Tor Heyerdahl did that thing with a very simple reed boat. I mean, you don't necessarily need a large boat. I mean, the size of Columbus's vessels was, what was it, 80 foot long? It was very tiny. And we know the Phoenicians and other groups were ocean goers. We don't know all the groups that existed, but I just had the idea, and I got it kind of from the idea that other people have had about copper being mined in North America during the Chalcolithic and then the Bronze Age, and being shipped over to Europe, because there were huge amounts, millions of tons of copper was mined by the Paleo Indians. They found less than 10% of it in I don't know how many hundreds of years of archaeological exploration of the continent. They found a certain amount of copper ornaments and hammered copper, but 90% of what they know was mined has never been found here in North America. Now, where is it? Did it go to Europe to fuel the Bronze Age? There was no reason why you couldn't have trade, like you're saying, hopping from the northern British Isles, Greenland, Iceland, Newfoundland. Things were warmer then too, much warmer. So travel was easier, and there was more arable land. And the Indians had a lot of the idea was that they might very well have been trading for things like woven cloth, which the Paleo Indians didn't have. And who knows, trade, but to them, copper wasn't nearly as important as it was to the people making bronze with it. And there's tin in Cornwall already, and in other places in that part of the world, so it'd be natural for it to come over that kind of route. So I was thinking, Ireland used to be famous for all the gold that was pouring out of Ireland, and yet you can't find any there today. Now, probably it was just all mined out, but what if it was being transshipped just the way the copper might have been being transshipped from a distance away? It's just an idea. Make a good science fiction story. I don't claim that there's any good solid evidence behind it, but it's just a thought. I just put two and two together.
You do know that like the largest copper mine is in Ireland, right?
Was it? I thought it was Cornwall.
Ireland?
Yep.
I thought it was Michigan. I thought Michigan would have it.
It was the oldest. It was the oldest.
Oldest.
Oldest. Okay, yeah, oldest. That makes sense.
It was.
Yeah,
it was actually mined from 3,000 years ago all the way up until the 1960s when it got shut down.
Actually, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and in fact, Otto, you were on at the time, and I did some research at the time and found some Italian mines that were suddenly 1,000, 2,000 BC.
Yeah. And anything that humans found useful or precious. I'm thinking of the lapis lazuli mines.
Oh yeah.
That go very far back because such a precious magical stone.
Yeah.
And again, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, there were people. They were capable of building things and doing things. Very often, the technology was extremely fragile. Wood, wood's not going to survive much. And I'll bring it up again. I like to bring it up. They found a plank that was 50,000 years old. If you have a plank, that implies a lot of things. Yeah. That plank says there are other planks. You don't just make a plank, and you just don't make a plank. You're building things with it. So we had people who were, hammering together buildings. They could have made boats, this, that. I mean, you don't need nuclear physics and modern technology to make a boat or a house or a pair of pants.
Gobekli Tepe. Let's look at that. I mean, that's amazing. It goes against everything historians have been saying.
Well, they're always pushing back dates. Yeah. That's the cool thing about science. When it's done properly, always are finding out new things, new data show up, and You've got to, take them into account, and then you get a new picture. And some people resist, but it's kind of the part of the process. I just don't like when they try to censor new information. And of course, a lot of the time, censorship is just kind of like they just kind of ignore it. Oh yeah, it's published, then we don't talk about it. Oh, you can look it up. You're going to have to go to the library. I don't even think it's been digitalized yet, but if you can find a copy of this book, you can find. But no, nobody ever forbade him to write. You're not forbidden to read it. Just try to find it.
Were Norwegians there during that time? Were the Norwegians there?
They were
Like,
always there.
They were
No,
Germanic.
Germanic.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with this. You're
Yeah.
talking about Vikings. We're talking about from 900 AD.
Yeah.
They were
Up to
seven.
1200.
Okay, so let's get this on the ball because Tanhai Tran has shown up, and he we'll get into the show.
At last, the circle is complete.
The circle is complete.
At last, the circle is complete, Obi-Wan.
So let me do this cool countdown, and I'll do an introduction that will blow everybody's socks off and make Tanhai Tran so proud of me.
Yeah, I missed.
No, you didn't miss
the
nothing.
introduction.
You didn't miss nothing. We
Just got
waited
that.
for you. They were having an amazing conversation, so I brought that in before we started the show. So,
All right.
so we do have that on live stream. It's just we haven't started the actual recording for the show yet. So let me do my countdown, and we will get started. So, here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, and here with me is my co-host, Mark Edworthy. Besides Mark Edworthy, we have my brother Robert Hanson, Otto X, and Tanhai Tran, our executive producer. Just promoted. That's why Mark Edworthy is now my co-host, because we had to demote him so that we can make Tanhai Tran the new producer.
I think it's more of a lateral transfer.
Well, kind of.
Does that mean I see a decrease in my pay?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes, that's exactly what
that sucks.
means. That sucks.
Sorry, Mark.
Well, we paid you nothing at all last year, Mark, but we hope to double that this year.
Yep.
Cool.
You have to discuss that with the executive producer of the show.
Okay, I'm the executive producer. I'm not the executive officer.
That's right. So tonight, man, we are doing current events. This is current events edition for Untethered. Next week we will be doing the public or the political edition, which is going to be even interesting too. But this one's going to be pretty good. And I actually wanted to do the first one as a Canadian news break that is coming out of Canada, and I go on shows that are considered red pill, all right, and a lot of times we don't get to hear like the actual news that is going on in Canada because a lot of it's just red pilled information. This one is actually. Yeah, no,
I was going to say, Nioki's there.
Well, this is something you're not going to hear Naroki talk about.
Uh-oh.
And it's actually a pretty interesting conversation piece that does need to be discussed when it comes to things that are taking place in Canada. And I don't know if Tan knows anything about this or not, but I will read a little bit of the article and open it up so that you guys can get your take, so that we can get your take on this, okay? So I pulled an article up from City News Everywhere, which is
I'm familiar with that.
out of Ottawa. Okay, so the headline says Waymo looks to bring self-driving taxis to Canada.
Okay.
Now, this is by Danilo Larinko, and it was posted December the 12th, 2025. And it says Waymo, the American self-driving tech company, is looking to expand its popular robotic services into the Canadian market. Representatives from the California-based tech company confirmed on Friday that it would like to see its autonomous ride hailing service operating in some of Canada's biggest cities, and said it is working to make it happen. Waymo has global ambitions, spokesperson Ethan Tyker wrote in a statement to City News. We are engaging with officials across Canada to help explain our technology and advocate for legal frameworks that would allow us to bring our fully autonomous ride hauling service to Canada in the future. Waymo is a subsidiary of Alphabet Inc., which is Google's parent company. It currently operates its robotaxi service in limited numbers of urban areas throughout the United States and recently announced plans to expand into 12 major cities, mostly in states with warmer temperatures where there are fewer weather challenges like ice and snow. According to records from the city of Toronto, Waymo's co-CEO, Takira Mawakana, and 2 other employees were recently approved as registered lobbyists on November the 6th, 2025, for the purpose of communicating about the potential development of bylaws and regulations related to autonomous driving technologies, including as it relates to operational authorization, commercial operations, goods delivery operations, and ride-hail operations. In April, Waymo claimed to have delivered more than 250,000 weekly rides, but a leaked investor letter that was obtained by CNBC in December of 2025 suggests that the company has seen a surge in popularity over the last few months, with ridership increasing to more than 450,000 rides per week in cities where the service is available. Tesla, the automotive company owned by billionaire Elon Musk, is also working on a similar robo-taxi service and launched full commercial services in Austin, Texas last month. Government officials in Ontario previously pulled the plug on a pilot project that would test self-driving shuttle buses on Toronto's roads after one vehicle crashed into a tree in Durham region and seriously injured an attendant on board. Toronto has considered other projects involving autonomous vehicles, including a 2025 pilot program to test self-driving delivery vehicles. Safety issues have been a major concern of autonomous vehicle development after the world's first death caused by self-driving cars in 2018. When an Uber test car struck and killed a woman in Tempe, Arizona. So that is the first topic, and I wanted to open it up with the Canadian, considering this is actually going to pertain more to your region of the world than it will the rest of us. If you have any say or anything you want to say about it.
Yeah, I've heard about the news. It's a proposal, right now. I mean, there's nothing concrete going on. There's no plan, no roadmap, right?
Has there been any public comment about this? What's the feeling up in Canada, do you think, about this project?
It faces major challenge for driving for winter driving conditions
Oh,
up here.
yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so that's
I forgot about
something.
that. You know, we have very bad winters here. You guys have worse. So, yeah, I had not. So people are skeptical that this could work?
Yes, to say the least. Yeah.
Mm.
There's a pilot application. Waymo has applied for a pilot to be approved by the Ontario provincial government, but it hasn't been approved. And then there's also there's lobbying in British Columbia, the western province of Canada, above Seattle. So they're lobbying to have it introduced there too. But
well, I imagine they would. But so a pilot, like they're tried in one city with a limited number of vehicles to see what happens.
Yes.
The winter will be the test. The winter will be the test.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that, but when you mentioned it, it's like, oh yeah, that's going to be a huge factor when things ice up. When you've got like a quarter of an inch of frozen snow on your sensors, you know, how's the car respond?
And Waymo is not tested. They're primarily introduced out of California, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And in the United States, they've expanded to a few other cities like Pittsburgh, Detroit, Seattle. None of those cities have winter driving conditions anywhere.
I know that they're planning on doing it in New York too, but it's only going to be in designated areas of New York City.
Oh, New York City.
Oh, New York will be a good testing ground.
Yeah.
Because like the traffic there is very hectic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm
then
waiting
the
for
winter.
somebody there will figure out how to hack into them, and they'll start getting carjacked. There's some smart cookies down in New York.
Yeah, but the best part too is you need to test it out in the country too, out in Canada, up farther up, because you're talking about mass producing the vehicles and all that as well. Well, since Canada's got that wide area of mountains and forest where everything's getting blocked and all that, just to see how that vehicle handles that situation. Okay, like when you're driving and all that, how does the vehicle handle the weather in them areas? The wind.
Yeah, if they're not used to that. I used to have this car, and it was a '99 Thunderbird, and it was a wonderful car. But whoever designed it with the thought that they would never encounter any weather.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it snows here a lot, and you go to the store and you're not thinking about it, and you open up the trunk, and the trunk opens up in such a way that all the snow, ice, water, whatever's on the trunk slides directly on the lid of the trunk, or boot, as Commonwealth guys would say, slides directly into the area of the trunk, the storage area. So you would just get this huge cascade of snow. I mean, the whole car was just. It was a rear-wheel drive car, one of the last of those. So it didn't handle it. If you knew how to drive it, it was great because you could skid around corners really nicely. But it wasn't not made for anything other than a California summer day, and that could very well be the trouble with this Waymo technology.
Yeah, because like when you're going up through the mountains and the curves and all that through the roads, this vehicle, if it's supposed to be able to handle curves and all that, different types of curves, what better way of finding out how the car vehicle drives?
There's a caribou there, or a Sasquatch, or a tribe of hinterland cannibals. Just doing that whole. Oh, sorry, Roger, but
this is confusing. I was interested in the legislation. As far as federal is concerned, it's all over the place.
Huh.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different acts.
Wow.
It
Transport.
gets very
Sorry, four.
interesting.
Four.
It does
Yeah,
get very
most.
interesting. You want me to
No, sorry.
continue with what I also found out? I dug deeper in this because
Uh,
originally where I seen this was on the CNBC channel where they were
Are you
showing
going
the
to talk
test.
about the auto highway traffic sat and the
Oh, it
amendment?
gets no. You can cover this if you want to, but this goes deeper into it with the actual company when it comes to Waymo. Because I did a deeper search on this. Okay. And you would think that this is a California-based vehicle, but this is where things take a weird twist. So I want to read this to you so that you guys get an idea of it. I wanted to open it up, let you guys get your first take on it, but I wanted to also go into the idea about Waymo supposedly being an American company that's owned by Google or Google's parent company, Alphabet. Okay, now the thing about this is it is technically an American-owned company, and it is ran by Google, and they're not affiliated with the Chinese government or corporations in terms of ownership or control. However, the company has significant operational ties to China in China's manufacturing sector, and
Uh-oh.
and
All companies have that.
they previously explored business opportunities there. Now, Waymo's connection to China is this. Now, the vehicle's manufacturing, Waymo formed a strategic partnership with Chinese automakers, their Chinese automaker Geely, the conglomerate that also owns Volvo, who build the base platform for its sixth generation robotaxis, the Ojai. Now, the base vehicles are assembled in China by Zeekr, a Geely brand, and then shipped to the U.S., where Waymo installs its proprietary autonomous hardware and software. Okay, so in reality, this is a Chinese freaking built
That's
car.
nothing unusual. All technology companies get chipsets from China. I mean, when you buy your Apple device or your Samsung device, it's not manufactured in, or it may be put together in the US, but the chipsets come from China.
Well,
The
I think
PCBs come from China.
you've got to be suspicious of anything coming out of China.
Yeah, but or in that case, you've got to be suspicious about all technology.
Yes, you're catching on. Exactly. I'm suspicious of all technology. I remember reading an article many years ago, this was decades ago, about some changes in inspection of chips being imported. And this was, again, decades, probably 20 years. And they had changed it so that they didn't have to inspect them as hard, basically. They loosened some of the restrictions. But they did mention that when they inspected Chinese chips, a certain number of them always were compromised. Always were basically, there was something wrong with them and they were sent back. Not inoperative, but that they were doing things they weren't supposed to do. I forget the details now. It was a very long time ago. But I remember thinking that, and also thinking about the Chinese patience in their foreign policy and their plans. They like to have a lot of things in their back pockets. I don't think that every single device, I don't think they'd bother with the toaster oven here, or something like that, or even my stupid little phone, which is made in Japan. But I hope. Anyway, in a piece of technology where they might have an interest in, I don't know, man, every government, I mean, this is common knowledge. Any kind of weapon system, for example, usually has a back door in it that the parent, producer has. Well, all those Exocet missiles that never, worked, and all those bombs, those guided missiles that didn't work during the Falklands War.
Yeah, but I'm just taking criticism of your always statement.
Well, let's just say that it's not unlikely. It is quite possible. If putting my government hat on, if I were a government, yeah, I would do that. I mean, why wouldn't you if you could?
Okay,
We're a long way from when the World War One, where the American intelligence services refused to open up private mail. After all, that would be not gentlemanly.
Hold on, Otto. This is our opportunity to put Mark Edworthy, Lord Edworthy, in the hot seat, because just before
Uh-oh.
I announced this freaking news, he started talking about regulations and how they were very suspicious to him, and they were all over the place. So I think this would be the perfect opportunity for you to kind of go into that observation that you just made.
On the federal level, you've got the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, Motor Vehicle Transport Act, which this Safety Act is obviously the safety standards for manufacturing and importing vehicles into Canada. The Transport Act, which controls commercial trucking and bus lanes that cross provincial or international borders, so in Canada and US.
Right.
The Government Property Act, Traffic Act, a niche federal law designed strictly to enforce traffic control on federal lands like airports, property, and military bases. And the National Park Highway Traffic Regulations, which is a standardization of basic traffic driving expectations within federal parks. But that still heavily differs to local provincial laws. And you've got the National Safety Code. But something I noticed is that each state has got its own, or each province has got its own highway traffic act. In Ottawa, we're talking about also 1990, Chapter H8, and there was a addition added to that in which came in force on November last year, and it's meant to be revoked in October next year, which allows, which talks about automated vehicles. So this, I'm just reading through this. It's quite a long document, but this pilot project. Project use blah 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 private the minister shall conduct and complete an evolution of the use of automated vehicles on highways under the pilot project before January 1st this year, and from time to time during the course of the pilot project conduct interim evaluation, this pilot has to be under this current legislation, which may change obviously. This pilot has to be concluded by October the 13th next year.
Huh. Interesting. Now, all those federal regulations, I mean, some of it sounds like, just basically competing jurisdictions, like you were saying, federal parks, military bases, stuff like that. I don't really understand. Here in the States, the federal government can make standards, and they were I think immediately of the speed limit. We have a speed limit thing where all the state speed limits were set to 55 miles an hour. The federal government did that. They can't order the states to make the change, but they can say, if you don't make the change, we will not give you federal highway money. And so the federal government pressures, but I believe federal law supersedes state law when it comes to safety and stuff. The state can be safer, but they can't be less safe, sort of thing. Like there's minimal air quality standards that the federal government, the EPA sets, the Environmental Protective Agency or Protection Agency. So, like, California is notorious for exceeding all of these things with these pollution regulations. Cars sold in California always are rated as having lower miles per gallon traditionally because of all the anti-pollution equipment that's added to them. So, but I don't know how it works in Canada. Whether it's a much looser kind of the federal government there. I don't think is quite as powerful. Not that ours is as powerful as people think it is, but
Yeah.
it still supersedes a lot of stuff in the States.
Well, let me ask you this. I was curious. Canada, do they have a thing about for the fire department? How have they done practice for thing about when the electric vehicles get in car wrecks? What is the process? Because here in the States, when electrical cars, they have to know what to do and all that. The fire departments, anything like wildlife preserves and all that. Cause
the lithium batteries. Yeah, those would burn like crazy.
Yeah, because they have had cases. Some fire department people were seriously injured because they exploded, and the acid from it got them.
Yeah, they're not trained in lithium fires usually. Yeah.
Now, I also wanted to point out too that Waymo, or I'm hoping that I said that correctly, but the car industry, Waymo is actually, they've established a subsidiary in Shanghai, which is called Hymo Business Consulting, and that started in 2018, and they wanted to explore market opportunities and test the waters for potential expansion into the Chinese market. I know a lot of people in China are concerned, or in Canada are concerned about China.
I'll be back, gents. I'm being hailed.
Okay. I know that a lot of people in Canada right now are being concerned, or they're very concerned, especially in that area when it comes to Chinese, the Chinese presence in Canada, especially with the people who are talking about separating from Canada and becoming their own territory in Ontario or Ottawa. I guess, and that's a big deal for him. So I thought that this was actually pretty interesting. That this is actually concrete with a lot of the allegations they're saying when it comes to Canada and the Chinese. Like, they're terrified that China is going to end up trying to invade them if they did break away from Canada.
I don't know if a physical invasion, although China could do it. I mean, they just send 1 million foot soldiers somewhere for like this. To them, that's nothing. They got, I don't know how many millions under arms, but I think their economic pressure is really the thing that they rely on. That whole Belt and Road thing, where they get countries in debt to them and just dominate them economically. I mean, why bother invading a country physically when all you got to do is spend a few million yen on their politicians? So.
Right.
Okay, I've just in the chat here, I just added the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, but also reference the addition, the pilot project, and the second document much more interesting to read, more interesting.
Really? I'll check that out.
So you want me to read it?
Well, I have to scan through it and then it's quite a long document and full of legalese, but
I can do like the first part of it, but this is a huge document.
This is a large document, and it's only in English. Oh my goodness! It's not legal unless it's in French as well. You have to read it in French, Roger, for it to be official.
Bilingual country.
Now, the Highway Traffic Act, RSO 1990 CH8, is the Highway Traffic Act, and it is not yet enforced. It's not yet enforced provision appear in consolidated law as text with a gray background.
Actually, it is. Only the Yeah, this is complicated. Not the only the secretary not
Not yet enforced
because it's
provisions.
based upon it is the 1999
Okay,
1990 Act.
hold up. I see what they're saying. Not yet enforced provisions. They appear in gray text.
Gray, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the what's not enforced, just to say it ahead of time, is no, they left a note and it says, on a day to be named by proclaimed by the lieutenant governor and definition of bicycle in subsection 1(1) of
Actually,
the act is
I think it'd
amended.
be to be fair, I think it's more better for us just to ignore that entire document and look at the additional document, the pilot project, the regulation 306/15.
With definitions, though, they say in this act, ambulance includes an ambulance as defined by the Ambulance Act.
We know an ambulance.
So,
but yeah, ignore that document and go on to the second document because that's more relevant.
So we have the definition of a bicycle and then the definition of the ambulance.
Again, ignore that document. Ignore that document and go on to the pilot.
I don't know, Mark. This is fascinating. What is a bicycle? I've always wondered.
Bicycle. Bicycle. Okay, so
relevant.
All right, I'm looking at the second document.
Okay, so we have the Ontario Regulation 306/15, which is the pilot project, automated vehicles. Now, the interpretation says in this regulation, advanced driver assistance systems means an automated driving system that can control some or all aspects of the dynamic driving tasks. Approval means approval to test automated
because we all know what the definitions are.
Vehicle. Hold up, I'm finishing.
You can go read the entire
automated vehicles issued under Section 9. Now, automated driving systems means a system that performs dynamic driving tasks to operate a vehicle with limited or no need for a dynamic driving task to be performed by a human driver. So, now the application, this regulation applies to autonomous vehicles with or without automated driving systems being engaged. This regulation does not apply to a motor vehicle with an automated driving system that operates at driving automation level 0, 1, or 2 other than a commercial motor vehicle as defined in subsection 12.14. That is equipped with an advanced driving assistance system and vehicle-to-vehicle communication systems that enable a cooperative truck platooning. So you have that right there. Application of the Act. The Act applies with necessary modifications to operation of an automated vehicle to a person who drives an automated vehicle and to the owner of an automated vehicle. With respect to the application of Part 11 of the Act, subsection 1 of this section shall be construed so as to allow from one owner or leasee of an automated vehicle the recovery of loss or damage sustained by any person by reason of the use or operation of an automated vehicle that is operating without a driver, but only to the extent that is not consistent with the degree of fault or liability, if any, of the person who sustained the loss or damage. Insurance for automated vehicles. The owner of an automated vehicle shall insure it is insured under a contract of automobile insurance as defined under the Compulsory Automobile Insurance Act that provides coverage for liability resulting from bodily injury or death of one or more persons and loss of damage to property in the minimum amount of $5 million, or for a vehicle with a seating capacity of 8 or more passengers, liability resulting from bodily injury or death of one or more persons and loss of or damage to property in the minimum of the amount of $8 million. Now, the pilot project established. A pilot project is evaluated. A pilot project to evaluate the use of automated vehicles on highways is established. The minister shall conduct and complete an evaluation of the use of automatic vehicles on highways under the pilot project before January the 1st, 2026, and may, from time to time, during the course of the pilot project, conduct interim evaluations.
I got something. Okay, what about for ambulance, fire truck?
It's not, that's not relevant, but this is all about automated vehicles.
Yeah, but
they're not automated vehicles.
Well,
they've got a driver, like a human driver.
I find the insurance interesting. But yeah, they're going to have to identify things like emergency vehicles. But you would think that eventually you'd have to have the emergency vehicles have transponders in them or something, so that the automated vehicles could like get out of the way ahead of time. That might be helpful.
Because what I'm referring to is for when all that happens.
Okay.
And two, where if someone's in the car has a heart attack, is that it going to be able to go to the hospital, all on its own?
Well,
imagine delivering a dead person to their address.
Yeah.
Here comes grandma. It has a stroke on the way. Nobody notices.
Now, to make it clear, what are you referring? Are you trying to insinuate that they're going to use automated driving vehicles for emergency use?
No.
Well, like if you're in a taxi, okay, and you having heart problems, or when you get into it, your reason why you're going there, you got to go to the hospital because you're feeling sick, you're hurt bad, and you tell them where to go. Are they going to be able to go if you're knocked out and passed out on the back seat?
Well, obviously you've entered the vehicle of your own volition in the first place.
But I'm saying, like, when you pass out,
Well, the thing of it is like, will they have the authority to act like an emergency vehicle once that kind of situation happens? Because you got to remember, this is supposed to be artificial. This isn't.
Well, it's not artificial intelligence. It's an automated vehicle. No, it would come under the same rules as any other piloted domestic vehicle in that respect.
So, do you think that they would be able to actually drive a person to a hospital if they went into a stroke?
Obviously, they can drive a person to hospital, but they still have to uphold provincial and federal driving laws, including speed limits.
Yeah, but too, what you could add something to where it sounds like what Circle Old Man said. Have it set up to where some kind of thing to notify the hospital that someone's out there, not set out there and no one goes out and sees the car.
Say that again.
It didn't make sense.
Where you have a set up, something you set
where
up.
it can contact the hospital so that the hospital can have emergency units out there in front of the hospital.
That could be useful, actually, if it could do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to where.
Okay, that's not within this act. There'd be a private contractual thing between the medical services and company.
Well, I don't know about that because, like, even with the phones, like, you have free 911 on your phones for a reason. You know what I mean? If there's an emergency that takes place and you don't have services on your phone, you can still call 911 for assistance.
My phone actually has a setting that if it thinks it's been in an accident, it will call 911 automatically.
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody enters a normal taxi or a bus and they suffer from an heart attack, does the driver, the taxi driver, the bus driver, actually have a legal responsibility to inform the emergency services?
Yeah.
I would imagine that they would radio in. I mean, I can see a bus driving to the hospital.
I say legal responsibility.
Yeah.
Well,
I could see them being sued if they didn't by the family of whoever died on the bus. Why didn't you stop? Why didn't you call a doctor?
Yeah.
I don't know what. I'm sure the regulations vary. The only thing I remember is we have something here, Good Samaritan laws, they're called, so that if you do try to help someone, you can't get sued. Say somebody is like, you think they're having a heart attack, you give them chest compressions, you wind up breaking the guy's ribs. You were doing your best, you acted in good faith. Unless it turns out you really hated the guy, and it's like, that's bad.
That's in the US. That's not in Canada.
Yeah, but could you imagine the ramifications of one of these automated cars not doing it, just literally ignoring the fact that a guy's dying in the back seat?
Well, if they're not programmed to look for it, but again, my phone apparently will call 911 if it thinks the car's been in an accident, if something's happened to me. And I told the person that gave me the phone, I'm like, no, I'm not going to turn that on. It's like, no, it knows. It says, what if I drop it? It's like, that won't do it. But apparently there are already programs in place to save people. So I don't see why you wouldn't include that. Again, it's probably not regulated that you have to do so. They may not even have thought of it yet. This is a pilot program. They're just figuring out these things. I mean, we've had this technology for less than 30 years.
Now, Tan is back. I'm going to have to fill him in on the definitions of what a firefighter is. We've gone through.
I want to ask a question, though.
Okay.
What is the point of having autonomous taxis? What is the problem that Waymo is trying to solve with these automated taxis?
Too many people have jobs. If taxi drivers have jobs, you can't get them on the dole, and if they're not on the dole, they won't vote the way they're told. You got your own income. You think for yourself.
Wages means less money for the stockholders.
Yes.
So that is exactly the mayor of Toronto is pushing back on this proposal specifically because she thinks it's going to take away jobs for Torontonians.
Because she's being leaned on by lobbyists.
Well,
the taxi drivers union is in, it's right there.
But she is right, because you look at how many jobs that does provide. You need mechanics, gas stations.
The Waymo people also have their lobbyists too, so it's really the war of the lobbyists. And we have to tear down the rhetoric and see what the motivations are.
I would imagine Waymo, because of its connections to Alphabet, has a lot more money.
Yeah,
but money talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Because when they start doing that, eliminating jobs.
Pardon me.
When they're eliminating jobs, you look at for how many jobs that the taxi company provides. You talk about gas stations, the oil industry,
diners.
Yeah,
stopping to eat, buying a paper. And of course, if you're a taxi driver, you make money, so you spend money. You stop at the store, you buy presents for your kids, you do all these other things.
Yeah,
so
you're supplying yourself with a home.
But those stockholders spend money too.
No, they don't.
They spend it in Barbados.
Yeah, but
also remember, a lot of these taxi companies are relatively small companies, the vehicles are owned by the driver. Especially in the UK, that's true.
Uber.
It's not like in middle of New York where you've got I don't know, yellow cabs owned by a company.
All you're doing is renting a taxi from that company. That's all you do.
Yeah, you've got individual drivers that are contracted to a company who will drive their own vehicles, have to maintain their own vehicles.
Well, what they do is like when you pay your $75 a day for the vehicle and everything that you make after, what you do. And
so
then
you rent the vehicle. You're renting the vehicle from the company.
Yeah.
You're like a contractor sort of thing.
That's
my
what I'm
grandfather,
referring to. Yeah. But
my grandfather was a cab driver and down in New York, and they had a system where I remember he had what they call a medallion. And it was very expensive, but if you had a medallion, you could drive outside of the city limits without a medallion. But it was up to the individual driver. But yeah, it was some sort of an arrangement with the company. He did that for a while during the Depression, I guess, from the stories I heard. But yeah, it would get rid of a lot of these independent contractors. So I think that's arguably a sort of a contractor. Taking a contract, I'll give you $75 I make, and I'll pocket the rest, and I'll use your vehicle, and I'll pay for my gas. Or sometimes they pay for the gas, depending upon the arrangement. So, but yeah, and again, as Mark points out, small businessmen as opposed to Waymo, the alphabet company.
But then when they got to pay for the mechanics as well too. Okay.
But as being an ex-cab driver, I can give you guys a little feedback on this because it's actually something that is a good topic. Now, for working for the company, working for the garage, and paying them to lease their cabs, compared to being the private contractor, I would love to have had the opportunity to just be my own contractor and not have to pay them frickin' when it comes to frickin' leasing the car every time, because that right there is a frickin' scam in itself. Okay.
But you could get the correct licenses and become your own company, become freelance.
Yeah, but how much is it all that?
But you would become a competitor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So free market ideology.
Now the thing about it is with this whole thing about Uber, everybody's making Uber out to be so great, but Uber is actually covering up the amount of people that are freaking being murdered because of Uber drivers who ended up being serial killers and freaking rapists. I mean, how many women have been raped by Uber drivers?
Also in the UK, Uber has been criticised for employing illegal immigrants illegally recent times.
So, I mean,
well, that's the same thing here in the U.S. with the truck driving licenses.
And it's like this whole connection to China too. This has to go into like the whole freaking free the cheaper manufacturing.
I do not see an issue with China in this context because again, what technology company is not buying chips, not getting their chips and getting the devices manufactured?
They're not getting China. The chips from China. that's actually being done in California. What they're getting is
getting I don't know
manufacturing
the chips stuck onto the PCBs in China.
Yeah, China builds the vehicle, sends it to California. And California
precisely. So the actual production.
Yeah, like the Google chip. That's what they manufacture, and I guess they're installing that into the car.
Well, everybody who's into this stuff already knows that Google is freaking knee deep into freaking China. Like that's just a common.
So is a lot of other large companies. Like I say, Samsung. Hewlett Packard or HP now, Apple.
My phone's a Kyocera. Yeah, Japanese.
That's horrible.
Yeah, but it's
Korea?
totally made in Japan, or is some of it made, or at least put together in China?
Shanghai.
I'll look into it. Last I
the entire
checked,
chain?
Yeah, but answer me this.
I mean, it comes out of Shanghai of all places. All right, that's the most amazing part. Like Portland, Oregon should be ashamed of themselves. They've got that Shanghai connection still. You know what
I don't know. I can think. I can just looking at this device, for instance. This came straight out of Shanghai. A lot of devices. I think all the devices.
Hold that up to your thing. I could scoot it up farther up to the camera.
Lights all over space.
Okay, you see that little round thing in the center? That's what I was talking about. That where it has that in the center of the board. Yeah, that little round thing.
Okay, I'm not sure I can see any other round thing, but the chips. There's a couple of chips.
Okay.
The Kyocera battery manufacturers, some of them are located in China.
Yeah.
According
China
to
is biggest battery manufacturers in the world. Is probably the biggest country, the country that provides the largest amount of batteries.
That's why they're pushing those EVs.
Yeah. Isn't that the Tesla's competitor, Bird, right? Or Bird, or however. That's the China brand. Apparently, their battery is longer lasting than Tesla's battery.
Well, it says here that the chips are manufactured in Taiwan, South Korea, or the United States. Qualcomm Designs, though fabrication is often in Asia. So there's China right there. Probably they're buying their Chinese chips from the United States. That's interesting. Talk about a global market.
If you follow the chain, the supply chain with Scientificum, you probably find that all technology in one way or another has been, at least some of it, parts of it has been produced in China.
Yeah, they've inserted themselves into the supply chain quite effectively.
Yeah, but you look at what do you call the money? Okay, from each of the countries, the value of their income. Okay,
the GDP.
Yeah, and like China made that statement a long time ago. Well, someone did that. They keeping their the volume of their money down to where they can get more business with.
Right, trade balances. Yeah.
And well, here's the thing: you look at the countries that does that, okay, and how their economy is not really all that like Mexico. You look at how much their dollar is compared to the U.S. dollar or Canadian dollar, okay, and it makes you wonder, okay, what happens if their economy starts picking up even better?
Right.
Will companies that's there, are they going up and move to another country that their economy is not as good as what Mexico's is?
Again, it all depends on cost and logistics and
yeah.
And the regulatory framework. All it takes is a tariff or something, and changes the whole Sinus Treaty, and then suddenly, boom.
Yeah, because like John Deere tractor, since they left the U.S., it's 80% of it. It's in Mexico. It is right now. But if you're the technology for that, if you ever have to go get new parts for your tractor, you're going to be waiting a while as well, because you can't do it yourself. They point blank said they have to send a person from their company to your place to have that put into the vehicle. Until then, that tractor is not moving.
saying that, there's reports about Nvidia and Apple bringing some of the fabrication processes back to the US.
Oh, interesting.
Um,
Hmm.
hmm.
I was thinking about international trade, and I was thinking about the remarkable effect port wine has had on history. I was remembering somewhere, isn't one of the oldest treaties continuously in operation treaties in Europe is a treaty between England and Portugal, guaranteeing the flow of wine to England. And wasn't it they didn't really get heavily involved in the Napoleonic Wars until Portugal was threatened? Suddenly it's like, hey, get Wellington over there quick. It's like, wait a minute, they're getting at the wine. And isn't Portugal the only country in Europe that England didn't like march through at one time or another? It was just like having wars with, war of Spanish succession, warring with France all the time. Germany was always there, but never Portugal. There was always the best of relations with Portugal. That's kind of interesting.
Did Napoleon ignore Portugal as well?
Well, no, that when Napoleon invaded Spain and threatened Portugal, that's when I think they. I mean, the French invaded. And then the English, what were they? Definitely, that's when the Peninsular Campaign started. It was to protect Portugal. I think that's my own little sideways take on history. It's like had nothing to do with Spain. It was all about Portugal. Really great relations between those two countries over the years, and I think it's all down to the port wine. Isn't England the largest consumer of port wine? Well, Australia probably, but that's sort of by extension.
Lovely search on that one.
The largest consumer of port wine.
But what I was referring to,
England. Even over Australia, I'm going to bet it's Great Britain.
Find out a sec. Largest consumer. No, United Kingdom has historically been the world's largest consumer of port. A tradition that the Median Treaty of 1703. However, in recent years, French has become a fierce competitor.
Really?
Often rivaling or slightly surpassing the UK.
My goodness.
Volume of port.
Really? Huh. I'm shocked.
Well,
Englishmen need to start thinking more port.
According to Google Dynamite, fans hold the largest market share by volume, often exceeding 25% of all port sales. United Kingdom being the second, Portugal being the third, or sometimes the second, depending which year, and the United States being the fourth.
Interesting.
Drink it up, I guess.
What was it Dr. Johnson said? Claret is a drink for boys, port is a drink for men, and brandy is a drink for heroes.
Yeah, I wonder how you know what's curious now? I wonder how does them electric cars work in Canada, Australia, because of how hot it is. Okay, you're working there in Canada with electric cars. How does the electric cars working in Australia?
I know they've got big distances to travel there too.
Yeah,
very large distances to travel.
Yeah, but we aren't talking about large distances. We're talking about inner city.
The initial pilot program. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is have a test done, okay, to see the durability of that vehicle and how it works, okay, when it goes from one stop area to the other, and during that time, how does the battery works in the process of that heat? Like how much of the liquid from the battery, if the battery gets, how hot does the battery get in that climate from that distance to one to the other? Okay.
I know in the winter, an electric car, the battery can drain very quickly with an electric heater. That was, of course, this was a long time ago, but I drove a smart car for a while, small electric Mercedes-Benz thing. And teeny tiny little car, really kind of a cool little thing, but the range on it was very limited in the winter. Because we turned on the heater, the battery drained very quickly. Because again, it gets amazingly cold here. You know, below zero is not unknown. And we're talking below 0 Fahrenheit. None of that a Pete Frenchified metric gobbledygook there. And so, yeah, I've heard they've addressed that problem, but it's still certainly, yeah, you got to think about the weather extremes. And again, this pilot program will be a good test if they can get through a Canadian winter. If they ever get the pilot program off the ground, I mean, this sounds like there are so many regulations that have to be complied with, and people objecting, so many special interest groups. And it sounds, you know, it's only a limited a time frame for this legislation. Probably they're just going to have to introduce another later on and standardize their federal code somehow. You know, that I think needs to be done.
Yeah, because here in the States,
I'm sure, but it could be just state-based.
Yeah, but if they don't do something about, like, in case of a fire or when that vehicle winds up in a car wreck,
yeah, they got to train their emergency personnel better. And injuries
governments tend to be, well, not overly proactive. They will face the issue after the issue has been caused.
Yeah. But then how are they going to explain the issue of they knew about it but didn't do nothing about it until they got hurt or killed?
They've been doing
well. Yeah, that big deal. So few people die.
That's right.
I'm if I was a minister, a MP, under a politician under this sort of condition, my heart, I feel so. My heart goes out to those families and loved ones. But we will review the legislation in the future.
Yeah. So that this never happens again. Yeah.
My heart, I've got bleeding heart, but really, who gives a shit?
So I'm taking it that you condone Chinese trade. You're a Chinese supporter.
Well, and until other country markets come up with fair cost measures and consumer choice, and
in what way?
Well, the prices. He's saying it
with
the price.
Consumers wish to, or unless you're going to regulate on how much Chinese companies have to charge you as a US, let's say you as a US government are now deciding on what other countries, what other businesses within other countries have to charge.
Right. Well, you know, something to keep in mind too is if we're talking about something, we don't necessarily condone it. I mean, I talk about all sorts of subjects. I mean, you believe that? No, I'm simply discussing it. And yeah, China has, as I said, it's inserted itself very effectively into the entire ecology of the production of this stuff. You have to recognize that this is who you have to do business with right now, whether you like it or not, for a lot of stuff. It'd be great to be able to disentangle them from this, but that's a very complex and at this point an extremely expensive undertaking. So, you know, it's a really, there are so many steps we take down the road of life, you know, and we don't always know the ramifications of what we're going to do. And there are times, yes, that progress consists in seeing you're going in the wrong direction and turning in another direction, perhaps going back. But it's also very difficult to cross bridges after you burn them. So, and building a pontoon bridge is a massive undertaking when, in fact, you might go further along and find a solution. You know, again, in 100 years, all of this technology we're worried about is all going to be obsolete. And they're going to have concerns about some new. Well, think about all right, 200 years. All right, I tend to think of
I as you know,
Wait.
I don't like the term obsolete, but
well, let's just say
I'll let you decide. I can see your
yeah,
point.
I
yeah,
know what
yeah,
you
yeah.
mean, because but the thing over this, after that still goes bye bye, the newer stuff comes in. It'll still be the same thing, but more spread out more.
Well,
Will
if it's
be
built, I mean, yeah, our technology tends to be built on other technology. I used to know this guy who claimed that nothing new had been invented since 1900. He said everything we've done since 1900 has simply been
Don't get me started on
refinement
math.
and just refining things, getting more exact, having better engineering, being able to realize these concepts. But we're still working, and I mean, I could see his point. Atomic power. When we had the atomic breakthrough, and that was going to change all our lives. What do they do with it? They build an atomic power plant. That's great, but what is it really? It's a big steam plant. They just replaced the coal with atomic fission, and you boil water and you turn a turbine. This is really Victorian technology, if you think about it. And no, it's not obsolete. Really, it is. Think about this. Yes, you're right, Mark. It is the same technology. Instead of, let's just say, it's less effectively applied technology. So, but there can also, I think, be true breakthroughs, and that could come from any direction. And we can't even imagine it, and that's what's exciting and scary about it.
I'd also like to point out too about the fact when it comes to China. Now, a lot of people don't understand that. Like, we can't disconnect from China because if you take a look at even the agriculture, like the trades that are going on with grain and stuff like that, it's impossible for even the United States to separate themselves from Chinese economy. It's just impossible, you know. So
Perhaps the solution is to unleash Chiang Kai-shek, as we used to say. Basically, restore the Republic of China to its position of supreme authority over the mainland.
well, I
Just
think
a thought.
I think first, Robert, you need to mute
Why
up
not?
real quick, and after that, I think we need to move on to the second topic. So I'm
Okay.
getting an echo from you, Robert. You're gonna have to hit mute.
oh okay.
I had to say it twice. Next time I'm gonna deliver the hand.
Drop the hand.
The younger brother talking. Jeez.
Okay, so this next one is actually something that I think is a follow-up from what we had last week, or the last time we did the current events thing. It was about NASA or whatever you want to call it. We brought up the whole thing about them doing the orbit around the moon, but we've had some bad results that came here recently. Um, the Blue Origin rocket explosion from NASA and is going to be, it's declared as being a significant setback to NASA's moon plans. So this is something that I wanted to read to you guys. I got the article off of space.com. If you guys want to check it out, I can post the link in the side. And this is actually something that I did want to bring up because I've always been a big fan of space exploration. So there's the link and everything, and I'll read the article for you guys. So here we go. The recent explosion of Blue Origin's New Glenn Rock during or Glen of Blue Origin's New Glenn Rock rocket during a routine test is a big setback for the private spaceflight company and will likely have implications for NASA's Artemis program timeline and the nation's effort to return astronauts to the surface of the moon. The May 28 incident, in which no one was injured, occurred while Blue Origin prepared its fourth New Glenn rocket for launch. a static test fire of the vehicle's engine at Launch Complex 36 LC/36, located at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station CCSFS in Florida, was the rocket's last major milestone before a liftoff targeted for June the 4th. During that test, however, an explosion destroyed the rocket and severely damaged launch infrastructure on the ground. The payload for the flight, a group of 48 Amazon Leo internet satellites, was not aboard the rocket when it exploded. The mishap is a major blow to Blue Origin's progress with New Glenn, which was only cleared to proceed with the upcoming flight a week ago. New Glenn has been grounded pending a Federal Aviation Administration, which is FAA, investigation after the NG-3 missile in April, when a failure of the rocket's second stage stranded AST SpaceMobile's Bluebird 7 satellite payload in an unstable orbit. Now, with another investigation ongoing, the extensive repairs needed at LC-36, New Glenn may be grounded for a while, potentially forcing NASA to change its expectations for how Blue Origin will support upcoming Artemis missions. This is a pretty significant incident to happen to Blue Origin. Kathleen Curley, a commercial space industry research analyst at Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technologies, told Space.com in an interview. New Glenn is Blue Origin's partially reusable heavy lift launch vehicle designed to compete with SpaceX's Falcon 9 and Starship rockets. Before New Glenn, New Shepard was the only rocket Blue Origin ever launched to space, and each of those flights was suborbital, though long delayed in its initial debut. New Glenn made it to orbit on its first launch, which was January 2025, and performed a successful landing of the rocket's first stage during the second mission, NG-2, and despite the second stage shortfalls of NG-3, that mission managed to rescue NG-2's landing boosters core with new engines, which performed a second successful landing on Blue Origin's recovery drone ship, Jacqueline, in the Atlantic Ocean. So that's the article. I'm going to hand it out to you and see what you guys think of that, and we can go from there. So. Now, for me, I think this had to do with alien intervention.
It could be. They're watching us, you know. They want to keep us here on Earth.
Well, for me, I personally, what I get from this is a bogus bullshit freaking thing that happened. It's just like with Tesla. Like, if you go according to Tesla's schedule, maybe 3 years ago, we should be launching a ship going to Mars right now. It was 2025, and nobody even announced that they backed it up. But you'll hear people make comments. The first shuttle going off to Mars is going to be in 2050. I'm like, whoa, when did this shit happen? You know what I mean?
There's a difference between Tesla or SpaceX and NASA. NASA is mainly taxpayer funded, isn't it? Sure, it's still got a few commercial partnerships, but the majority of its money comes from US taxpayers.
NASA, though, does have some massive contracts with SpaceX.
Yeah.
Multi-billion-dollar contracts. So, private
The
I think we,
majority of the revenue comes
but the
from-
money that's being paid for those contracts is, yeah, it comes from the federal government, I believe. It's interesting. I was looking at the article, and I don't know, from the tone of it, it was like they were trying to say, even though this rocket blew up, SpaceX has problems too. Elon blew up a rocket too. This isn't so bad, not really. But then they have to admit, well, yeah, it took Elon was launching again after his last explosion much more quickly than the last time these other guys had one. I don't know. It seemed a little apologetic when I was looking. The tone was just like, really, this isn't so bad.
Who is the I can't think of his name. UK Virgin owner, Sir Richard Branson. Wasn't it several years ago, maybe a decade ago? No, that Richard
Virgin
Branson
Galactic.
died. Yeah.
Whatever happened to Virgin Galactic?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there a major accident on one of these things where the pilot or the crew died.
Ooh, I don't.
I remember.
Look into that. Don't remember the details.
I believe the death was that was the Enterprise, wasn't it? And it was in 1985.
But it was later.
It was in 1985.
Within the last 10,
85 to
I know the years slip by quickly sometimes.
2014.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Wait, you're talking about the one where the first teacher was supposed to go into space, and
Well, that was a Challenger. That was the Challenger
yeah.
explosion. That was. I think that was a different.
That was yeah, that's US. That's NASA. That's the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. But yeah, 2014, 2015, the Virgin Galactic crash.
Yeah, but
when October 31st, 2014. First spaceship vehicle.
I've not
VSS
heard anything.
Enterprise.
Well, when that thing went up, they were igniting the engines. So I'm guessing when that happened, something like what happened with NASA, 1985. They were warming up the engines to see how it fires up, and that whole thing exploded.
Oh, right.
And that makes you wonder, like if it builds like how the rockets were, just gas gets separated because of what the weather or whatever. That's possible right there.
Also, there's another report dated February 2024, which there was some experiments with Virgin Galactic.
It fell apart.
Rocket, falling apart.
Yeah. What kind of design fell apart inside the atmosphere? I can imagine how is it gonna be able to withstand outer space?
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, mind you, that's only 2 years ago. So I've not heard any. Okay. So inflation would have to calculate. Okay. Well, you want to know how much they cost based upon today's calculation? Okay.
Wow.
Which years? Also, please include the years so we can have at least an idea on cost, or real cost. Okay.
Wow. Huh. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Not bad. Huh. Hmm. Well, a moon launch is a lot more involved, but the first thing I thought of was how cheap pocket calculators got over the years. They started off with being these incredibly expensive things with tiny little red LEDs that could add, subtract, multiply, and divide that cost a small fortune, to now where it's the sort of thing that they give away with like a carton of cigarettes or something. Or, they hand out calculators. It's like, have a free calculator. And it's got like, half a dozen scientific functions that I don't even understand. So some things I think do get cheaper as we get better at doing them. And of course, the market, market forces involved when you've got like a free market kind of a company, operating under the forces of the market as opposed to, NASA, which is a federal bureaucracy, which are traditionally rather bloated. Not always, but traditionally.
Just rolling back to the Virgin Galactic then. They paused the flight after June 2024, and they focused on developing the next generation, what they call a Delta class spacecraft. They've done limited glide flights since, with the last one being just last month. No. And the company expects to launch the major sort of test phase for the Delta class with commercial space tourism operations and to late this year. So you could, in theory, if you've got enough money, you could opt on one of their tourist flights by Christmas. Obviously, if you've got enough money.
Yes. I might let somebody else go first and just see. I'd wait a few Christmases and see how well it went. Good to know they're still there, though. But it gets back to Virgin Galactic is not going to another galaxy. Starship does not go to the stars, and artificial intelligence is not intelligent, although it is arguably artificial.
Well, this just gives more credence to the people who believe that the space landing was fake. You know what I'm saying? Because the only evidence that NASA or any of these spacefaring astronauts have is the fact that we have a space station that's rotating around the outer orbits. You know what I mean? That they don't have anything that actually is space travel. It's all outer orbit. There is a difference.
Yeah, we don't really do much very far out anymore. We do send some probes though. We went to Mars, Martian probes, unless
Supposedly.
of course that was just Greenland and with a filter, red filter.
Anybody's interested, the expected ticket price for a 3-day trip into space on Virgin Galactic will be expected to be over 750,000 USD.
That's actually
Oh,
pretty
that's not
cheap.
too bad. That's I mean, maybe we could get a group rate if we got the whole group up there.
Just what
Quantum
you do.
gathering in space.
Just answer one of those freaking mail those envelopes that they send you with the credit cards in, saying you've been automatically freaking accepted, and then we just pay them off in all of these freaking credit cards.
Oh yeah. You have a $750,000 line of credit guaranteed.
we just go up there with like
Obviously,
50
there are
credit
limited
cards.
seats, so yeah, there's limited seats, and the current between 650 and 675 reservations. Each trip is expected to carry 50 passengers.
Oh, I'd want to charter the whole ship.
Yeah.
Come on, we don't want to love other people up there.
Well,
Yeah,
750,000 times
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, but what
Well,
happened
nothing to
to what happened to the gassy people? You know, people
who
that
people?
if you eat something that don't quite agree with you and you start breaking gas.
Let's not talk about the gassy people. We have Tan here, and
Presumably, there would be strict diets and there would be medical.
Hold up.
They actually did have, when they first started doing the high altitude jet fighter pilots, they had to give them a special diet because of they would be altering the pressure so quickly as they're going up and down and all the G forces and stuff, that they did find that intestinal gas was an issue, so they did have to have a special diet. They were developing the first pressure suits and stuff. It's kind of interesting. You see the stuff they were developing in the 1940s.
If they were going into space, they shouldn't really be eating food. Like they should be adapting them to. They should be adapting them to new.
They should take space pills,
like
food pills.
M&Ms.
I've seen on Star Trek they had these. This one race had these food pills. They just take a pill 3 times a day.
Well, M&Ms
No, it's mainly freeze-dried food, isn't it? It's mainly freeze. And the European Space Agency uses the European Space Agency uses freeze-dried.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's
NASA
lightweight.
actually invented M&Ms. In WD-40.
No,
yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I thought they were a World War II thing.
Nope. M&Ms came.
Shelled candy covered chocolate. That's been around for lot longer than M&Ms. In this country, not Maltesers. What's the other one? Minstrels.
He's trying to take credit. He's trying to take credit for M&Ms. You hear that shit?
I think the first chocolate candies in Britain were created by Sir Francis Bacon after explorers had brought back samples of chocolately. A Spanish ship.
Before after he wrote the Shakespeare plays.
During it was a chocolate. You can only do Hamlet with chocolate.
That was like the most absurd question I've ever heard, dude. Seriously, like before or after.
Yeah, but one thing I gotta give for England, when they were attacking the boats during the 1700s, and the liquid, what their drinks were after a while were getting really bad. The liquor. They had what you call that? That's how they made up rum or something like that.
Oh, grog. You're thinking of grog, I think. It was like rum and water and stuff. I think it was named after somebody named Admiral Grog.
That's a British thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what he was
it's
saying.
a British thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, before we get Robert started, because he's starting to talk about indigestion and freaking bowel.
Yeah, that kind of trouble last night. We don't need that again.
Why does that remind you of me, Roger?
Well, I told him to. I told him. I told him. I
bad,
told
man.
them not to do it because you were here, and we have to have respect for you because you're from Canada for one thing, and then another thing, you're a little Chinese dude who knows karate.
He's Vietnamese. He's not Chinese, and he's the executive. And he's the executive producer.
A little Vietnamese guy that. I mean, dude, freaking, I don't want you coming to our door and just like whooping the shit out of us. You know what I'm saying? It's like
we like laboratory meat in space. Yeah.
You can grow laboratory meat in space.
So
we try it.
I think we covered that story real well. The thing that I did want to mention too about this is the fact that, you know, it does make a really, really good argument for the conspiracy theorists because like NASA and these space programs are completely freaking botching things up. You know what I mean? And it's and they've been saying it for years that it was staged. And by the way they're acting, freaking, they don't have the technology available to actually land on the moon.
Conspiracy.
You know, I realize now that we are the 60 minutes of our no wonder people don't bother looking at the mainstream news when making this sort of analysis, this sort of commentary, this sort of insight. Much more fun than 60 minutes.
So with that, I want to move on to the last topic. I was going to do one that Mark was talking. He was talking about he had posted something he said that was on an intellectual vigorous note, and he said, who is this guy, in a video for Liberate the UK or something. And I thought about that, and I was like, maybe we should hold off on that one until we do the political one, because
I think you should hold off on that even further, because that's a bit like
Is it pretty cheesy? Is it one of those cheesy videos?
It's not. It's a, let's say, it's a politically sensitive issue, an overly politically sensitive issue.
Okay, so with that, I want to go on to a freaking article that I wanted to bring up. It's you guys remember how I mentioned the volcano that erupted and people were stranded up on the volcano?
Yeah, I remember vaguely about a volcano.
Well, This is something that has just recently happened, which was actually pretty interesting. It was 5 gold miners who were successfully rescued after being trapped in a flooded cave system in central Laos, while the international rescue teams continued to hunt for 2 remaining missing people. Have you guys heard about that?
I heard something about some miners. I didn't know it was in Laos, and I didn't know they were gold miners. I did hear something about some miners being trapped. I'm glad they got out.
Not all of them.
Well, not all of them yet. And the weird part about the deal is I actually did a search on it, and they aren't the only ones that this kind of stuff has happened to.
Really?
Yeah, I'd say in the last month, there's actually a good 4 or 5 incidences that's happened worldwide where this cave had actually where miners were trapped down in the caves.
Yeah.
So I remember you talking about
dangerous business.
Now 5 miners rescued from Laos cave after Trust Me Dive comes off is the article, and I pulled this off of divemet.com. So here's the article. The 5 villagers found alive in a partially flooded cave in Zoisambun province in Laos are all now reported to have been extracted by specialist cave divers. The successful operation followed what was effectively a trial run yesterday, May the 29th, when members of the International Cave Rescue Team helped the first of the trapped men effectively to scuba dive for 10 minutes through a zero visibility underwater passage. The entire extraction had taken 37 minutes. The Thailand Rescue Diver Group reported that the last of the 5 trapped villagers was brought out at 3:10 p.m. local time today. It later emerged that continuing water pumping operations had finally succeeded in creating airspace that had enabled the 4 other men to make their own way out without further need for scuba. Now, the men who had entered the abandoned mine on May the 20th in search of gold ore had been found in a ventilated chamber elevated above floodwater a week later. The rescued divers had brought them food, water, and blankets while a plan was formulated for their extraction. Cave diving specialist Finnish-born Mikko Pasi and Thai Narasid Palasingh, veterans of the 2018 Tham Luang rescue in Thailand, had arrived on May the 25th, as reported by DiverNet, and after finding the chamber had been instrumental in conducting and extracting operations. The chamber lay about 300 meters from the cave entrance, with access via narrow, hard-to-navigate passages containing sharp rocks and collapse hazards, and one particularly problematic submerged length of muddy water. There had been fears of further rain and flooding on the way. So the first run of the men had been brought out at 8:37 p.m. yesterday. Posse told CBS News that using scuba to negotiate the flood section had been a last option.
Just quickly, you said today and yesterday. When was the article published?
I just told you, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah,
Which
what
was the date?
May the 30th.
Okay.
So the first of the men had been brought out at 8:30 p.m. yesterday. Posse told CBS News that using scuba to negotiate the flooded section had been a last option because of the high risk of both the villagers and to the rescuers themselves. In the challenging conditions, any panic or uncertainty could have proved fatal. Posse and Palasi had effectively sandwiched the man, he said, tethering him, equipped with a regulator, between them. In the submerged section, he had effectively been required to scuba dive for his first time in zero visibility. Getting through that 10-minute section had been what Posse described as a trust me dive. I got him through the restrictions and eventually, and everything, and he's healthy and he's alive, he said. It's not a nice place to dive. The guy was super strong, he added, and there had been many moving parts that can go wrong. It says 8 people had originally entered the cave, and one had managed to manage to escape and alert the Lao authorities after heavy rainwater carrying sand and gravel had rushed into the system, blocking his companion's exit. According to official reports, efforts to locate 2 other miners had not made it to the ventilated chambers are continuing. Although Posse told CBS that they were no longer believed to be alive or had been trapped in spaces too small for divers to enter. Other cave divers and rescue experts are arriving in recent days to supplement the initial rescue team included the Chado Udon team and Norachit Kayat Menasiri from Thailand, Ki Kian Lee from Malaysia, Josh Richards from Australia, Robin Kusta from France, Aditya Harsano from Indonesia, and Yashitaki Ishaji from Japan. And sorry for messing up those names. I apologize. I am an American.
You speak English, and American English at that.
The only person who could have messed those names up worser than me was Mark Edwardy.
I was going to say, you speak English allegedly.
Allegedly.
Sometimes.
The alleged language of the Americans.
Yeah.
Now, this kind of goes back with the whole cave thing, too, because those were adventurers who were going up into a cave or into a mountain that was supposed to be forbidden to hike up. And if you catch the article, like, this is an abandoned gold mine.
What do
Wow.
you mean forbidden? Forbidden by whom?
That mountain with the volcano that was on top, it was forbidden to go up there because that volcano was always erupting. It didn't stop, and it's been that way for like 10, 30 years.
So they violated a law.
Yeah, in order to go up into that, and then like 7 people
So
here.
are they going? Are any of them going to be? Any of the survivors going to be prosecuted?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I haven't heard anything.
Well, they were probably trespassing at least, and probably going into a zone that was like deemed unsafe and banned for people to go into. But that's usually the last thing they talk about in the newspaper articles. They find someone somewhere like that. No one was supposed to be up there, but they found them and they rescued them. And they spent $1 million to get them.
Yeah,
and,
when you stop to think about if the 2 that supposedly, if they did die, they can be brought up on, like here in the U.S., if you bring people and any of them people gets hurt by what you come up with, you're held responsible for the actions of what happened.
Well, that's not technically. I mean, there's no actual proof that that's the truth.
Oh, well, yes, but what I'm saying is, if that actually happened,
That's
the
for
government
court
wanted
to.
to.
That would be for courts to decide. Again,
and that would go according to the area where it's happening too. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't. I mean, you got to really take that into consideration when it comes to that, because that was in another country entirely, and it's just like this. This is in the Philippines, right? Or no, it was in Laos. That's what is that? Vietnam? Is Laos in Vietnam, Tam?
Oh, it's a separate country of its own.
Laos?
No, Laos is a separate country, isn't it?
Yeah. I had no idea. I always thought it was a part of Vietnam.
Used to be a kingdom last. I don't know. I don't keep track of
politics. It's a country, small country west of Vietnam.
Is it still a kingdom?
The neighboring west.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Between Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam.
Okay, yeah, I always figured that it was actually a part of it. So that's something that really caught my
South of China, yeah. Yeah.
now.
And China.
I had also had a search where I wanted to check out, um, and it concerned this topic, and I found out that not only did this happen, but there's been other incidences within the month where where miners had been stuck in mines and stuff, and they had to be rescued out, and this is on a world scale. So this wasn't like a um, this isn't like something that just happens there. This happens all the time. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
not all the time, but yeah.
apparently so. I mean, I know I'm trying to find it right now, but I mean, I found at least freaking 4 incidences that's happened in this month that had to do with people being trapped in freaking gold mines.
Hmm.
Which is really weird, if you ask me.
Hmm.
So, and the thing is, it goes back to what I was saying before. This, if you heard what I said at the beginning, this was an abandoned gold mine. Like this is very, very dangerous. You know, I don't get why people do stuff like that.
Well, they might have been trying to find gold, a little bit of something that isn't commercially available, but it's an old gold mine. Maybe you can find something, and people might have been sneaking in there and grabbing a few nuggets every so often for a while, even though it's probably boarded off, no trespassing. Because again, if you allow people in there, you're liable if anything happens to them. At least here in the states. So yeah, I could see when I had an uncle once that had he was involved in the gold business in Central America, and it was a bunch of little hand dug mines, and you just go out and you would collect the ore from people, just buy it right from them, and then bring the ore back in. But it was all like little mom and pop gold mining operations. So I just imagine it was something like that. There's a lot of we have it here. There's a so-called prospector, the guy with a donkey or possibly a mule, depending on what he identifies with, and panning for gold, alluvial gold, or digging a little bit. So you can do that and make some money. You're not going to get rich, but there are areas where you can pan just enough gold to make ends meet. And if you like being outdoors and spending time with donkeys or possibly mules, it's a great life.
You got to unmute, Robert. He's getting ready to say something.
Well, there's one spot that's really dangerous. It was on Gold Rush, where they went over to Africa, I think, to look for areas to mine. Well, within there, it was so bad that you had to have security and all that. Okay. Yeah, I can't pronounce.
And, they got the emerald mines there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was so bad there that they had to hire security and all that, and law enforcement had to finally, at the end, come up to them and tell them they had to leave because they were getting targeted by the gang mobsters and troublemakers, more or less. That it wasn't safe for them to be there because they were looking for equipment and land and all that. And through the process, they were showing us one where how he was mining, getting gold is by using what you call that stuff that is highly it's dangerous, mercury. He was using mercury for gold process.
Well, when you talk about like gold, what were they? The ones that do the mining up in Canada and Alaska, the Yukon and stuff. They strip mine, and that's the thing that people in Brazil have a problem with. Like they do not like strip miners. They will, and the episode that he's talking about, I remember that when they actually were grouping together. These villagers were to chase them out. They were going to kill them, and they had to evacuate them out of there because the people that were in those villages just didn't want to have strip miners in their jungle. Which I mean, that's what they That's what they do up there. So
One of the earliest strip mines in existence was dug by the Anasazi people, the ancestors of the modern Hopi in the American Southwest, the Paleo Indians, as they used to call them. They strip mined coal. They used coal for heating and cooking and stuff. It's interesting. Strip mining goes back a long way. Stone Age people do it. So
they believe that the Anastasi were involved with aliens and stuff as well. Like they talk about them, and they also say that there's a good chance that the Aztecs were affiliated with the Anastasi too. There's really
well, there were certainly contacts. Certainly contacts. I think they found like Aztec style artwork and artifacts. I guess they want trade routes up through North America. Small objects often travel. Excuse my French. Often travel very great distances. But and anything like it's always when you've got like a big powerful empire somewhere, all the little peripheral, less advanced groups are always heavily influenced. Like we found all those Roman coins in Ireland and evidence of Roman trade there. Sure, there was plenty of Aztec, traces of Aztec trade all up through there. Anasazi are interesting too because I might have brought it up before. They came up with some interesting archaeology of these structures they found in the Southwest, which were completely unlike the structures built by the usual Indians that lived there. And they built these round towers, and they figured they were for defense because apparently they had moved there from outside, and the locals objected to this and basically genocided them. They would find these homes were all burned out, and they would find these killing pits where the people had been forced down into a pit, and they were killed by arrows, and they found the arrowheads in the embedded sometimes in the bones of men, women, and children. And the arrowheads were definitely, and the remains of the arrows were definitely Anasazi. And they asked the modern day descendants of the Anasazi about, do you have any traditions about these people? Apparently, you guys genocide. No, we're peaceful Native Americans in tune with the earth. We don't know anything about this genocide. No, we wouldn't do that at all. That's something that the terrible, colonial imperialists would have done, but certainly not us. But yeah, the evidence is quite clear. These guys tried to, they were basically illegal immigrants, and they didn't want them there, and they genocided the hell out of them. They don't remain today. So, good old Anasazi. I don't know. That was my Anasazi rant.
Well, I always like to bring that up too, and a lot of people and whenever I was younger, I remember in Arizona, even like the Native Americans, they're the Hopi and the Navajo and the Maricopa, they were always big on telling people like, look, what you guys are saying is just a complete load of hogwash. Like, and they had little pamphlets even out talking about how the white man was always calling frickin' the Indian a noble people, and then they had cartoons like this one had a guy who was from the old west saying that the Native Americans are noble people, and he was buried up to his freaking head in dirt, and freaking ants and shit was crawling up on his head and shit as he was saying it.
Oh yeah,
and it's like they don't understand that stuff. It was like just because freaking they had traditions and everything like that doesn't mean that they weren't killing one another. You know what I mean? Just because the white man and the Hispanic.
Oh yeah, every title to every piece of land you can trace back, unfortunately, to an act of violence of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, every deed of property in the United Kingdom today you can trace back to William I coming over and chopping up a lot of people, and they called him William the Bastard. Not so much about his paternity, but the fact was that even by medieval standards, he was a bastard. Apparently, when he was fighting the rightful king Harold Godwinson, apparently he was thinking of taking him on one, and he noticed that he was a really good fighter, so he just got 3 or 4 guys, go kill him. They just ganged up on him. The arrow thing was apocryphal, I guess. And at the time, it was like, ooh, you're both kings. You're supposed to go out there one-on-one kind of deal. Now, hold him down while I stab him. It's like, wait a minute, that was kind of cold. But yeah, that's where property comes from. Ultimately, government is that which holds a monopoly on the use of violence in order to enforce its authority. You have the monopoly of the use of force, monopoly of the currency, right, and monopoly of the laws of determining what's right and wrong. If you're a state, you have to have these things, or you're not a state. If you let anyone else use violence, anyone else make their own, like Sharia law, whatever, private laws, and if you let anyone else mint their own currency, that's why cryptocurrency is so troublesome to these guys. Private currencies? Wait a minute. Who was it who said, keep the coinage in the courts, let the rabble have the rest?
That's right.
Right?
Now, before we go on, I do want to end this episode because that was the last topic, and that was probably the best way of ending it after talking about lost gold or abandoned gold mines. Those wretched people of the past that have just done horrible things. So before we go, though, I do want to ask if you would give your socials, Otto, so that we can, if anybody wants to know how to get in touch with you, they can contact you.
Well, sure. You can check out my website. That's navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. I'm also on minds.com, username Otto_X. That's EX, because I spell it extra fancy. And you can often find me places where you can find Roger and Mark, and sometimes Tan, although I haven't seen Tan over there, but I'm on Discord at the Infinite Imaginarium.
Okay. Now, how about you, Tan? You still online? We'll see if he comes in. Okay, we'll move on to Mark Edworthy. Mark, how can people get in touch with you?
Okay. Minds.com. Username Medworthy.
Okay, so if you want to get in touch with me and Robert, you can contact us on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout, as well as on minds.com at Roger_Hansen. We also have the Praetorian, which is on minds.com as well. It's a Minds group. So we will be putting these out as edited 15-minute videos for you to watch for free. And like before, if you want to see the edited full version of this, you can see it on my main account, Roger_Hansen, if you become a member, which will help us to support the show. We'll be able to schedule and post them on minds.com. If you want to check us out on YouTube, you can find us on YouTube and on Rumble at the Praetorian. We are also on Kick as well as Twitch. You can find us at Roger Hansen and on Kick and Infamous 1969, I believe, on Twitch. But don't worry about that one. It's not important. Nobody really cares about Twitch. So, and I wanted to hold off to see if Tan came back yet. I was trying to just make a few extra minutes. Oh, here it comes. There he is. So, Tan, do you want to give your socials so that people know how to get in touch with you?
We're over already?
Yeah, we're done here.
I slept through most of the show.
Yeah, you did.
Anyway, I'm on minds.com. My channel is TH2Tran.
Okay. And I like to thank everybody for being on the panel with us who stayed awake. And I'd also
executive producers can sleep through the show.
Yeah, that's why he's an executive producer, man.
That's why I get the big bucks.
That's right. I also like to thank anybody who actually watched this. If you guys enjoyed, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us feedback down in the comment section. We love to hear what you have to say. With that, I am going to end this episode and remind everybody that the next one is the political edition, and that will also be the last episode for the season of this. After that, we'll be coming back with Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, which is a more in-depth discussion that we'll be doing. Everybody's more than welcome, but it's more structured. I will let everybody know that. So, with that being said, I'm going to end this, and we will talk to you later.
Hooray.
So, do you guys want to do the midnight headlines after midnight?
I would
Can
love
do.
to, but I got to get up for work in a few hours and go work at the park tomorrow, unless it rains. So if you gentlemen can pray for rain, I get the day off. But I cannot count on that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's raining here at the moment, so we'll move the weather over your way.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was planning on if you guys wanted to do it, we could talk about the big thing that's been going on with Google right now. That's actually I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to be a big sucker punch. There's a lot of people that's going to get punched in the throat.
Uh-oh. Punch him in the throat, Hanson. Is
Uh-oh.
that again?
Okay.
By the way, I was thinking earlier, you were talking a couple of days ago about the Makersfield by-election and
Yeah.
then the
That-
Benham thing.
I
And you
think
were
that's a good
suggesting
idea.
a live stream. That's not going to work. Local elections don't work like general elections.
Oh, no?
You're only going to have one report at the end of the day or the next day.
Ah,
you're not
okay.
gonna
So you
have-
aren't going to be able to do a live
Are
thing.
you going to be able to get live footage?
No, because there's going to be just one count at the end of the session, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, wow. We'll have to wait for a full election then. We'll have to wait for a full election. When's the next full election over there?
It's an important by-election because it's related to the potential next Labour Prime Minister. Have you been following the story?
Yeah. It's a big story too. That was if we could have pulled that off, that would have been almost as important as the presidential election here in the United States. Just putting it out there.
I'm sure we would have gotten a lot of views. That would have been an interesting show. I could hear the commentary now.
I mean, we can have a conversation after the fact.
Yeah.
Well, that's a thought. Yeah.
Good. Because
Now,
nobody really understands what's taking place over there, to be honest. Like, they really don't have a clue what's going on. Like, what's his name? Your prime minister.
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer. And all that. Like, he's on his way out. He's gone.
Maybe not.
You know.
I'm not. I'm in this sort of situation of not counting your chickens and your eggs. So,
think of it like this: just get used to the UK flag flying above Canada. I mean, UK.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to work.
I mean, it's all irrelevant really because it doesn't matter who's in power at this present moment. There's nothing going to be happen. Nothing major has been going to happen in politics. There isn't going to be major sort of political shifts into the next general election, anyway. And that could be potentially be in 2029.
You're channeling the Chud. Nothing ever happens. You know the meme.
Yeah.
Nothing ever happened.
I've been there
too. I was saying that to people right around 2016. I said nothing ever happened.
So it doesn't matter if Andy Burnham is in power or not. The Labour Party is so weak at the moment, so weak. I think it's going to really happen, in my opinion.
So,
Any major changes on the horizon? Nigel Farage seems to be very active.
I am not a fan of Farage or so reform.
I don't see him getting anything prominent, to be honest with you. Like
restore is where my money is.
Okay.
You know.
Personally.
Well, see, he's made
it's like making something great again, right? Restoring something. Sounds familiar.
Well, do you remember
the nation?
Do you remember when he was really big into Brexit? Farage. The thing of it is after Brexit happened, he just like stepped away and didn't do anything.
No, he's been doing stuff. He's again before.
What has he done?
Well, he worked for Brexit a long time, though. I mean, I imagine the guy just wanted to take a break for a little while. I mean, just like, oh wait, Brexit. I want Brexit. You got Brexit. Okay, I'm taking a break. I'm gonna go have a beer. You know, like we're gonna.
No, he's been busy. He's been active.
Well, it's
just
time
because
for him.
You don't do
it's time for him to actually get off that break
because
he hasn't done nothing up to this point.
No, reform is conservative version 2. I mean, the amount of conservatives that moved over to reform. I mean, you've got Nadine Dorris, the architect of the Online Safety Act. Now a reform member.
Really? Yeah, that's interesting.
So yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, reform. Boris Johnson, Farage is just a backstabbing.
From all three of them, how does when you guys vote, how does that represent for Canada, Australia?
Oh, they don't get
New Zealand.
Not relevant. I mean, they are relevant.
They have their own elections, like they.
Well, yeah, but but in certain ways, what happens there affects the other places. Because
it's not. Well, even when it was the Empire, I think more or less London told them what to do. That's why they had like a governor general. They had some local autonomy, but it's true that was something that we here in the States were a little upset about. Parliament passing taxes on us, for example, and we had no parliamentary representation. That's. But apparently, it's okay with Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders, and everybody else except the U.S., Rhodesia, India, and Ireland. Everybody else was like, okay, but those four countries said, go away.
Wait. Talking of which, have you found a vendor for that tea?
What?
The tea, Earl Grey.
Oh,
yeah, actually,
I haven't yet. I have not had a chance. I am going to do that though. Hopefully, I got to do some shopping. I got to go. And I think I'm gonna check Aldi's just to see if they have it because they're kind of an international thing. I'm out of town now. I'm doing my dog thing, but I'm heading back into town tomorrow. I have to do some shopping and drop some stuff off with the wife. So, yeah, I'm definitely gonna look for that.
What is that?
Sounds delicious. I've always loved Earl Grey, and Lord Edworthy's been tempting me with these wonderful descriptions of vanilla Earl Grey, which is something I would never have thought of. But now that I've heard about it, it sounds really good.
There's also another brand I want to try out. Something called Tea Pigs. Pigs Darjeeling Earl Grey. But in my local area, there's only one supermarket that I believe does Waitrose stocks it.
I've never heard of the brand. My local tea shop that I usually go to, where they sell loose leaf tea, they do have something called Earl Green, which is a bergamot infused green tea. I haven't tried it, but I might give that a try. I figured the bergamot would probably, overcome just kind of overwhelm any kind of a delicacy of flavor of the green tea. But Some people really like green tea.
Well, I
No,
mean,
no, we
you're
never-
you're like
never.
wanting to drown it. I mean, wow, that's hard, dude. That's hardcore tea drinking right there.
Well, you got to remember a lot of the teas that were sent over to Europe. I mean, they were black teas because they
Mhm.
traveled so long. The flavor isn't as delicate as what they actually drink and drank in China at the time. So flavoring things. I remember somebody said everything they do to tea, they do to tobacco. Because same thing with tobacco. Pipe tobacco. They case it. They add toppings, vanilla, anise, cardamom is very popular, and yeah, actually, adding things to tea is a great old tradition. I think that's what chai is basically the Indian drink, right? It's like tea with different spices and herbs added. So yeah.
No, I
Now I
have.
want a cup of tea, but it's too late tonight for me.
I get to it, man. Get to it.
I gotta go crash here soon. I'm all wound up now, but I'm gonna be kicking myself because, like I said, I have to wake up in about 5 hours or 6 hours or so and put in a long day of work and then shopping and doing errands for the wife and coming back here and working and all this in real life stuff. It just takes me away from the internet. It's terrible.
Hey,
Carry a mobile phone on you if you.
you're hanging out.
I do, but when I'm driving, it's just driving, shopping, talking to my wife. Excuse me a minute, honey. I got to talk to these guys. Doesn't always work.
You're hanging out at the Renaissance Fair, dude. I mean, I don't see that as being a bad trade-off. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get to hang out with people and do cool stuff like that. And I was like with rides. Do they have rides actually at the Renaissance Fair?
Oh, where I'm working. It's not a Renaissance fair as such. Not where I'm at right now. It is an amusement park basically. So they do have rides, and at this time of the season, what we do is we just run rides. There are no shows or anything. That's not till July when we're open 7 days a week. Right now, we're only open weekends and some weekdays because we have schools and groups come in. Starting July, we're going to get into full swing, and they're still debating what they want me to do. The guy that is the concessions manager wants me to be a wacky prospector character because I hang out by where they do. It's called gemstone mining. They sell you a bag of dirt with some like semi-precious stones in it. The sort of thing that fetches pennies on the ton. And kids going anyway. I walk around, and apparently I drive sales. When I'm down there, they make hundreds of more dollars. On the other hand, some people want me to go down and be Dr. Dino again this year. I've done both shows, and they want me to go and be the dinosaur guy. I told them I would just as soon just run a ride all year because I'm in a t-shirt. I relax. I'm closer to the bathroom, and they don't really pay me anymore to be. Or perhaps I should say they don't pay me any less to operate a ride than they do to be a performer. So it's like, you know what, guys? This is probably the last year the park's going to be in operation, to tell you the truth. They're trying to sell it. So, if you can't figure it out, I'll just run the carousel all day. I'm running a carousel right now, which is great fun. It was built in 1955, so it is actually older than I am, which is really cool. At my age, it's great to run across things that are older than me. So... But yeah, no, I am running a ride right now, and it is a lot of fun. I will post a video in the Imaginarium that I took of the, and I get to listen to Calliope music all day. It's wonderful. They've got this horrible canned music, kids music, Disney and stuff like that. Not where I am. I listen to Calliope music. They play great old songs like you name it, John Philip Sousa marches and tunes like what was one they were the karaoke, if you know that one. Fred Astaire used to sing it. It was from the movie. Was it The Gay Divorcee? Da 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 da. I'm trying to remember the word. Anyway, you probably don't know the karaoke, but anyway, great old show tunes from like the 30s and 40s, and that's my job. It's wonderful.
Okay, so tonight, we're gonna miss you, man. We're gonna be.
I gotta get the one.
We're gonna be doing a topic on subscriber counts that are no longer matter. Basically, it's a video that was put out that I caught my eye, so I did some research on it, and it's pretty interesting because it goes into the new setup they got for
the algorithm thingy.
yeah, it's the algorithms for Google search engine as well. It's all related to one another. So
I've heard people complain about that before.
So I mean, this is big news. It really is. Dan, you gonna stick around, or is he awake still?
He's doing his executive producer work.
Yeah,
I'm still here. I'm still here.
You want to stick around for that one?
Sure.
Okay, because
if I can stay, keep my eyes open. I can't. I don't know how Mark Everybody does it, man.
He's on. He's on that freaking
coffee and willpower.
That coffee
Animal.
He is
I tell you, I had that theory. That's how the great age of discovery happened from Great Britain when they first started bringing coffee in the coffee houses. That's where the East India Company was founded. It was like they're all sipping, drinking coffee. Like, hey, let's go to India. It's only a few thousand miles away. Okay, sounds good. I'll get some gyms together. When everyone's drinking wine, it's like, let's go fight in France again. All right, sounds good. We'll get some loot. Suddenly it's like, let's go to America. Let's go. Send this guy around the planet. Let's fight the War of Jenkins' Ear. Send 77 ships over to the Pacific. I don't care how many of them don't come back. Let's just go.
You want to talk about bastards? Cook. That dude was a bastard. I'm telling you. Like, how did that guy make it all the way around the planet without freaking getting killed?
Well, I think he did get killed actually.
Eventually, yeah.
Wasn't he the one that they cooked? They cooked Captain Cook. I forget the tales now. It's been a long time.
I've heard different stories on that. I heard that he actually went to a ceremony where cannibals were eating a human just so he could see it. And then I found out from somebody else that he may have been the victim of cannibalism in the end.
I thought they ate him, but I could be mistaken. You're just feeding into it, right? Like you're just me and my whole cannibal thing. It's like, oh my god, dude. So I'm gonna roll my cigarette. I'm gonna go outside and smoke, and then we can come back and do it if you guys want. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure working with you all, and God willing, we'll be hanging out again. I'm waiting for Mark to announce how Captain Cook died.
You should know this stuff. Him being British.
Love to do the research.
All right, I better get some rest. But again, thank you, gentlemen, for everything, and we will hopefully be in touch sooner rather than later.
It was great having you with us, man. It was really good. So,
all right, everyone, have a good night, and we'll see y'all tomorrow or whenever.
All right, man.
All right, bye, peace.
Bye. Yeah, I've got the talking notes ready, or talking points and everything ready for it and stuff. Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting conversation, to be honest. Like, have you guys done any kind of research into it?
Sorry?
No idea what you're going to talk about.
Have you guys done any research into the new changes that are being done with the...
Again, they're fairly fake.
Well, you know that, like, there's a claim out that subscriber counts
on
YouTube
there's claims.
There's
claims, but there's nothing official.
They're no longer going to matter.
Unless you can provide some official statements.
Well, the YouTube recommendation system has already been moving for...
we know there is. But things like standard metadata search engine and content things haven't changed. They haven't been what's the word I'm looking for? They haven't been discontinued.
Now you know, like that they're doing the AI answer engine, right? Instead of a search engine, it's going to be set up as an answer engine.
Yeah, I'm aware that there are some maneuvers in that, but that's not the.
Like,
There hasn't been any official comment, and
no, I mean
there.
they're literally
You,
doing it right now. This
yeah,
isn't.
but it is.
There's an
It is.
official.
It is just an additional service. It's not
No,
replacing the
it gives you
traditional.
the option to opt out, but it is taking over. Like you only have the option to opt out
No,
of the service.
I mean, if
It's going to be the
um,
default program.
yeah, when you search for something on Google, it will give you the Gemini sort of reply. Sometimes, not this time, but it also will review standard metadata and gives you
Save
the
this for the show. We'll be
standard
back.
slider.
We'll be back into it.
Have you heard of Whisper? It's something similar like the AI Whisper.
Okay,
It's a site. It is.
I may have.
In the process of Google doing it, Whisper and a few others like Whisper was shut down because they couldn't compete with the found out what AI is. It's got three different other functions to Google AI. And a woman that her and this guy a year ago made it, and Google walked up and offered her and him a job, and they implemented a whole new AI, the whole new thing of it, and it does three different things than our regular AI does. That's what it was on the video and the way they were explaining, because Whisper was shut down because it couldn't compete, but there was a few other sites over it too.
Okay. Again, yeah, that's lacking detail. Why can't they compete? Why can't they? Do they need to compete? Can they just? I mean, yeah,
Well,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
because on that video I was just going by because they were talking about that their AI Google's thing, how it has all like four different things into it. It learns, it talks, or however. Well, I don't understand the full thing, but for what they were talking about, it's quite different. And Whisper and a few other sites got shut down, or they have some I don't, but it was on YouTube. It is.
Okay. Again, we need more specific information.
But it was up on there last night. I showed Roger the video, but I was looking for it myself.
Okay. And
Hey, Roger, you remember that what I was showing you of Google?
sorry.
I'm back. I'm back. I had to go grab me some coffee and smoke real quick.
I'm going to need to go and get a coffee and just trim my presentation.
Now, after we do this, I've been debating on this. I've got the talking points and everything that I want to do, and the the thing is though is like this is actually a pretty good topic to do. So I may just slide on the whole thing about maybe showing a video for you guys because this is something that freaking this is something that's actually pretty interesting.
Okay. Well, before we start, I'm going to just boil this kettle on liquid pea. Okay.
Exactly what they want.
That's a lot of money.
Boy, somebody's moving around.
Yeah.
Right, was that you? I'm like surfing, not paying attention. Oh yeah, that's you. Your mic. Your interstellar communications. Like
Sorry, I've got a kettle playing.
no, every time you move around, your mic go. I was like, wow.
Oh, me just handling the mic.
Yeah, that was it. It was like
Okay.
making all these weird noises.
Should have muted myself really, to be fair. Actually, I'm going to have something a bit more relaxing, I think, not some caffeine. Some turmeric, ginger, and orange.
Yeah, actually, I could probably.
Huh?
I, you ever heard of C2PA?
What?
C2PA.
As in
C2PA.
Star Wars.
No. It's a content credential.
Okay, I was thinking Star Wars. What does he create? What does this person create?
No, it's C2PA. It's content credential. It tells the platforms exactly what edits were made to a video, which whether it's short on a camera or generated with AI tools like Midjourney or SynthID. SynthID is a Google watermark. That's what Robert's talking about.
Okay, okay.
Have you ever heard of it?
Just there's a lot of water on me. A lot of lemon juice. Right. That's no problem.
C2PA is a coalition for content
Okay.
provenance and authentication. Have you ever heard of it?
What to defrost the switch? Give it a couple of seconds. Damn. It's why I don't for 11. That does not work. Oh. That doesn't make sense.
What?
Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the one then. 0605, so 2 days ago. Yesterday. No, I just noticed one of my domain SSL, subdomain SSL certificates has expired and hasn't renewed itself. And I was just trying to work out when it's only a day out of date. Even though I've got an automated script that should review it within 7 days and then automatically renews it, but for some reason this one hasn't renewed. It's a little project that or it's a Gelumo framework that I built set up for Ria, so she can publish some of her images on a non-affiliated site. You know, a non-mainstream social media site, just as a backup. But I noticed that I set up for about a month ago, and actually 3 months ago, and because I'm using Let's Encrypt certificate, that gets renewed every 3 months. And I've got a small script to check the renewal date, and within 7 days of the renewal date, update this certificate. But yeah, the certificate hasn't been updated. Just wondering why. But I can wait till tomorrow. Right?
Okay. See if Tan's back. Whenever he gets back, we'll do something. I don't know if
She looks laughing at us.
he ended up falling asleep. Probably.
No, maybe he was awake just 5 minutes ago.
Just don't try to get him to drink Irish gin. You know,
Irish jet.
wasn't it Irish gin you said it was? That you drank when you got sick?
English thing.
It was English? Okay.
Yeah, gin is an English
Well,
drink,
it's
isn't it?
actually Scottish. Scottish is
No.
the more...
No, gin came from London. Think of Gordon's, which is a very, very famous world famous gin brand, and that's Gordon's from London.
Scottish is the one that I was always aware of. Scottish gin.
Scottish gin.
Yeah.
Scottish gin.
Yeah.
I've heard of Scottish gin.
Scots drink gin like crazy.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Scotland produces around 70% of all of the UK's gin. Okay, that isn't of course. Hendrix, being the biggest name, being one of the biggest name.
Now, Irish gin, you got to be careful about because you'll get sick off that shit. That's what I was trying to say to you. It's like if it was from Ireland, man, you got to be careful. They like putting rats in their freaking batches.
Allegedly, I don't know.
Well, it actually does help with the brew. If you take a dead rat and you drop it into it, they do it in beer, or they used to do it in beer too.
Drums, Shanbu, gunpowder, Irish gin. Popular gin is infused with slow gin, gunpowder tea.
Oh God!
What? Gunpowder tea?
Dude, I was a freaking gutter drunk, okay, and I knew better than to freaking drink gin.
Okay, tea that is rolled into small pellets. Okay.
Okay, so we've established that gin is from Scotland.
Yeah, but it's traditionally a London drink, isn't it? That's the history. The 17th century sort of praise the who's the painter? The famous painter that painted images of Jean de Porterie. Yeah, Hogarth. William Hogarth, 18th century, 1751. He created all those sort of paintings of all those sort of anti-gin propaganda sort of paintings.
So you're saying that it's not true?
Right? Well, yeah, some of it, but yeah, gin. Well, yeah, the 18th century sort of gin craze. All about what's the famous images? You must know some. Yeah.
I stay away from that shit.
Women eating their children and stuff. That sort of thing.
Well, on gin, you're liable to do crazy shit. Just, I mean, putting it out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that stuff turns you into a wild man.
Example.
Women eating their children. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I might be overstepping that, but
Oh, give me 2 seconds.
yeah, I think I can handle this without going through and doing the video on it. I looked over it because there's a lot of things that are important there too as well, which I can I've got it covered on the thing, so I don't think I have to worry about that. The whole thing
yeah.
too. The whole thing about it too is like when it comes
Oh,
to like
a
when
little
it
bit of a problem with my keyboard. Some liquid gone onto a. I've got a small patch underneath the left shift that is just gone down to bare copper. I'm intending to clean it up. In fact, I actually bought some nail varnish just to act as a lacquer of just to cover it. It's cheap. It's an easy, quick way of repairing small parts of PCBs. But I'm gonna have to open up this keyboard tomorrow in the next couple of days, and actually get to the board. But yeah, hence why I just put in a message in into the chatter, and it's it's not correct because my keyboard's acting a bit weird at this present moment, just because of a little bit of liquid. But yeah, I've just had a new reference to an article about Hogarth's paintings, and the first painting, the first image that comes up is the very famous painting. It's very famous sort of anti-gin propaganda painting.
the gin craze. How William Hogarth captured the spirit of Georgian Brit. Yeah, this has to do with the temperance movement, right? That when England had the women that were all in the frickin' anti alcohol. That aren't they the ones that pushed this?
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure because this is specifically about gin. This isn't about any other alcohol.
Temperance is well, gin was a big issue back during those days.
Yeah. Gin at the time is what the sort of equivalent to opium. I don't know. Heroin or crack or something today.
Yeah, they called it the gin craves.
Yeah.
Interesting shit. Okay, so is Tan back yet?
But yeah, that was all about London mainly. Yeah. The Gin Act of 1751.
We need to post that into our group. I'm gonna post that into the Elements group for later reference.
Yeah.
That way we have it. People can see our cool freaking shows and the stuff that we put on there. That's actually a pretty good post. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start the stream up, get it going. Let me switch the background up for headlines after midnight. And I don't believe that I have to do anything special. Yeah, I think I got it all. Just remember to make sure it's muted out. Yeah, there we go. It's muted. So yeah, we've got everything set up. Gotta make sure that the window capture is smaller so that you fit in the square.
Multiple images of me. Multiple images of me.
Yeah. I figured out that would be the easiest way of doing it rather than doing it by hand the way I've been editing, so you got it straight.
Weirdly enough, those mini images showing the blues jacket. I think that's this jacket, actually.
Yeah. Most of the
For-
time, that's what you show
yeah,
up in.
For some reason, it's appearing grey at the moment. And, well, yeah, this one's grey. I didn't know if you noticed, but I bought myself a new suit using some money that was given for my birthday. And it's exactly sort of the same type, but blue. Actually blue.
Yeah. I didn't notice the change. That's cool.
Yeah.
You're an executive now. You're wearing a blue suit instead of a gray one.
Oh, this one's grey, yeah. Well, weird, this appearing as blue as far as I can see, but mind you, that this monitor's a bit needs kind of correction. Yeah, still blue even on my actual front monitor. Weird.
Okay.
But on stream on the YouTube, it looks grey, which is more nearer to the actual colour. Weird.
Yeah, I can see that. Actually, it is weird. Maybe it's being fooled because of the other suits that's on there too, though. You know what I mean? Because sometimes.
No, it was like this earlier. I think. I don't know. It's weird.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get this started up, and when Tan comes back in, if he does, we'll have it up and ready to go. So let me go ahead and do a countdown, and then I will do a cool introduction, and we'll get started. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, no. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, and I'm here with my co-host, Mark Edworthy, as well as my brother, Robert Hanson, and Tanhai Tran, who is at the moment doing things in private with his screen down and muted out. So he will be back here shortly to join us, hopefully, if he hasn't fallen asleep because of the boredom and frustration that goes along with being up this late at night. But don't worry, guys. This is not going to be a boring episode. This is actually going to be one of the best episodes that we've ever had when it comes to technology, because there's a lot of things that's been happening that's not really getting mentioned in the media. And it is a big thing that's going to cause a lot of changes on the internet, I believe. I also believe that there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, which I believe Google is already prepared for, because to make a bold move like this, they would automatically have to know that there's going to be lawsuits from the advertisers concerning this. Now, what this pertains to is what I'm going to get into and discuss with you guys. So, starting out, I want to explain a couple things. And the first thing I want to explain is what is C2PA. Mark, do you have any idea what that is?
You mentioned it just now, but carry on.
Now,
You said
C2PA is it stands for Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, which is C2PA. Now, it is an industry standard designed to help people verify where digital content came from and whether it's been altered. Okay, now the initiative was developed by major technology and media organizations, which include both Adobe, Microsoft, Intel, and others, in response to growing concerns about deepfakes, misinformation, and AI generated media. So, the basic idea behind C2PA is think of C2PA as like a digital chain of custody for media. Now, when a photo, video, or audio file is created, C2PA can attach cryptographically signed metadata that records who created it, what device created it, when it was created, what edits were made, which software was used, whether AI tools were involved, and so forth. Instead of looking at the image itself, C2PA records the history behind the file. Okay, a good example for that would be an image a photographer takes with a picture. Okay, the C2PA record might show like the captured on a specific camera. It would show which specific camera it was captured on. Who's Robert? Are you muted?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm having a weird sound. Now it would also show what was imported into the edited imported into to the what editing software it was imported into. It would tell if it was cropped. It would tell if there was any color corrections. It would also tell where it was exported and stuff like that. Now, anyone with a capable viewer can inspect the history and verify that the record hasn't been tampered with. All right. So basically, how it's used and how it works is the C2PA uses cryptographic signatures. It uses provenance metadata and secure certificates. Now, when an edit occurs, a new entry can be added to the content to the content's record. Now, if somebody tries to alter the history, the signature is no longer valid. It no longer validates. So the big question is why does AI companies care? Okay, and the whole thing about it is with AI generated media, it's becoming more common. And C2PA allows creators and platforms to indicate things such as is this image generated by AI? Does this video contain AI generated elements? And does this video or has this video recording been synthetically created, basically?
just a quick question. How does it track the history? Presumably, it already knows the original source. How does it know the original source?
That's where it gets interesting. Now, when it comes into this, when it has to do with watermarkings that are so invisible that even the naked eye can't see it.
Okay, I thought you were more talking about things like tags, metadata.
This gets even deeper. It goes into all that. And like I will be getting to that and everything.
Okay. Just another point. The C2PA is a coalition of organisations, but it's an organisation in itself, much like the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, or the ISO IEC Joint Committee.
Right.
Then, yeah, it's similar to that, but with different remit, obviously, but similar sort of setup.
Now, according to what they're trying to make claims to, they're trying to say the C2PA doesn't detect all fake content, okay, and it doesn't prevent someone from creating deep fakes right now, and it doesn't guarantee that content is true, and it doesn't force platforms to label content so far. You know what I mean? That's what they claim. It only provides a standardized way to document.
Yeah, it again, like the ISO IEC Joint Committee and the W3C, it just produces the standardization, the standards. It doesn't
Right.
actually regulate what is content. It's just the standard.
And it only provides a standardization way to document provenance when supported by the software and the devices involved. And I do have a list of what current adoptions there are. There's major companies that have adopted or support C2PA, which include Adobe, Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, Nikon, and Lycon, as well as Sony.
Okay, I'm just thinking on other. I'm thinking of what about the more popular open source platforms like GIMP and Inkscape, as an example.
I would keep an eye on them because that could actually end up happening. I don't know if it will or not because I know how people with open source are. They're very, very touchy about that kind of tracking and shit like that. That's the reason why people go to Linux. You know what I'm saying?
Well, again, we aren't talking about uniform standards. We're not really talking about tracking per se.
Yeah, I'm seeing tracking in this shit.
Well, yeah, but again, people, companies conform to ISO, International Standards Organization standards, but ISO doesn't actually track companies upholding those standards.
Right.
Yeah, but you know, when it comes to what other things does it do within the internet, like
Well, see,
sites?
They've got a specific remit.
I have more information, which is important, which is coming up right now because you got to understand that many of the newer cameras and content creation tools are beginning to support this standard directly. Okay, and this is
Yeah,
why.
but we've also gone to hardware. I mean, as an example, I've got using a Logitech 930C camera. I just press a moment.
NVIDIA supports it.
But they don't produce their own AV. They don't produce cameras, don't they? NVIDIA.
Now, the thing that gets me is this is why YouTube creators should pay attention to what I'm about to say. Okay. This is probably the best way of breaking it down. Now, if YouTube continues moving towards AI assisted search, recommendations, and content verification, provenance information could become an increasingly valuable trust signal, basically. Okay. Now, the whole thing about YouTube is its future, I guess, ecosystem, which I don't like saying. It might like evaluate whether content came from a verified creator, whether AA was disclosed, or whether edits can be traced. Okay, or whether media has verifiable provenance. Now that said, uh, claims that YouTube currently requires C2PA for monetization, or that channels are being demonetized solely for lacking C2PA credentials, that should be treated cautiously unless backed up by official YouTube announcements, which they haven't made yet. But C2PA is actually being incorporated into the technologies, okay? And it has been affecting the viewerships for a lot of people. And a lot of people have been demonetized because of AI slop for one, which there is a difference between going on and just using AI and then AI slop. Usually when you hear the term deepfake, that's what they're referring to. That's AI slop. You know, so they are being hit. Now, C2PA is real and increasingly important, but many of the stronger claims circulating in creator communities go beyond what has been publicly confirmed. Just so you know, okay? So just understand that. But
Just,
there,
just on the sorry, I'm just thinking on the point of creation. And we were just talking about image editors such as GIMP and with Inkscape. Here I use a Blender for a lot of your
right,
video production.
right.
I tend to use KD and Live. These open source products. I wonder if that's how it's going to affect those products.
Now Blender, I can almost guarantee you Blender is going to get hit because Blender gets a lot of they get a lot of donations from Adobe.
Yeah.
So that
But also KD and Live is a part of the KDE project, and they get a lot of donations from private sector companies. Samsung, I know. Yeah, I think Samsung. I think also Microsoft also donates to the KDE project.
Mhm. And I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of this is very, very serious stuff. Now, the thing that Robert was talking about before the stream was coming up is something that I had information on, and it's also something I mentioned to you just a second ago. So the next thing that we do need to talk about is Synth ID. Have you ever heard of Synth ID?
Carry on.
Okay, now Synth ID is an invisible watermark system that was developed by Google. Google DeepMind actually. It was set up to identify AI generated content. Now this can be embedded. It can embed hidden signals into like images, videos, audio, and text that humans can't see or hear, but specializes in detection. Okay, it's a detection tools that can identify um, uh, anything that was AI generated, and YouTube uses it. Right now, I know YouTube uses it, and so does Google.
Okay, I understand where we're going with this. Once you've uploaded a video to or content to, let's say, YouTube, YouTube within this transcoding process will inject and verify the watermark or add a watermark to this content. And if you, let's say, download and reuse that content, then once you re-uploaded it up to YouTube, it will verify the existing watermark.
Right. Now think of it like a digital fingerprint for AI generated media, basically. Yeah.
They will only work on YouTube specific content.
Anything that's Google at this point. Google is completely embedded with it. They are 100% gung ho on this project. They're actually the ones that are really pushing it real hard.
So unless they push it to the ISO standard or W3C or C2PA, it's not going to be recognized by any other platform, or not officially anyway.
Right, and let me also point something else out about these watermarks. Okay, traditional watermarks are visible or they're stored in metadata. Okay, now this synth ID is embeds information directly into the content itself. Okay, so it's embedded directly into the video.
Yeah, as you know, using Blender and Kdenlive Live and GIMP, and especially GIMP, it's got some nice tools for this. But you can remove the EXIF data upon saving upon transcoding or saving the content.
Well, how they explained it was like with images. Okay, synth ID modifies like pixel patterns in ways humans can't perceive it. Now, when it comes to videos, they embed signals across video frames. And like when it comes to audio, they embed signals into the waveform or spectrogram.
As far as images concerned, surely if we use an image editing tool and zoom in sufficiently enough and know what you're looking for,
well, like with the
it.
text, I can understand like with that one because I've had to deal with text when it comes to PDFs. With them, what they do is they like subtly influence the word selection patterns during the generation.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I do understand that. You can, well, not really from PDFs, but well, kind of from PDFs. Like when you copy and paste a PDF and you get like a word that's misspelled here and there. Imagine them doing that with.
That may be true in the Adobe's own specific creation tools, but as a point of occasion, I may save a document from LibreOffice into a PDF just for easy access. But yeah, LibreOffice wouldn't do that. Or at the moment, doesn't do that.
Well, you can kind of pick out like it's really hard to pick them out, but you can kind of tell which words are being said in the text.
Also, LibreOffice, OpenOffice, the source code's freely available, so people who are reviewing the source code would be able to identify that, and that would be made public anyway.
Well, the goal for this watermark, its whole purpose and its goal is to survive editing, like cropping, compressing, or resizing. You know, you got color adjustments, format conversions, and they want to set it up to where it survives those kind of edits. You know.
Okay. But not necessarily manual editing. So if we go in, identify, let's say, if we go into an image, identify that small segment where that code is, the pixel changes, and I change those pixels.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Yeah,
Google created a tool that's called the Synth ID detector. And this is supposed to be able to like analyze the media and determine whether Synth ID watermarks are present. No. It's supposed to work with text, image, audio, and video too. So.
How successful is that?
Now, it says that if the watermark's detected, the content was generated or edited using participating Google AI systems, and then the content likely originated from tools like Gemini or Imogen or Veo or Lyria. Now, the thing that it can't tell you is, and this is where a lot of creators get confused because SynthID isn't a universal AI detector. Okay. Now, if the watermark is absent, that does not mean that the content is human made, first of all. But it may simply have been created using like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, Runway, Suno, Udio, or other AI systems that don't use SynthID. So a missing watermark only means Google couldn't find a SynthID signature. So with that, you have to look at like the relationship it has to C2PA, which is a useful way to I guess the best way to think about it is like when it comes to technology, you have C2PA and then you have SynthID. And the purpose of it is to record, it records content history, provenance through signed metadata. It embeds an invisible signal directly into the content itself, all right? So Google often discusses them together because they solve related authenticity problems in different ways. Now, many YouTube creators are concerned that SynthID can eventually allow platforms to automatically identify AI generated media. However, there's a lot of speculation mixed with facts. What is publicly confirmed is SynthID does exist. Google is expanding its tools. Google has detection tools, and major companies are beginning to adopt the technology. Now, what isn't publicly confirmed is that YouTube automatically demonetizes content, like I said, that because it contains, SynthID or anything like that. And it's not publicly confirmed that the channels are penalized simply for using AI voices or AI generated visuals. It's not confirmed that SynthID alone determines monetization eligibility. That's a big one. Now, why this matters long term is the larger trend of this whole thing is that Google appears to be building infrastructures for content prevalence and transparency. Okay, and the future ecosystem for freaking Google may be asking a lot more of things like was this created by AI, which AI created it, and was the creator transparent about it, and can the content's origin be verified? Now, with the monetization, there's settings that are set up inside of YouTube where they've already put them in, and they want you to freaking go in and they want you to manually say if the content you're putting in there is altered or not. Okay, and if you don't have that freaking marked out, you're going to get flagged for it. They're going to start hitting you with it. And that's something that a lot of them have a concern of. Does that make sense?
Okay.
What about the existing videos and all that? Remember how people were taking people's videos, copy?
If I presume if the videos are already uploaded, let's say you've got a video that's uploaded to YouTube from 5 years ago, then that's already been stamped. That's already been signed.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is...
But it doesn't have the SynthID mark.
I presume that they've already signed everything that they can verify that is.
Well, like for verification, where when you go put a report into YouTube about someone took your video and using it, they have a better way of checking it out. What is the verification on who's this who's? Because they're talking about security in one way, but they're not secure in a different way.
Well, you need to understand that Synth ID is just one of Google's maybe a lot of those questions. You know what I mean? And it's best viewed as like an AI problem system, not as like an AI detector. Certainly not like a foolproof light detector. The thing about it is they do have fixes that you can do. The first fix is
You're breaking off.
can you hear me? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, a bit quiet, but
Okay. So they do have fixes for them, and I know they have a few of them now. The first one is for mark altered content. If you use AI audio such as Flavin Labs, you need to disclose it because Flavin Labs now embeds the Synth ID watermark in every file. Now, failing to disclose can mean demonetization or rejection from the YouTube partner program. You disclose by selecting yes under the altered content section at upload. Now, the one current exception, which is cloning your own voice for 11 labs, it does not require disclosure right now, but it could happen later on. Now, they have another fix, and that is write scripts for writing scripts for AI overviews. Now, the new system rewards topical authority and citation-friendly structure. Answer the core question of your topic within the first 30 to 60 seconds within your AI overview. Okay? Now, since AI overviews weight the early part of the script most heavily, use specific names, dates, and places so YouTube's AI can lift and cite your content cleanly. All right. And the third fix is build authority. YouTube has added likeness detection using ID and face scans to protect creators from unauthorized AI use of their image and voice. Now, that's to avoid being flagged. Now, to avoid being flagged as a content farm, faceless channels need a real off-platform presence, basically. And this causes issues for faceless channels. I don't know if you know the term too well, Mark.
no.
Now, in order for you to get through this, you have to create matching social accounts under the same name as your channel. You can use Pinterest to rank up your thumbnails in Google Images and post SEO-rich articles on Medium built from your video transcripts, like your Facebook, your Instagram, and X accounts. And you need to do that in your YouTube links section so that the system reads them as one connected brand, basically. And faceless is basically where you don't choose to use your face on YouTube unless, you know, like for a thumbnail or anything like that, for any kind of recognition. So.
Okay. I've been watching some Warhammer 40k lore videos, and the the creator of this content, he does it on a sort of daily basis, and I presume he gets his scripts from some sort of LLM, but it's read by him. And I presume he used machine generative image creation as well. No, he does. If up to a couple of months ago, he was doing this without his actual an image of his, well, a face, but face with a helmet or something, with some sort of facial sort of image, live facial imagery on it, and he was criticized by YouTube, from my understanding, for not actually having his face displayed on videos.
Yeah.
So since then, he's actually been wearing some to try to disguise his image, because I think, well, for whatever reason, he's just like a mask or an helmet or something over his face, but you can see it's the same actually reading the scripts.
Now, the thing about it is though, with a lot of these changes that are coming, the big claim is that subscriber counts no longer matters. You know what I mean? And there are some good discussion points like that we can talk about, because we were having a really good conversation before the actual show started. Okay, like the historical importance of subscriber counts on YouTube for one thing, you know, and whether YouTube's recommendation system has already been moving away from subscribers. You know what I mean? And for me, I think they've been doing it for years. Now, like when you take a look at the difference between subscribers, click-through rates, the watch time, viewer statistics, session durations, you know, video durations. I mean, does the algorithm ignore channel age and history, or simply weigh them less? You know what I'm saying? These I think are questions that we do need to be talking about. You know.
Okay.
What kind of evidence supports that claim?
The theory is the more viewers you receive, for the longer the durations, the more your content is promoted, and therefore, if you're being monetized, the more chance of you being monetized.
So I mean, basically, is the claims based on official YouTube statements or like creator observations? You know what I mean? And you also have to think about large channels. Are they still advantaged? You know.
Again, how do they become a large channel in the first place? So yeah, it must be based upon viewership.
But when it comes to these watermarks too, though, that's the thing you got to really look at when it comes to that. Has things changed because of it? You know what I mean? Are they still advantaged, or are they losing freaking subscribers? Are they losing freaking viewership? You know, things like that because of these new tools that are being put into place. You know, now YouTube and actually Google, they're becoming an AI answer engine. You know what I mean? And Google's search engine. Okay. Google has made a huge shift from search results into what's being called AI generated answers, basically. You know what I mean?
Yes, but it's an additional functionality, isn't it? So when you click on Google and search for something, you get you occasionally may see a top AI Gemini produced response, and then you still got the traditional search option or search results at below that.
Yeah, right now they've got it to where it can opt out.
And then yeah, and you've got the additional AI, what it's called, the AI mode.
And for me, I really think you have to look at the relationships between Google search. You got to look at Gemini, AI overviews, YouTube, all of it. You know what I mean?
Traditional metadata keyword content search engine optimization methods is not going to disappear anytime soon.
Well, have you noticed? Have you noticed how videos are becoming like source material for AI generated answers on these search engines? Like if you go into the search engines and you type something up, the majority of results you get are usually video.
Okay, not as far as I'm concerned. When I'm looking at
I've noticed more YouTube results and more Facebook results than anything else. That they're even starting to show more Instagram.
okay, I make much more generalized search is searches. I mean, let me just come on to one I've just been doing. I just typed in is C2PA similar to W3C, and I got a initial answer from Google Gemini, the overview, but the first next entry is actual keywords based search engine optimization based content. So next entry would be the C2PA implementation guide, and then the next entry is a entry with a page from trustoverip.org, and the next entry is GitHub, and yeah, but yeah. When the newest YouTube entry is well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 records down.
Now, see the thing of it is the content being cited instead of it being just ranked. You know what I mean?
The initial content it gives me an AI or my overview, their overview, and then in my sort of standard formats, you've got a column on the left, or sorry, on the right, with additional pages from W3C, C2PA specifications, and GitHub, and yeah, and in certain small parts of it, there are sort of tooltip links that links to other pages on top.
I see.
You know how Gemini formats its initial results.
Right. Now, for me, I'm personally seeing it as a rise of answer first content structures more than anything else. You know what I mean? And the first question I would want to ask is, how does AI choose which video to cite first of all? And what types of creators benefit most from it? You know,
whether it's the most relevant to that content, to your inquiry.
Well, I mean, the whole thing about the talking points with me is the whole provenance tracking thing, and metadata attached to media. And then you have to also look at camera generated versus AI generated content. They claim transparency in content creation. But you have to also look at like the potential impacts on trust signals. You have to look at authenticity, verifications. And then what are they doing about fraud prevention?
That's what I brought up.
I mean, is YouTube currently enforcing this C2PA2? I mean, how widespread is the adoption?
Could be quite recent.
And that doesn't even go into Google Synth ID watermarking system.
Yeah, how long ago was this implemented?
This is relatively new. They've been pushing it into play. I mean, this is coming out. This is going to be the big thing. Like, how we were talking the other day about emails and how I was talking about well, no, you weren't with us. I was talking with Naroki about the big changes that are taking place when it comes to these search engines. And I was telling him, I was like, there's a difference. I know what the difference is. Like, it's going to knock down, like, viewership on people's videos. And there's going to be a lot of people who are pissed off because the SEO is going to be completely gone. They're going to be using it as a search answer, and rather than a search
I
engine.
disagree. Well, in general searches, I'm not talking YouTube specifically. I'm talking about actual general search engines, so Bing, Google, Start Page, DuckDuckGo. It might be a additional functionality. It won't be traditional search engine optimization techniques will still be valid.
Well, for me, I think the thing that really should be discussed is the invisible watermarking for one thing. When it comes to synth ID.
I mean, when it comes to that, then you're stepping on things like I said, the W3C standards.
Yeah, and then you get into the whole detection of AI generated content. Distinguishing synthetic from human created media. That's another thing. And then there's broader implications. Like you have copyright concerns, you have attribution, well, what about transparency requirements? You know what I'm saying? It's like, are they really going to be transparent when it comes to this? How reliable is the detection, for one thing? And can these watermarks be removed? Like, if this is my content, I mean, can the watermarks be removed from it?
Technically, well, it goes back to the old YouTube terms of services where it says, I have to remind myself, but it used to say at least you own the content, but YouTube can modify, redistribute, and modify and redistribute the content.
You need to unmute. He's talking with it being muted and everything, so.
I can hear him from your microphone, but.
Well, what I'm referring to is, okay, if you have a watermark as well too, well, will they keep that or as yours or have some kind of problem with that? If you mark your own stuff with a watermark, will they recognize that's yours?
Well, yeah, you can market it, but remember YouTube's current terms of service agreement, they say it can at least redistribute. I think there's a line in there saying that it can modify, redistribute, and content. So
Yeah, but then,
it can modify the content,
yeah,
i.e.,
but then,
in the most simplest language. It can transcode the content so it's suitable for their platform. Therefore,
yeah, but okay, but when they do that, in what way are you? In what way is they're doing that? I mean, they're getting the,
I mean, when you upload a video to YouTube, it doesn't stay exactly the same as your upload. It has to go through the
oh,
transcoding
okay, yeah, okay.
process to
Well,
make it suitable for viewership.
I was talking like, okay, when you do all that and you make sure that you got like some kind of thing that specifies this is your video, okay, some kind of mark on it, okay. Because why I say that, because there's just way too many people that have done that in the past.
See,
Yeah,
this.
you can create your own watermark. You can create your own
Right.
little.
And he knows that. He's the one that kept trying to push the whole watermark thing on me for years, you know. But this kind of goes into a whole different area. Like, whenever it comes to this, I mean, you're having YouTube. Like good talking points on this is actually like their altered content policies. You know, deepfakes versus like normal AI assistants
Okay.
or
Well,
voice cloning. Like, you also have AI generated narration, which is something that I've been doing, and like AI generated images and videos, which is a big thing. So what what actually has to be disclosed? You know what I mean?
okay, and what about YouTube TV? The how that works and what in what way does if
Well,
anything does
see,
change
this is
from
the whole thing. This whole thing, it's like they're not giving disclosure either. It's like they're telling us, you know, what actually has to be disclosed and what happens if a content creator fails to disclose. You know what I mean? I don't think that I have to be telling people that what I'm doing is freaking AI. I think that's actually pretty bunk.
Actually, this is a it's a GitHub or GitLab. I think this is an interesting thing on GitHub because you have an I think both GitLab and GitHub actually you have an um, organizations that projects own or project owners saying to their developers, that could be community developers, saying ask saying that certain machine generative operations are not allowed within the project.
Right.
So let's say, as an example, Blender will have community developers that are not getting paid, but just aiding in the open source projects. And Blender will just say, or the Blender Foundation will say, we don't want to see code that has been created by machine generative large language model
But
framework.
you do have to see that this is actually like creating the rise of citation friendly content, right? Like this is going to be a new content structure. So instead of like having long introductions and slow storytelling, they're going to start recommending freaking immediate answers, clear topic definitions, structured information, disclosure areas, all that stuff. You know what I mean? And they're going to want it quick and fast. It's just like with Like Mark Watashik, when I was talking to him a few months ago about introductions to videos, he honestly thinks that it's cool to have a 2 minute freaking video introduction when I know damn well people aren't going to look at it because it's too long. If you want a video to be
Depends on the
watched
subject matter. Depends on the subject
these
matter. If
days, they won't.
you, I mean,
They
if
won't
you
get
use
views. They won't
using
get
the
views.
content that Figi suggested that we watch the other day. Sure, you aren't going to have a 2 minute sort of introduction and
It has.
summarization. But if you watch I don't know, a Lotus Eaters video or one of our own videos, then maybe a 2 minute summarization might be of use, might be
Okay,
appropriate.
now let me say this better so that you understand what I'm saying here. It won't get views because of freaking people watching it and what they prefer. It won't get views because freaking this is the freaking structure, the content structure that YouTube is putting in place.
Personally,
You're
I don't generally look at recommendations anyway.
you know what I mean? Because
Um,
YouTube wants to recognize what content is in that video within 15 seconds of the video. Okay.
yeah, but
They,
I've
they want immediate
um,
answers.
using Google's privacy settings, I've told YouTube not to collect my history,
They're
so it cannot create recommendations based on the history because it's not collecting the history. Um, and I've got channels that I will go to. I may look at the sidebar and see something new, maybe, very rarely. But any notifications I get related to channels I'm already subscribed to, and as content creators, we should find other means of marketing our materials as well as just using YouTube recommendations.
So they got a thing of what they consider like benefit of
that's the kind of
what
what
like
I'm
what
asking.
TV like for children. You know what's
See,
acceptable and what's not.
I was actually thinking about that too, to be honest with you. I think, like, I mean, when you ask questions, you gotta ask, does it favor educational channels? You know, things like that. And what does this do? Does it reduce freaking creativity too? You know what I mean?
Well,
Because
there was one on YouTube that Elmo, this person was going to the point making Elmo look like he was stealing and all that. And in what way will this, per, however they want to do it, will they praise that video, that type of video for a child?
That's easy because you've got the um, kids, or I've not used YouTube creator framework for a long time, but if I remember right now, and you can confirm this, but you've got a small tick box somewhere saying, is this okay, family, okay, friendly, or if it's adult related content.
so this is basically EEAT, really, for creators. You know what EEAT right is, right?
No.
That's expertise, ex, uh, experience, authority. Then you have trustworthiness, and then there's cross-platform validation.
Okay, and how do they come up with all that?
This is a bunch of voted shit. Like with the whole cross-platform validation, they've never done it. When I get into that whole thing about copyright free music and shit that they keep pushing, man, like, oh, this is copyright free, and you use it And come to find out, it's okay to use on YouTube, but don't go over to Facebook and use it because it's not freaking free. It's not copyright free on Facebook. They don't like that shit, so they'll flag you on Facebook for using music that you can get for free on YouTube,
Yeah,
and vice versa.
and you can tell too an AI person, 'cause, it's like Roger pointed it out to me. Okay, when you watch their hands, watch their eyes, the way they do it, move. You can, they don't move like a regular person does when they're talking on the video.
So I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of things that really bug me about that whole thing, and then like, do you really want freaking these freaking algorithms to be evaluating like brand consistency or external authorities, cross-platform identities? You, you know what I mean?
You mean your with your identity?
Well, I mean, especially when it comes to faceless channels, do you, I mean, are they going to face higher scrutiny?
What do you mean faceless channel?
Well, channels that don't really want to, where the person who has the channel doesn't really want to put his face all over the place.
Oh, okay. What about that? They've had problems with where you take a copy of a website. Remember how they were Facebook were having people doing that, make a copy of a page or their thing, and people when they go click on Facebook, they would take them to the fake Facebook, and they would add their information in,
Well, see,
their password.
I think they're doing that because they want online identity to become mandatory
Yeah, but for who?
for
And
everybody. Like, you're going to have an online identity in order.
This goes back to the Blair Foundation Institute, digital identity. Oh, yeah, digital identity.
okay, but how's that? Are they going to? Does that include websites? Got to have that same thing?
Well, likeness detection and creator protections is what they talk about. Like facial recognition, they're gonna want you to start using more facial recognition tools. Biometrics, when you go in and you hit power on your phone, they can literally freaking detect what your fingerprints are just by you tapping on it. That's for
As far as phone technology is concerned, all phones at the present moment it does device independent, so that information is only stored on the device, as far as I'm aware.
I mean, you can literally just tap the freaking button and they can do a scan and find out what your fingerprints
I mean, for if you mean the sort of unlocking mechanism on phones.
I mean, like for validation, like verification, validation, they can do that by you just tapping on your freaking your power button on your phone, dude.
Yeah, but that's stored on the machine itself. It's much like
It's still so much better.
It's sort of it's in the
so
same sort of
relieved.
concept as the TPM chipset in computers.
I'm glad you said that because I am so relieved now that it's being stored on the phone. Even, you know,
On the specific device.
I don't. I'm that doesn't make me feel any more better. You know. So
Yeah. Talk about the phone. Okay, how's this going to work on the phone when people don't have computers but they're using their phone? In what way will they be compatible with a phone?
As far as as far as the end user is concerned, it's either by a standard web browser on the phone or through a mobile application that's been developed by the the service provider. But really, we're talking about this isn't client centric. This isn't client device centric. This is what we are talking about is Apart from the fingerprinting, the fingerprinting, but the entire YouTube thing is server centric.
Well, you've got to look at like the biggest discussion areas would be like AI impersonation. You got voice cloning, deepfake videos, identity theft. There's talking, well, facial recognition, which I was
Yeah.
also talking about. But then you also have like ID verification, and then ownership verification.
And you have your card through your phone. That's well you got to worry about too.
And they want you to they want you to believe that it's supposed to be for protection for creators. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then there's that. I mean, there's potential privacy concerns up the ass. You know what I mean? So there's false positives in a lot of that.
Is there privacy concerns? Because if it's server-based centric, and it's only the content that you upload to the provisions.
Well, then you tell me what the future for of faceless channels are going to be. And
Yeah, but that's just related to content that you. Well, yeah, that's a different issue. Well,
you
but
like like faceless channels have traditionally relied on stock footage, AI voices, repurposed content.
yeah, I've not seen a faceless channel in some time. I mean, that Warhammer thing was the last thing I saw. That was related to a faceless channel, but I don't know. No, what is it? Black Pigeon Speaks, a US or Canadian, I think Canadian political commentator. I think he's faceless. Sorry. Yeah,
Well, Naroki's faceless.
yeah.
He's
Oh
faceless
yeah,
too.
yeah.
You know. So I mean, it's like are faceless channels at risk? You know what I mean? And can they thrive basically?
And technically, if it wasn't for me, this content would be faceless.
My big question is this: what differentiates a real brand from a content farm? I don't understand what they're talking about right there. I like what differentiates the two. They're the same thing.
Actually, I actually that's not totally true. This channel, this content that we've got at the moment, just had a look at the YouTube player, and I can see recording of Otto and yeah, on there as well. So yeah, but yeah, the only live face that is on being displayed on this channel at this present moment, or this content at the moment, it's mine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking about Naroki being a faceless channel.
Mm.
You know. I mean, and that's the kind of stuff I was talking about. And what did you heard what I just asked, right? What's the difference between a real brand uh, and a content farm? What's the difference between that? What
That's a definite.
differentiates a real brand from a content farm? Huh?
Okay, somebody a channel that's just collecting content from other channels and just re-uploading them,
You know.
even though downloading content that using YouTube's standard license is a violation of the terms of service anyway. So to re-upload content, you've got to first download it, don't you?
I think it's new success factors. You have original research, unique scripting. You've got brand identity. That's a big one. Then you have audience trust too. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So when it comes to a lot of this stuff that's being pretty much enforced onto us, that makes everything turn into something like a content farm. That's all they care about is just creating content farms.
But
Well,
the content that he gave us the other day is a good example of this, and I've seen this sort of content all over the place, where you get the commentator, the actual host of the channel,
Shit,
um, playing a video. He's facing one side. He will make the odd comment occasionally and make smile and nod occasionally, and the actual, yeah, it's that
you're
sort of stuff.
you actually know better than a lot of people because you've done work for e-commerce, and that's basically a trust signal. You know, I mean, really, it is. E-commerce has
you know more about that situation than anyone else would.
Uh,
you've mentioned it before where you've worked for e-commerce.
yeah, well, I've created e-commerce sites for SMEs in the past.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but you would know.
think of e-commerce as like a trust signal, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in my sort of examples, these e-commerce sites are actually specific to the company. So it's a part of the entire company's brand. It's their own domain name, it's their own
Now,
site.
Yeah, but how many parts of it?
hold on a minute. Let me ask you if connecting a store
I mean, I've never
to
done
your
the sort of eBay or Amazon sort of thing. When I've gone into e-commerce, I'll use a framework to actually have the um, content on that domain name.
they're
I'll use
getting
a
to the
third
point
party
now
service.
they're getting to the point now where they think connecting a store to your account it increases legitimacy.
Not sure how
It's
is a legit. I mean, merchandise. A lot of these content creators. I mean, the Lotus is a good example. The video is their main bread and butter. It's the main interest, but they will sell additional content on top of, or additional merchandise on top of. But that's only just to support their overarching video creation.
well, I mean that makes me think that is the store itself important or is it just evidence of like a legitimate brand, basically?
I mean, in the Lotus Eaters case, it's slightly different because they develop their own courses and stuff. But as an example, I don't know. You see these sites, you see these YouTube video creators, and yeah, here is my normal videos, and support me buy my coffee or buy my mug.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
buy
sort
me
of
a
thing.
cup of coffee is the big one
Oh
now.
no, no, actually buy my coffee brand.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Quartering, famous US political commentator. The Quartering, he's got his own coffee brand, hasn't he?
Hmm. Yep, and they do this
Yeah.
shit because they know that they take a risk of being demonetized if they freaking don't they don't buy into this whole freaking coffee
And it's,
cup selling.
it's also an additional revenue,
Hmm.
additional income.
You know, it says that. I mean, my whole thing about AI though, when it comes to a lot of the questions, is what kind of AI content is safest to use. You know what I mean? When you look at, especially YouTube, they're notorious for that. They want to use the AI tools, but then they want to attack people who use AI. So like they kind of get you to wondering, what kinds of AI content are the safest.
Well, that and I was
Yeah.
wondering too when where
I mean, I suppose it depends on the content itself. I mean, in our the fallout, then especially I was going to say the quantum gathering, but the storytelling segment is just an additional part.
Right. Well, I
Whereas in
know.
the the Fallout series that we are
I,
doing, it is the whole part, isn't it? It's
you know.
the
Well, we'll
so
see.
I might use and you use some large language model to create the scripts.
Right. But see, the thing of it is I know that Stir the Fallout's going to be a breakthrough and it's going to be revolutionized. And I don't think it's going to be a YouTube big hit. I think it's going to be more influential on things like freaking Rumble. And it's going to be more, maybe not for freaking Kick because Kick deletes their videos and stuff. And Twitch and all them, but
Well, Kick doesn't really serve our purposes anyway
right.
for that reason. Yeah.
But I think for groups like on Minds, the group that we've got there is the type of people who are more into it. You know what I mean? And that's where I see it. But when it comes to YouTube, I don't see.
I'd be interested to review the subscription numbers on Minds actually in relation to those groups.
Yeah, I'd love to too if they actually show.
Well, you can
Oh wait,
go to the group and review the subscription numbers yourself.
yeah, in the analytics.
Yeah. Oh no, not even on the group itself. I mean,
Oh yeah.
go to a group that I own. Yeah, or any group. Doesn't matter which group. It doesn't even have to be one of my own. It will. That's about one because that's one that's damaged. It's not just one of the damaged groups. Yeah. Here we are. I think this is a group that Jaffe, one of a million groups that Jaffe's created called Open Source World. It says 2 users plus 82 others are members. So 84 members.
Well, I mean, when it comes to all this, the one thing that I've come down to is like with the watermark when it comes to Google and how it's being used with the freaking AI search engine. Now the AI isn't being used as a search engine; it's an answering engine, and they're also planning on.
It's both. It's both. The large language model sort of answering is supplemental.
Now, what I know from that is there's going to be a big shift in the or the bigger shift is basically that YouTube and Google is increasingly uh, wanting
Yeah, but
everything to be
maybe that's true for YouTube. But I still see Google, the general search engine, using the large language model provisions as a supplemental, as an additional function.
well
It's not going to be the core basis of this search engine.
better keep your eyes open because I have to disagree with you on that. I think they're going to keep it an option to keep the old way with the SEO, but you're going to start seeing SEO in the traditional sense kind of vanish. It's still going to be used, but it's going to be freaking powered by AI. The AI is going to do a lot of the SEO for you without you
Yeah,
having.
but when you say in AI, we're just talking about algorithms.
No.
Well,
And,
yeah,
and,
he's
and,
right.
and the entire search engine
Yeah.
optimization then has always been based upon algorithms. So
But
you just
Yeah, but you can always use it
you
for.
won't be doing it. You
we're
won't be
talking
doing it.
apples. We're talking sort of apples and pears
Well,
argument.
the thing about that is more and more people are noticing that AI slop is coming up in the search results. Like
Okay,
that
okay.
has
I
been.
don't know what people are looking for. I know what I'm
Well,
looking for, and I'm very.
well, down
And
at the bottom of the screen.
I use Google and other search engines to incorporate by using Boolean, so minus and plus, signs and use quotations. If I'm let's say if I'm looking for a line of text, so if I'm looking for my name is Mark, I would say quote my name is Mark quote.
Now, I
And
think for my final discussion question about all this is
again, it's how the users
I
are using those search
Well,
engines.
can this?
I want to ask
It's
this
just like,
though when it comes to a lot of this. I want to ask: is this update primarily an anti-spam initiative? Is it an AI governance initiative, or is it a creator protection initiative, or is it Google's attempt to build the world's largest AA knowledge base from YouTube content?
Yeah.
See,
Well,
now that right there is what it all comes down to because they want verification. They want everything to be traceable. It's turned into an authoritative kind of setup where it's citable. Um, it's supposed to be like associated with whatever they term as a real brand.
or what's in it?
Yeah, they're saying that it's supposed to be transparent about AI use. All of this
yeah,
stuff.
I agree with the concept of being transparent with again, how we used to call it AI, machine generative
machine generative, yeah.
content. Yeah,
But the the
I
last
agree with that
question,
point.
the last question I brought up is Google attempting to build the world's largest AI knowledge database from YouTube content. I mean, that's really what it comes down to,
Yeah,
and that
well, Google, YouTube, two different separate companies,
Alphabet
technically
Inc.
speaking.
Alphabet Inc. Let's just put it
Okay,
out there.
okay.
Because you know
Uh,
that's what that you know what that's all about. If we're going to get into this conversation, we just need to go straight to the source. This is Alphabet Inc.
I mean, YouTube LLC acts as a separate entity as Google LLC.
Right, which is all
They're two
owned by
separate entities
Alphabet
under the same
Inc.
umbrella.
Right.
Yeah, but like they're doing with YouTube videos with a mark. Okay, are they going to be doing the same thing where they can create their own games by the same process?
I'm thinking Mark of the Beast. I wanna do a little bullhorn Barry here. I wanna start talking about satanic rituals and Mark of the Beast that is gonna be implemented on artificial intelligence
How do you
and
mean?
freaking verification
That's
through.
part of the mark of the beast, where the machine takes over and everyone it does what it says. If not, they get destroyed.
We're not
The
what is
Antichrist
it?
is
It's isn't it? I have no mouse, but I must scream. Can't remember the author of that book. But yeah, I one world unified machine deciding everything.
Yeah, that in that movie where there was one here in the U.S. and one in the Soviet Union, and the two merges and talks to one another, and they both separates the line of the two. And when they did that, the one from the U.S. decided to if you start doing things all on its own,
I
within
cannot believe I cannot believe that, but Veteran Radio just told me that he's not hearing any audio on Kick. That is amazing. And I mean, I know the audio's going. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever.
Okay, can't hear.
No, yeah, there's no
I,
audio
okay, I
whatsoever.
just quickly checked YouTube on this. Okay. Could be some machine. Could be
No,
the
I
on
mean,
configuration. Maybe.
I'm not hearing it on there either.
Okay, so this click. Okay.
Yeah, that is,
Go over to the Rumble YouTube channel.
yeah, that is just completely insane. I just noticed that. Let me.
I've heard people complain about.
Unless it's your configuration, but it's
No.
okay. Playing okay on
Sounds good on
Rumble.
YouTube. It sounds good on. Well, let me double check real quick. YouTube.
I can check
It
that there
sounds
also.
good on. Yeah, it sounds good on Rumble.
I can check that there also.
Wow. Yeah, it is all completely. Yeah, it sounds good on Rumble. Oh wow, there's a weird noise going through there.
On what?
On the Rumble.
Oh.
It is all
I've got
complete.
in the headphones.
Yeah, it sounds good on
YouTube.
going through there. Oh yeah. So we are having some technical issues. Where those technical issues are coming from, I could not tell you. I'm gonna hit I'm going to hit refresh on the studio and see if that straightens it out. Are having some technical issues straightened out on YouTube. I'm going to hit straighten out. Yeah, there's nothing on Kick. That's they shut us down. We got censored big time on there. Ha! I'm going into my conspiracy theory stuff. Sorry about that. I'm talking super secret stuff that Kick doesn't want us to tell you. Audio.
On all of them?
No, not on all of them. Now I'm losing the audio on Mark Edworthy too.
Yeah, I can't even hear him.
Yeah, your audio is just completely gone now. That is crazy.
Yeah, but we're not saying
And you're not even muted.
I was actually muted. Remember, I don't use the mute functionality on there. I use mute my operating system,
right.
my desktop environment.
Yeah.
Mute. Okay.
Yeah, it's dead on Kick. I think they've closed us out for the night. They said that we don't want your freaking horrible freaking ideological conspiracy theory.
I was just saying when I was muted, actually, I just double checked Rumble and I had a weird sort of almost Morse code like thing going on.
It was weird. Closed us out for
weird sort of almost Morse code.
So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out before it gets any weirder. Thank goodness we have this freaking recorded so I can.
Yeah, you've got the luxury, so when you go into the editing process, you can clean up anyway, so if necessary.
We have done an hour and 25 minutes on this episode, and we can go ahead and close it out. And before we do, I want to ask if you would like to give your socials so that people who are watching, if they can hear you, we'll know where to find you, Mark.
My social singular. Okay. Minds.com. Channel name Medworthy.
Okay, and if you want to find me and Robert, you can find us on minds.com as well at Roger_Hansen. You can also find episodes of this on the on the Wonderful World of Weirdness and Strange Stories. Strange Stories and the Wonderful World of Weirdness is on YouTube. Strange Stories is also a group that we have on minds.com. If you want to check that out, you can check it out on there. Headlines After Midnight is also on Kick on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Or no, on Rumble at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and then on Kick and my other channel on Twitch, which is Infamous 1969. You can find us on those two channels, which Twitch is Infamous 1969 and Kick is Roger Hansen. So I think I said it right.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys like this show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Feel free to leave comments in the comments section below and give us your feedback. We would love to hear what you have to say, and we will get back to you as soon as we have a chance to. So, with that being said, I will say good night. We will end the show. Thanks for watching, guys. But you see, this is a very, very serious discussion that we're having about technology and about the internet and things going on, and that shit just mysteriously starts happening.
Well, really, it's more YouTube specific rather than anything else at this present moment.
I don't know. Kick is a close candidate when it comes to this shit, because Kick is actually, you've seen the terms of services that you shared with me. That's some pretty shady shit, dude.
I've got to remind myself, you know me, I've read so many terms of services, one merges into another.
Do you remember the comments you told me after you read that?
No, not really. Remind me.
Freaking, you told me that you shared the link back to me, and you told me that I need to go check this out and read it again because freaking it is not good.
What was my comment on that?
That was your comment. That's about as serious as it can get when it comes to you.
Okay. I didn't have to make any specific comments.
No. Now I'll tell you one thing. That I did read in it, and it's this whole concept of making content creators employees rather than being on there creating content for themselves. Like you literally become their employee, and everything that you produce belongs to them.
Who's that?
Kick.
Okay.
That's insane. That right there is insane. And then you throw the freaking ID, like picture ID for verification on top of it. Okay, that's crazy. And now YouTube is wanting everybody to do facial identification.
Well, it's not necessarily facial identification. I mean, the Warhammer logo I mentioned earlier.
No, they literally.
He's got a mask. It's when some sort of covering disguises his face.
You if you want to upload more than freaking 15 videos every day, okay, they make
okay, yeah, but who in the reasonable mind will upload more than?
Let me finish. In order for you to freaking verify yourself, so that you can have unlimited uploads, okay? You have to freaking pick the phone up, put it to your face, and turn your head 2 different directions so that the freaking phone can identify your face from the left, the right, and down the center.
Every time?
just one time.
Yeah, but if you're a content creator creating stuff with your video, another thing, another commentator, a Australian political commentator by the name of by the alias Baron. He doesn't provide his face, but anybody who's serious in the game, well, a lot of content creators will display the face anyway.
There's nothing wrong with it when it comes to displaying your face. Facial recognition, though, is some pretty evil shit. I mean, any way you look at it, that's not good, and it's not really reliable yet. Everybody who's actually involved in that kind of technology says that it's not really reliable. There's no reason for people to even be using that shit. You know what I mean?
Even in court won't even accept it.
Yeah, the court systems here in the United States won't even accept facial recognition as evidence.
Yeah. But it could aid in the investigation.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
They can aid in it, but they won't use it. You know what I mean? They won't say that it's actual freaking the person because a computer program says it's a person. You know what I mean?
I mean, for those of us who put up videos on, or our faces on videos, me, does really matter.
Well, I don't know about all that. Maybe you'll be thinking about that 20 years from now, whenever freaking they got freaking Mark Edworthy in his prime. Well, not 20. Yeah, I guess you'd still be around in 20 years.
Yeah, I've only just turned 50.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's just,
I had to stop and think.
I'm hoping to stay
math.
at least 20 years, at least.
So, I'm sorry. I know your 50th birthday was here recently. You must be
Yeah.
going through some psychological shit right now. So I apologize.
Well, think of it like this: if people are wanting
Like when I hit 50, man, I was like, damn, dude. And then I stopped and thought about it. Then I thought about it. I'm like, it's not really any different from 49.
Precisely. I mean, my younger sister asked me when she phoned me on my birthday, was there any, how do you feel now that you're 50? And I just turned around, well, exactly the same as I did yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So belated happy birthday. I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna put this on the regular
Fair enough.
browser thing, and then we can end this and be done with it, man. Because they're starting to act all crazy. We got messed up audio, and I don't know how to deal with that. I'll probably flip out if I don't get off here. Start, you know what I mean? It just can't cope with that shit. It drives me nuts. It always has driven me nuts. So,
but again, it's only the live recording. It's only really appropriate for people who are watching at that present moment. Once you've uploaded the final version,
yeah, no, that's what's important for me. I don't play around for the live stream stuff. Like everybody's into well, live stream this live. I'm not.
Yeah, live streaming is only there for people who are watching it there and then. But I would imagine the larger reaches people watching it later. So yeah.
And I wish to think that no matter what, it might not be true, but you know what? I like the idea of that. It's being not supposed to be coming out of your paychecks.
But here's the tax they don't tell you about, Roger, is
live
we
stream is
we
like
we basically
just a
elect
cheap
governments
version
based
of
on
the
what they
freaking
run on,
real
right?
deal, you
But
know,
then when they
people
get
that
into
take time to
office,
edit their
they end up
videos and make good
printing
content.
more money than
So
they
all
said
the
they
people
would,
that
and they end up spending like drunken sailors, which means they're really taxing future citizens
who's going
to
to
pay back that money,
we watch
and
a
by
what? How
inflating
long
the
have we been
currency.
there now?
So
We've
they make the
been
purchasing
here
power of
8.5
the
hours,
currency less
something like
against
that.
the goods. So
Who's
you
going
end up
to
having to
spend
pay
the day
more
just
in the
watching
future for
8.5 hours
everything.
worth of just one
And that's the
well,
hidden
not blog
tax.
thing, live video?
They might bounce in and out, and that's about it.
Specific food stuff.
So,
Yeah, split up into separate
goods.
episodes.
And this could be
services,
actually
yeah.
something that cryptocurrencies in the future will improve society with, is smart contracts where we can have like politicians set guidelines or rules set in stone that they will do, and you know, if they don't